founding members of the Cursor team: Michael Chul, Swali Asif, Audrey Lindmark, and Ahmad Sender. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Ahmad. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Ahmad, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor team. First up, big ridiculous question: what's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space have been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks, you're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot of things anyways. As what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also a code editor should just be fun.
Yeah, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is being fast. I like fast.
Yeah, fast. Yeah. Yeah.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you have these sort of capped by resources or the ability to get a large group together, and coding is this like basic network. It's really converting data load. You can build stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you? I think all of you who are big fans of VS Code or Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, all of us, unfortunately, get pure dev. Yeah. No neo dev, just pure dev in a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went to VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor that was available. And even though I really enjoyed using it, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough to use it. And so that kind of was the default until we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing code, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines of complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that. Like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. And then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction, but I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because
you just type another character, and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character, and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad. Yeah, you can sort of iterate. With the other unlimited Copilot for me, this is the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for iOS.
And like computer stuff.
Right. Okay. So where's the story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss paper came out from OpenAI. And that was a moment where this looked like their critical progress for the field, where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models work better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling loss. Just to summarize, if the paper instead of ideas to say bigger, might be better for model size and data size.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Get this conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, about how they're going to be made better by the technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete. It started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems wanted to build that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early bit of Copilot, that was something magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together is actually getting early access to GPT-4. So sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we've been working on a couple of different projects. We've been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with an entry period book, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a consumption thing. This was going to be all of programming that's going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is in that IMO Gold winner. There's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people. And it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Shangtong and Ahmad, I remember, so June of 2022 had this bet on whether the mod, like 2024 June or July, you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like model.
IMO is international mathematics.
Yeah, IMO is international mathematics. Yeah, and so Arvin and I are both, also competed in it. So it was sort of personal. And I remember thinking, this is not going to happen. This is like, even though I sort of believed progress, I thought, I'm a road. It's like a lot of distribution. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong. But that was maybe the most prescient bet.
So the year was also DeepMind. It turned out that you were correct. That's what I was.
Well, it was technically correct.
1 point away.
Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff. And before, Amon had this like scaling on speaker that he would work on with, where it had the like charts and like the formulas on it.
So you felt the scaling.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there's this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't talked to critically about scaling models. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all these, or why isn't scaling going to build a massive piece of problem? I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress instance, I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on the particular process. Like math is a great domain because, especially with normal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if it is correct. And so this means that it will work really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very superhuman in math and still not technically have API.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to cursor? And what is cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for my time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody left him. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. So we need, if AI is going to keep getting better and better, we need to really like rethink how the AI is going to be part of that process. So you decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot of VS Code, they're doing some AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just work VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do in the future. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change the software. Both in a, you will have big product needs, but also radical and like the active coding software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in control you have over a code editor if you're plugging into an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and quantity of features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at the previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened among any of the companies, but every single year, every single model capability, or don't you get model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much better. So I think Cursor, a year from now, will need to make the Cursor from today look on. And I think, Microsoft has done a number of like fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovative and pushing on this innovative startup trend.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, yeah, like, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the field.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that like, as the new one model came out, I'm sure there will be more models with different types of context and faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase it, like an underrated package for making ourselves. When we started Cursor, we really felt this frustration that in a model, you could see models getting better, but the code experience had not changed. It was, you guys, like, the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why is it not making mistakes? Like, they should be making mistakes. Like where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was like, I'm sure it was selling well. Like, I'm sure it was great business, but it didn't. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things. It's like just there's no new things for like a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot is starting to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that helps us is that we're sort of doing it all the time. We're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model, and at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model better. for answers. How you build up that repository, or like how do you find the context, and for a cursor to have like how do you transform. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience engine. Yeah, it's like there's a person making the UI and this person training the model like sit to like 18 feet away. So yeah, often in the same person. So you can see things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, cursor to write cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful pretty B to the tab. So the, autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight it from the high level, I'd say that there are two things that cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things like that. But two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind, it was kind of the kernel of the idea behind good auto predicting what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more ambitious by just predict the characters after your cursor, actually predicting the next entire sequence, next step, next person, next step too. And the second thing cursor is pretty good at right now too is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic and also making those things smarter and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. And it was kind of a wish. We had multiple steps editing before we had a sort of a good model that could code. Then after we had a good model, there's been a lot of effort to make the inference fast, having a very good experience. And we've been starting to incorporate, Michael sort of mentioned this, like early jump to different places. And that jump to different places, I think, came from a feeling of, once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious what you're doing. It's like I made this change to the model just now that like the next place to go to is like these lines down. Like if you're a Win user, you can press 1/8JJ or whatever. Or like why am I doing this? Like the model and then so the idea was you just press tab and it would go 18 lines down and then we show you the next edit and we press tab. It was just as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs they go on chest. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like how are the edits sort of zero entry. So once you sort of express your intent and the edit is there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought. So you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind and all the zero entry bits could just be like passed away.
Yeah,
that was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model blocks on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than like means in general. There are a lot of tokens in code that are super difficult. A lot of code. And this is, I think, even magnified. You're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user's going to do next in their editing system code. And so, the goal of cursor tab is let's eliminate all the low entropy actions when the intent is effectively determined. Let's just jump these over time.
So, what's the intuition or what's the technical details of how to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so easy.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency. You need to train small bits of it fast. In particular, they're incredibly pre-fill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts that makes a lot of code, and they're not actually generating that much code. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model. So that was kind of one make them substantially prevent the complex. The other being a very effective coding that we call spectral embedding. These are two, I think, important pieces of what a point high quality and those facts.
Okay, so MOE feature experts, the input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can you say about particle inputs? Caching,
Caching plays a huge role because you're dealing with this many empty tokens. That every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you have to rerun the model. All of those tokens passed in. You're just going to, one, significantly create latency. Two, you're going to kill your confusion load. So you need to design the actual proxy model such that they're cache aware. And then you need to reuse the KV cache across the collect. Just so that you're spreading the questions.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do? Kind of engineer terms, just to sort of linger on that. Generate code, fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations at the same time. And then like
Once you jump to different files, also if you can edit it once on the wall. Maybe you have to go to another file to finish your documentation. You should go to the second file also. And then the filter is like next action. Like sometimes you need to edit that command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you run too. Or sometimes you actually need to it suggests something, but it's hard for you to know if it's correct because you actually need some mission to learn it. Like you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. Because maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then get you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept it.
so providing a human the knowledge.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just got to know a guy named Jet, who I believe has an SS, you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah.
We did that.
Something that also the model do that, like, you and provide the chat. Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the math agreement could be if it is programming is this weird display where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually critical and stuff you've done with it. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and taking the fruits, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what I think, okay, that's good. You need to have tabs through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, as you mentioned, one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's whole different situations going on. So, like, the model suggests it's red and green, like here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply, and it shows you the different accept the difference. So maybe you can just choose whatever direction of that.
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. We have optimized the diff for the R complete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And so at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast. Actually, it should be really fast. In autocomplete, so you're really like your eyes focus in one area. You can't be too many. The humans can't look into many different things.
You're talking about on the interface side, like
so it currently has 6 blocks on the side. So the current blocking is you try to delete code in some place and try to add other code. It tries to show you a box on the side, maybe show it through code up to this one. This is what it does. So that box is like 3 or 4 different types that try to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like you crossed out lines. So before it was just blocks on the side. It used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Docs style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. And that was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was things to trying to red highlight. In the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold the on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the inputs and the values would all get blue, and the blue was to highlight that the AI had a suggestion. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI, it would just hint that the AI is a suggestion. If you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see the original.
So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice. You know what this one is.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Mac user, guys.
It was
It's a button, I guess, you people have.
Again, it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the thing.
I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these lists are great for small edits. For large edits, the idea for like these multiple tasks, it's actually a little bit difficult to choose steps. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low information. They're like example, like the same thing over and over. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then say out the non. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and sees, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this with a little bit quickly and say like you should probably like preview this for this. And ideas in that vein.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of what UX design engineering. So you're basically trying to guide this human programmer through all the things that you stuff get the document.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do. Like currently, this algorithms are they're like they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no you don't care if it's like this thing or this thing, as you want a model to do this.
So I think the general question is that these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the user will be able to propose for much more. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more distribution. It gets more and more hard. Like just you need to help them out. Sort of, I don't want to spend all my time.
Can you say a little more across multiple files?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tries to help, right, with code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple different documents. But like Arvin said earlier, I think you do much better with code review. Code review is kind of stuff. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually catch that check. I think you can significantly improve the review experience using, for example, using the types of tricks that Arvin described as maybe pointing you to that after that. I think also if code is producing and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produces the code. In the case where the person that produces the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about code. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer so that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy as possible. And I think that feels like the issue with kind of naively trying to make these things look like code review. I think you can be a lot more creative and push it down a little bit. Just one idea there is, I think, ordering that. Generally, when you read the FTR, you have this list of files, and you're reading them from top to bottom. Like, actually want to understand this part first, because that can block place first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself.
You want the model to guide you to.
And is the step of creation going to be more natural language as the goal versus with actual?
I think I don't think it's going to be the case that all of code will be and the reason for that is, if I'm programming with wallet, sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to take this wallet, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to wallet what I want him to do. And so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him, I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example and then it goes and does the thing everywhere. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want to do, not to tell it what to do, but drag things around or draw things. And like maybe eventually you will get to like pretty machine interface or whatever, and so like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way it was programmed.
Really feeling the AGI today. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
Precursor really forked this ensemble of custom models that we train alongside the frontier models that are fantastic at producing testing. And so Cursor Cast, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize in be even better than even frontier models if you look at these on the capacity side of that. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans. They're good at generating like rough change. But actually creating it is quite hard. The frontier models or your training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, and frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like capitalizing especially super large files. And so what we've done is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the case will be, and we create a model to then apply that case to the file.
What you say that applies is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what you think to do, and the seemingly complete trivial step of combining what you're saying is not something
contrary to popular perception. It is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see valid copies of applies elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching, and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that just results in failure. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like the one other thing that like lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens, and cost. So you can get this very rough sketch, and then have your small model go and it's much easier faster. It's very faster. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter and smarter models to do planning, and then maybe give latency for this. If you can't go 5 or less than 5 perhaps you'll have maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level planning that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet.
Maybe we should talk about how to make that.
Yeah, there's always yeah.
How do you make it fast?
Yeah, so one big component of making it fast is speculative. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative coding, and they can be helpful to briefly describe speculative coding. With speculative coding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll have to caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why if you look at tokens per second, with
tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster tokens. So what we do is instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graphs of the intersected motion better to then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior over and that prior literally that code. So what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to spit this code back out. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and eventually you'll reach a point of distribution where the model will now predict X that is different from the graph. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide after enough tokens to match the original code to read those calculators. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of code. It just like it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down on that.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, also be start reviewing the code before it's done. So there's no big loading speed. Maybe that is part of the advantage.
So that you can start using before you start.
I think the interesting with here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like not only in language models, there's obviously speculation in CPUs, like speculation for databases, speculation all over the place.
Let me ask a sort of ridiculous question of you going up together the code. GPT, Claude, who wins in the context of programming? I'm sure the answer is Claude, because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories, speed, ability to edit code, ability to process blocks of code, block context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is the best opinion. Our one's really interesting. It's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problem, you do quite well. But it doesn't feel like you kind of understand your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other models, one qualm I have is it feels like they're not necessarily over. I'm not saying they train the benchmarks, but they perform really well at benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of considered. If you try and all these benchmarks and think that are in the distribution of the benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, so I think the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like you kind of have the same capability of the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything.
What another ridiculous question is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when they're evaluating the progress?
Whether that's like a really hard, it's like critically important detail, like how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. The real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these, humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, oh, I'll do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and do this other thing for me and make this UI element. It's just like a lot of things are context dependent. You really want to like understand the capabilities and do stuff as opposed to just maybe the way to put it is sort of abstractly. The interview problems are very well specified. They need a lot of specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
I think that this number question is both complicated by what Paul just mentioned, and then also what a model is getting to is that even if you there's this problem with like the skew between what can you actually model in the benchmark versus real programming, and I think encapsulates like real programming is like very messy and sometimes it's very well specified what's correct or what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem, and that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hook-on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so, if you ask these foundation models to do a three-bench problem, you actually don't give them the context of it. You can like release them for file paths, they can release them for function names, and so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
In that case, it could be trained on the literal infusion request. So, and maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job of handling these things. So they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular types of SimPys, for example. I don't think they're going to handicap the models on SimPy and all these popular types of repositories in order to get true evaluations.
I think that given the curve and benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting projects that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with them and give quality feedback on these. Like one or two foundation model companies, they have people. That's a big part of their role. And also qualitatively assist these models and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like private evals that we have.
Like the live.
Yeah, because I provide benchmark, human benchmark. When you pull in the humans to your backtrack.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I just like reading online. And it's just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions. Those things like, I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten done. I'll say, I feel like. And then I sometimes feel like that too. But I wonder if it's the model's problem or mine.
With Claude, there's an interesting thing where I think AWS has different kits, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than APUs. And someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the context version that existed on AWS Bedrocks versus whatever was running it on Anthropic CPUs.
I interview a bunch of people at this theories. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not it's good. They're like humans are humans. There's these details, and you're doing just like this crazy amount of plots, and that chips are messy, and that's just the plus. The bugs are. It's hard to overstate how hard bugs are.
What's the role of a good prompt? You mentioned that benchmarks have really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of it? Do you have a blog post on the prompt design?
Yeah, I think it depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original last year, they were quite different. They also had a very small context. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the database that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you have the context. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what you actually put in the content when you have an element of space. And even for today's models, even when you have one context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes models actually get confused. Some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call Triumph, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token conflict windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You sort of you want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, if you're like designing a print magazine, you know exactly where you can start. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JS in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else, and then you have this rendering engine in web design. It's like Chrome, and in our case it's like renderer, which then fits everything onto the page, and you declaratively decide what you want, and then it's this. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit these small content windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on good prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see it might change to actually improve it for like this entire
Do you literally prompt JSX?
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor. Like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line because that's when you're looking at it. And so then you can give priorities to like that line with the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away, and then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit in the text around.
And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire segment, you could use retrieval and things like embedding integration to add priorities for these.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial for JSX? And probably the whole idea is it should be loose and messy.
I think our goal is that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing to you. And our job is to ask, how do we actually like receive the relevant things so that we're thinking actually?
Well, this was sort of the discussion I had with Ari of complexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let the person who is lazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more for it, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean, humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more. Being prompted, almost like the system pressures you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar or the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thought that you convey inside the prompt.
I think even as a system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not that intent is conveyed to know what you're doing. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having models ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts of the query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe there are 5 or 6 possible generations, given the uncertainty present in the query so far. Why don't we just actually take all of those?
How hard is it for the model to choose to speak about that? So like deal with the uncertainty. Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
One of the things we do is it's like a recent addition is try to suggest files that you can add. So while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commit that you've made previously the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you. Because if maybe you're making an API, like you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one is also the API. So that'll be kind of cool. So there's the phase where you're writing the prompt. It's before you even click enter. Maybe we can help with also a few things.
What do we use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really cool. Like I think agents is like it's like resembles sort of like it's sort of like this like you can kind of feel that it like you're getting closer to API because you see a demo where it has a human would and it's really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for they think we're getting close to where they will actually use and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really interesting. Like I would love to have an agent. For example, like we have a bug where you sometimes have Command C and Command V inside our task box. And that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like, improvement says this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later I come back and I do the things.
You mean it goes finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It like tries to reproduce the bug. It like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And this could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programmers, like there is often this belief that agents want to go over all of programming. I don't think we think that that's the case because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that close things. That gives you an initial version, is of the back, and then you can iterate super.
What about something like we mentioned replication that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also a set of things you dream about?
I think that would be really cool. And for certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of Cursor?
Yes, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious and you need to go through a bunch of steps and you want to delegate that. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both backend and frontend, and you're working on the frontend, and then you have a background agent that doesn't work and figure out kind of what you're doing, and then when you get to the backend part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can iterate on. And so that would be really cool.
One of the things we're going to talk about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that some more, the various places that technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect of Cursor, most aspects of Cursor feel really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing. The pain.
It's a pain. It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're feeling empty.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that's really that feels slow. That means that's actually that shows that everything else is just really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models? How to make the chat fast? How to make the divs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of strategies. One interesting thing is performance. And so what you can do is, if as the user is typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of content, and you can know that before the user types. So, as we discussed before, reusing the baby cat results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as you start typing, you can really warm it up with, let's say, the first content. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to refill before it starts generation. This will significantly lower.
Can you explain how KB cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work, I mean, one of the mechanisms that allows transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not independently look at each token but see previous tokens, are the keys and values detention. And generally, the way detention works is you have your current token some query, and then you have all the keys and values of this token, which are some kind of representation of all the previous tokens. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass for the entire model. That's a lot of lines that happen, and that is really, really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you store the keys and values, and you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I have stored the last token, if I now want to compute the output token for the 10 token, I don't need to pass those first 10 tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys values. And so you just need to do forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those key values that are different, which is the only kind of sequential part of the sequential dependent place.
Is there a title of the caching?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would accept a suggestion and then trigger another request. And so then you go speculative. It's a mix of speculation and testing, right? Because you're speculating what would happen if they accepted it. And then you have the value that is passed, this suggestion. Then when they press tab, the next one would be way sort of it's kind of clever heuristic question that uses a higher level caching. It feels fast, despite they're not actually in the ball.
And if you can make the TV cache smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate before. You can get seriously 10 things that could be used by you predict the next 10, and it's possible if the user hits the one of the 10, like much higher chance that the user hits like the exact one that you should. Maybe the typing out a character or sort of hits something else in the cache. There's all these tricks there. The general phenomena here is, I think it's also super useful for RL. Maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good. Like if you predict like 10 different things, it turns out that one of the 10 that's right, the probability is much higher. It's passive key curves. And part of RL, like what RL does, you can exploit this passive key phenomenon to make many different predictions. And one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, or like which of the key things just the human wants. When we RL on pressure tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans, like which of them behaves more like maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and then you can give a reward to things that humans would like more, and you sort of punish the things that would like it, then train the model to output suggestions that humans would like. You have these like RL loops that are very useful to exploit these passive features. Mine can even more details.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you get away with the smaller bottle if you borrow your smaller bottle to get the same. That's like, and Paul was mentioning stuff about about reducing the size of your cache. There are other techniques there as well. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multiple. I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention, and this is really helpful for them with large batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time per token refill. The thing this matters for is now generate tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly, for the long context, with long batch sizes, by how quickly you can read the cache. And so then, that's never done with, and how can we make it faster? We can try to compress the multi-query attention is the most of that. Where normally with multi-head attention, you have some number of quote-unquote attention heads and some number of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all of the p-value heads. So there's only one kind of p-value head, and there's all the so with group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then for keys and values, there are fewer heads, but you're not reducing it to one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're reducing the size of your keys.
And then there's Emily.
Yeah, multi-linked. That's a little more complicated, and the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded in great time.
But the MLAs from this company called PT, it's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both SUA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of AV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less depth, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different. If you want each of the keys and values to actually be different. So one way to reduce the size is to keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values. Where you have smaller vectors for every single key, so that when you can store the only smaller key, there's some sort of like lower rank reduction. And the lower rank reduction will at the end of the time when you eventually want to keep the final things, remember that like the memory vector, which means that like you still have some compute left you can use for these things. And you can expand the latent vector back up, and somehow like it's far more efficient because like reducing, like for example, maybe like reducing the first like the size of the vector.
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys and values and query that kind of pairwise match up versus compressing it all to one. And that interaction.
Okay, yeah, all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And ultimately, how does that map to the user experience? Trying to get that.
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger because you have less space allocated to KB cache. You make cache a lot more aggressive with a lot more things. You get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time per token, the previous discussion we kind of described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing it for more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much of a slowdown as it's generated.
Well, it's also allows you to make your prompt bigger.
Yeah. So the size of your KD cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts you can process parallel. So you can increase either, right? The batch size or the size of the prompts without increasing the latency of generating tokens.
If you wrote a talk called Shadow Workspace, iterating on code in the background, what's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background. We're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much stuff other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context to your connection or something. But the idea is, if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines you're going to make, but actually like in the next 10 minutes what are you going to make. And by doing it in the background, you can spend more time in computation using that. And so the idea of the shadow workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want something to get stuff because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer. And so like someone is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language server, which is this thing that exists for most of the languages, and there's like a separate language server per language. And it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then it gives you an error. Or it can allow you to go to different sort of bootstrap structure. So language servers are extensions developed by, like there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compilers to the different structure. It's for the and for like seeing the right that you're using.
So it's doing typing also?
Yes, typing and going to references. And that's like when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a big project.
Can you say again how that's being used inside Cursor, the language server protocol communication thing?
So it's being used in Cursor to show the program. But then the idea is you want to show that same information to the models. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in background. And so the idea behind the shadow workspace was, okay, like one way we do this is we spawn a separate window of Cursor that's hidden, and so you can set this flag in the selection. There is a window, but you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, it's still the same folder. And then can get feedback from the website to go to information and iterate.
So like literally run everything in the background, like as if
Right.
Yeah.
they made you in German.
So that's the eventual version.
Okay.
That's what you want. And a lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen, because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on users' machines so that it's exactly mirror the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to exploit. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun technical problem.
One maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on savings. And so basically, there's a lock on savings. And then instead of you operating it, you grab through version of the files that are saved, you actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before, and you can have saved things that will exist in memory that you still get the errors for, you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will get that lock from whatever server you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool. Be able to just like let the agent do it instead of tasks, and come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a college or something like that.
And
I think there may be different versions of like runnability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to something where it's appropriate of the machine. I think for the more aggressive things where you're making a larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox with an environment. And that's another incredibly big problem of how do you exactly sort of mostly reproduce point of this being effectively equivalent for running code, the user's environment, or
I'm curious what kind of agents do you want for coding? You want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like what agents do you want?
So when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for this the podcast will think about it. And a lot of, if you look at the code, a lot of this code behind it's very slowly calculated code. But you can interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything you do on YouTube, everything, as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. And including translation, like all of this. So I envision all of those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to be directly into editing. So that, okay, that's what I was thinking about. In terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of bug finding, and also bug finding is logical bugs, not logical, spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
Let's just find a bug finder.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding. When just nice is confident find bugs. They're incredibly poorly calculated. Even the exactly. Even though
How do you explain that? Is there a bit of intuition?
I think these models are a really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution. And I do think they generalize as loss gets lower and lower. But I don't think the loss scale is quite, or the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing. Like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question. And these things exist in massive amounts of pre-training with all of the coding other than skill sets that code and questions and answers like that. And so when you try to push in these things that really don't exist very much online, like for example, the first half of that, so predicting the next edit in the edits up so far. The brittleness kind of shows, and then bug detection is another good example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs that fix this. And the model just kind of like really struggling. But I think it's a question of transfer. Like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained model just on code in general to the current status objective, you'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that feel really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of kind of judging in that direction.
Like to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like while they're being trained, like the representation is being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the screen, there's the model knows that maybe so it's get something sketchy coming out, right? It has some sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness to like actually like part of it is that people are really calibrating on this one versus important. It's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like it's sketchy trivial. It's the sketchy like you're gonna put the server down. It's like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is the staff engineer the staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down. As opposed to like maybe like just this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like we're just trying to experiment and get the feel of it. And so if the model gets really annoying when you're writing experiments, that's really bad. But if you're writing something like super production, you're like writing a data sheet, right? You're writing Postgres or the next one, like your line of formals, here is unacceptable without human metrics. Just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like
even then, like if you're putting in a massive scalable app, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's hard for humans too to understand which line of code is important, which is not. Like I think one of your principles on websites says if the code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment and say this line of code is dangerous.
In all caps.
No, you say like for every single line of code inside the function, and that's quite profound. It says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person. I just forget how consistent Taik is a single function. Like you might not intuit that quickly, but it looks like something.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write features into in every single line, like the models will more likely to find flexible.
That's actually just straight up a really good practice of rating in code of how much damage this can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's controversial. Like some people think it's ugly. Well, I actually think it's like I actually think it's one of the things that I read more. Like aesthetically, but I think there's certainly something where it's just useful for the models, and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down, like just bring down the server and like of course we test a lot or whatever. But there's always these things.
Yeah, like with normal doctrine, so that people walk through it. They go, I got it. And you have to read it.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you do that. I think we don't really think about that.
Yes.
You think about, okay, how it's supposed to use it.
Until we have formal then you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you're
Really, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write text anymore, and the model will suggest, like you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you reuse the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens for most functions.
I think this gets that a little bit, some of the stuff you were talking about earlier, but the difficulty of specifying intent for what's in the software. Where sometimes it might be because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also that should happen.
Like you think that spec is hard.
Yeah, or just like, or a given that maybe you can, I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like, that's, like you could say, also I think that there's like more different things there. But then also, like,
But how do you
you have the spec. Is it the spec within that book?
Yeah, how do you map it? But how easy is that to
So
do?
then I think that you care about things that are not going to be specified.
I see that.
Maybe an argument against formal verification.
Yeah. The worry is there's
Massive replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also roll the spectrum, which is to capture some of the things. They don't really capture it. Like, I don't know. I think it's
And you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think inherently this is harder because that is what it's and I think because you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verify down to the hardware. So like prove that you formally verify the C code and then you formally verify through the 2CC compiler and then through the variable logic down to the hardware. And that's like an incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think the code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system, and if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle size?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like call Stripe API?
You write a spec,
But like you can't do this for everything. Like
can you use for everything you use? Like, how do you do it for? There's a language, well, like maybe like people will use language models as distributed purposes, right? And there's like a dependence on it. Like, how do you now do that?
I think it might be able to
Prove what about that?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is aligned, for example. Or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's possible. It's sure, I have a dream. It's possible. It will certainly help with, making sure that there are no bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to bug finding. So you said the models struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
And my hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in too, but there's like, it should, first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly catch the stupid bugs. Like off by one error, it's like sometimes you write something in a comment and do it the other way. It's like very common. Like I tested in a comment and I can't believe you guys did this. And the model is like, like sketchy. Like, are you sure you want to do that? But eventually, it's cheated.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you. Where you're going to, if AI is building more and more of this, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find a bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it. It's really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually, because like we've had a lot of contentious internet discussions, so how do you actually screen the bug? But once it's very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug, because you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code, and then you can train a reverse bug model that can find bugs using the specific data. So that's like one example. There are lots of
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's it's hard for humans often, right? Because often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and stuff in the debugger. There's whole other direction where I can support that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Armin's earlier example about some nefarious input box bug, it might be that sometimes you want to there's bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it, and you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute. You're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something you do want.
Have you thought about paying money into this whole thing? Like I would pay probably a large amount of money for a bug. So even generated code, I got a moment a few days ago. I started using Cursor where it generated perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localizations in different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code across it, I Googled it for a while. I couldn't find exactly a lot of confusing information. The Cursor generated perfectly. So I just stepped back, I read the code, I was like, this is correct, I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I don't want to tip. One button that goes $5. One that's really good to support companies for spaces, and the other is that problems in strong cities. Like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal acceptance that needs to actually say, like a strong good job. That is for bug finding, obviously. Like, there's a lot of people, that will pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing. Right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea. I think it sort of depends on how much people use it. I think it would be really cool if you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you use there's a worry like, okay, we spent a lot of computation, like maybe people will just copy things. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that like introducing money into the product makes it like kind of, like it doesn't feel like money anymore. Like you think about money and all you want to think about is like the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out. You pay some fee like every month and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not like a
Yeah,
cost.
it still has that like dollars. Well, I think it's fine, but I also think it's very like maybe
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it, when they have like an app that they share with it. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like on our system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, I mean, the stuff we're talking about with like, error checking with the LSD and then also running the code, because you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug. Maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? Like how much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? So can you do like a loop where it runs the code and suggests how to change the code if the code at runtime gives an error? Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like I know you can do control K inside the terminal. What you're writing code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of that episode. We don't have the looping part of that. So we sketch, I think this could make a lot of sense. There's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we discussed.
Sure, the background's pretty clear. It's like you can running the code in different ways. Plus there's the database side to this, which I've heard you guys not modifying the database, but okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that's being developed. It's not in AWS, but yeah, it's certainly I think it's in planet scale, and that planet scale was the first one to add it. This ability to sort of add branches to a database. Like if you're working on a feature you want to test against a broad database, if you don't actually want to test against a broad database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. The way they do that is to add a branch right in the box. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it. I guess database companies use new things. They have the database stack, and I think like a terminal buffer, if you put on the database and we use that, is going to add maybe branching to the that add log. And so maybe the AI agents will use branching, like test against a branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for what's branching.
We are really interested in the branch process.
Yeah, it's like everything we branch.
Yeah, it's the problem most of this. Like if you branch out everything, it's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that you don't actually use a lot of space.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. So what are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why did you choose AWS? Why is AWS good when you
AWS is just really good. It's really good. Like whenever you use an AWS, you just know that it's going. Like it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
why is the interface so good?
It's just so good. It's
The nature of winning.
Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust, like, it will always work. And if there's a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay, is there some interesting challenges for you as a pretty new startup to keep scaling? Like, so many people.
Yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. But you run into all of these with the general requests you're using for caching in databases, running systems as you get things bigger and bigger, and now at the scale where we get into proposed content and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing the semantic index of images and answering questions about a code base. that I continually, I feel like, is one of the crucial reasons to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You can sort of try to predict in advance. Like there's always something weird that's going to happen when you have this access here. And you thought through everything, didn't actually. But I think for that particular system, we so with for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously upload uh, when like we chunk up all of your code, and then we send it sort of the code for embedding and just embed the code. And then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any of the code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs. We're very, very paranoid about client bugs. So we store much of the details on the server, like everything's just encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the code base. And the way that technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, you can keep this hash. And then for every folder, you can keep a hash for the hash of all its children, and you can sort of recursively do that on the. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file. And every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out and read, and try to reconcile the things between the client and the server. But that introduces like absolute ginormous network overhead. Both on the client side, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using Prism. But also, like when you use like enormous overhead, you would sort of be reading tens of terabyte database. So it's approaching like 20 terabytes of new database like every second. Kind of crazy, definitely don't want to do that. So what you do is you just try to reconcile a single hash with the root of the block. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. So you look at the children and see if the hashes match, if the hashes don't match. So look at their children and so on. You only do that in the event of things don't match. For most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
So it's kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called a merkle.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, this is cool to see that you can just think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point is that the reason it's not hard is just because like the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really, really large code bases to the point where we originally wrote our code base, which is big, which is not the size of a company that's been there for 20 years, and it's an enormous number of files, and you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where like building a simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, it's a lot of complications. Obviously, it's difficult, but which sort of independent of actually, so that part of the scaling our current solution is all coming up with new ideas, obviously, so that scaling as a class.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like different things that they build using this. For example, bottleneck cost is not storing database exceptions because you don't want to reinvent the code base for every single person in the company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe there's a branch with 2 different files or they have few more applications. And so, because again, setting the bottleneck, we do one clever trick and not have to worry about the complexity of like different branches. And the other cases where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of the vector. And so this means that when the end person in a company goes to set their code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on the server at all. So code is stored. We just sort that back to the trace, and that's that.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Just out of curiosity, like what benefit do you just have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefits. but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base. What's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something's happening in your large code base. And you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X. But you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. As you ask the chat, you command enter to ask with the position tab, and then very often it finds the right place.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think open source gets more and more powerful. So we're working a lot on improving these qualities of people. And I think the ceiling for that is really, really much higher than people started doing.
One question that's good to ask here: have you considered, and why haven't you much done sort of local stuff to where you can do when you see like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do, like to go to the cloud and to think about all these things with caching and a lot of code base with a large number of programmers who use the same code base to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. Like you consider doing sort of embeddings locally.
Yeah, we thought about this, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro. But most of our users, like more than 80% of users, are in GUINNESS machines, which, and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest computers. And it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that think that's good. But especially as models get bigger and bigger and you want to answer things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it locally. Yeah. And it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company, but it's really hard to process big companies like this, even the business not just for. Yeah. So it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student or something. I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything with it. So you could do it, sort of scrape by, but again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors on this massive code base is and that's just that. Like, let's talk about like the modeling side, where Robert said there are these massive headwinds local models, where one things in the memory, which like one benefit is maybe more memory than you found is place and paper local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are just bigger and older, and they're going to need to fit often not even on a single node but multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really big ones. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which maybe the case for other problems, and maybe we're local models shy. But people are always going to want that for those intelligent, for those capable, and that's going to be really, really hard to explain. Almost all people.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want Sonnet?
And also with O.
I like how you would you be satisfied with your model? I want to go with some people that like to do stuff locally, especially like there's a whole obviously open source model that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually because you want to resist the power centers growing up.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that out, and then the servers can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is, and then they send back the answer, which is the answer. So I think that's still very much research. All of it is about trying to make the overhead lower because right now it's really expensive. But if we can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. There are worries about, the traditional hacker attacks, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in Syncet, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially it will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're on a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of surveillance data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homework against
doing privacy preserving machine learning, but I would say that that's the challenge they have with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all this increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome, but there's downsides, and that's why you rely on limited security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data. And they obviously have leverage and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
The thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy where they're on like the low ASLs of the models, but as you get to like quote unquote ASL 3, ASL 4, which are very powerful, both for mostly visual security reasons, you want to monitor how the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable for everyone's coming from. But that is really horrible. It's sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like this really fine line you walk. On the one side, like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like humans, like I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than cloud?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data to the data, or you want to give personal data that you never have to put online in the first place, or to these models. And it also centralizes control, where right now for cloud you can often use your own encryption keys. It's like it just can't do too much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact context of everything.
On the topic of context, that's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code, Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You probably intuit the kind of stuff of linking to it. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at computing the context of that in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context we include in these models, first of all, the slower they are, and more expensive those requests are, which means you can mention less protocols, less fancy stuff about that. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused with what so the bar for accuracy and for relevance to the context should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places with new products. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try them, both on the learning better systems, like better high models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool ideas, stuff we've tried out internally, but also the builders grappling with writ large about can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself and understand it and focus the position? And the most popular talk about versions is, can you make the context infinite? Then if you make the context infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching, right? You don't have to repeat that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information in the model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the context, where like the journey is still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in that. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can see that a lot better.
Like one interesting sort of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with the S code. So where the S code works and the S code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training and signal code, they've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned knowledge that will answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about the S code, sometimes it'll lose it, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering questions. And I think like this just by it happened to be okay. But what if you could actually like specifically train a model such that it really was built to understand it? It's an open research question, one that we're interested in. And then there's also uncertainty. Like you want the model to be the thing that end to end is doing everything. It's doing the retrieval in its internals and then kind of answering the question and creating code, or do you want to separate the retrievals from the collective model? Or maybe, look at some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months. And then you want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds in the context to these larger models.
Can you speak a little bit to the post-training the model for machine intelligence? Like what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data collection? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could dive in. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all those and being careful about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the S code and these linear models. So let's like continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a whole lot of the data of some particular repositories that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code, and you throw in a lot of questions about in that repository. So you could either get drafters ones, which might be difficult, or you could do it into that or suggested using synthetic data, i.e. having a model ask questions about various pieces of the code. So you have to take the pieces of the code that prompt the model or have the model put those questions for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction types. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that quickly.
When I ask about OpenAI O1, what do you think is the role with that kind of test time compute system?
I think test time compute is really good. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of your model, give you better and better performance, both on lots and then on downstream benchmarks and just general performance of training or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time slots that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of slots used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just had to literally train a bigger model that always uses that many more slots, but now we can perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer that's quality for much larger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion credit model intelligence trained on 100 trillion code base. 1% of all players. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this work, you train the model that costs that much, and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% queries, then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want to match.
How do you figure out which problem requires more less of intelligence? Is it possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use, because when to use a small model and when you use the open one?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, seriously. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model running problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like an initial implementation of this for something like first chats. But at the level of like it's going between 4.0 sonnets to 1. It's a bit trickier. But like, there's also questions like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 1-level model. It's really unclear.
And you mentioned this, so there's a pre-training process, and there's post-training, and there's a test time compute. If there's a separate, where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs, maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be doing. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process for a model. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post training, but maybe like the compute spent for this kind of for getting test times to work for a model is going to work pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using like chain of thought, how we don't know how they're using these. I don't know anything.
It's fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a computing model, what would you do?
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train the process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models, outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people are trained for language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing the math problem, let's look at that final thing. We've done everything, and let's decide a rate there. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome? Process reward models instead try to grade the solution. So OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labeling to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading case blocks. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of assessing how we choose between a bunch of things. So, like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward model to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work, is research versus process reward model. Because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome. Like a really good model, language branch, so not just in the short term, but in the long term.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process. Or the interesting work that has been open source and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be mentioning something, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models to create these research.
This is kind of an AI thing for maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought, and they've said that that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about Isaac's chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, and this is completely speculative, could be that you want to make it harder to store these capabilities out of thin air. It might actually be easier to get access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology. Because that's pretty important data. I like seeing these types of models like to get the final results.
So you can probably train on that also.
And there's sort of a mirror situation with this. Some of the large language models, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for the tokens that they generate, and also log probabilities for conflicts. And some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden chain of thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating a lot, I think that we're still learning. So we made O1 available on Cursor because, like, when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I did a lot of programming. I was really interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Cursor experience in any way. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of, every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like how to use this. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
You can't really have ideas. So you just need to try it, get something incredibly useful before we get that.
But it has these significant limitations. Like, even like bar capabilities, it is not stream. And that means it's really also for things where you want to supervise the output. Instead of just waiting for the work to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of testing research is like a very, very much a feature. And so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-trained data, size of models and pre-training and size tricks there, you'll now have this other thread of getting search better and better.
Well, let me ask you about strawberry tomorrow eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying that this new cursor is done. I think it's a one common thing that
It's on time to shut down.
time to shut down cursor. So it's a time to shut down cursor.
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about notes this and that, this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. It's great for people trying to enter this market because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have, lots of users already by just building something nice. And so I think, over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
Yeah, I think most of the additional value from virtual versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the depth that goes into these types of models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet of the product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX for version of the future.
All right, from the side of the font answer, I want to send that down to the technical. You mentioned the other taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there's three main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? There's normal data, non-synthetic data, which is data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it will be from human data. So from some human process. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model with tokens or probability distribution of the tokens, and then you can train some less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net, more capable model than the original one that is producing tokens. But it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high-level model, and then distill that down into some smaller kinds of models. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is easier than the other. And so a great example of this is bug science, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually detect them. And this is probably the same for humans. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not trained on average data, that's not that smart, to introduce code, and then you can use that to then train, use a synthetic data. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that the other big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified. So, an extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level. You can eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level. And I mean, this is the case, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have an OK model generate a ton of overlaps, and then choose the one that you know can actually prove the definition. There's similar things in code with leak code problems, where if you have some tests that you know correspond, if something passes these tests, it is actually solving problems. You can do the same thing with the verified test and train the model the outputs that have passed the test. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains, or just in general. Having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just open-ended, miscellaneous tasks you give the model, or more long horizon tasks. Even if that's
because you're not a scientist. So yeah. So yes, that third category requires verifier.
Yeah. Verification, it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and then it wouldn't be using a language model to verify. It could be using tests or formal systems,
or running the thing too. Do uniform verification, just do all quality control.
Yeah.
But the latest software for that works running the teams actually understanding the outside.
Yeah.
Or somewhere between.
Yeah. I think that's the category that is most likely.
What about RL feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance of models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you collected from each feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of feedback for some path you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, this is actually kind of going to, it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually using the computer. Because it feels okay, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and then prove the language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model had a much easier time verifying a solution than it does generally. Then you actually could perhaps get this but I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of our knowledge, where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is the case where you have a pitching between like two possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs like a little bit of human nudging. It's only like a 50, 100 examples to like kind of align that prior the model has with exactly what it wants. It looks different than I think normal RLA stuff usually does.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification? Generation and ranking. Is ranking way easier than generation?
My intuition is to say, yeah, probably it should be. Like this is kind of going back to like if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much easier to verify. Yeah.
I wonder if the same thing is P not equal NP. That'd be a metal by AI. Who gets the credit? You know, the philosophical question.
I'm actually I'm actually surprisingly curious what's like a good bet for one AI would use metal. I actually don't have one. I don't know what it wants to do.
Nobel Prize or
Feels metal level.
Feels metal needs to solve.
Feels metal first. What do we say?
But it's also this like isolated system where like I don't even know if I don't need to do.
I feel like I had much more to do there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there were a bunch of there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what to take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of here for now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really hard open problems.
So you think it'll be Phil's hard first, or will it be like in physics or?
Well, 100%. I think that's probably like it's probably much more likely to go get to. Yeah. Well, I think it would like I don't know like DSD, which is a branch energy diet. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even a solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone.
And you mean by that, this is just like an isolated system. You have a good reward system. It feels like it's easier to train for that. I think we might get field metal for the AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. Very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
What feels metal?
Feels metal.
So feels like forever from now, how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think
I think it's interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And Attila showed a more correct one. And then from that, people, but again, kind of deviated from the compute optimal thing because people started now optimizing Photoshop for making the thing work really well, given an inference function. And I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters, data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of FSM because they're much cheaper and faster and super long context. But even if maybe it's 10x worse scaling properties during training, maybe you can spend 10x more compute to train the thing to get the same level of capabilities. It's worth it because you care most about that inference, but just a really long context programming. So it's interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, let me speak to multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum. And it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there's kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance
And raw intelligence.
and raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is I'm particularly bullish on fiscally. And like, yeah, how many knobs can we turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable machine model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models. They're just overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more tokens than but if you really care about it, maybe you do what Gamma did, which is let's not just train on tokens. Let's literally train on minimizing the tail divergence with the distribution of Gamma 27, right? So knowledge distillation there, and you're spending compute of literally training this 27 billion model, billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model. Smaller means faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is, I think, getting out more signal from the data that's training on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data wall. Where like you only have so much data to train on, let's like train this really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill into this model. And maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally tokens.
So if I give you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and the ROHF?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to large labs. So the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted to with those things. Spending a lot of this and assuming that you had the know-how and operate, or if you're saying like you have to operate this like with the limited information you have now.
No. Actually, let's say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained. If we look at how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing raw intelligence.
Isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of tune whether you want to train a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things?
And I'm more privy to Arvid's belief that they're sort of idea limited. If there's always like, but if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of.
You would run a lot of experiments versus like use that computer to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, all the data collecting in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble? Like, there aren't that many people in the world who really make this system. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like you're really hard engineering. As like a very hand-wavy example, if you look at the original Transformer paper, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts in literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe computer kernel, maybe whatever else, I don't know if it's originally, so that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting nodes easier to go and do all this code, right? And that was like probably the best thing. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation model, having these things, like getting model pairs to work and scaling it on like, thousands of, maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things think work. If you really brought that cost down to, like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture that dreams of that is like getting 50-40% utilization. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs that did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit, where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to a 4.25 scale, and you just keep scaling it. Like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything is working. You should sort of bang on it, try to get as much juice out of it possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas. I think if you're spending $10 trillion about what it's spent, so then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea would at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get all the way there to AGI, and all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales, and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this fourth thing that will probably like improve performance for some like these amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like winning. So they're just going wild. Okay. So how, big question looking out into the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think the nature of programming changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmers will try to proceed for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer, control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast when you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space. Where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? And can it just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is some of the stuff we talked about latency. But then a big piece of the reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in a text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with the engineering department, you're actually advocating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between speed and cost and all the other things involved in the system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in the driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you kind of can control the level of abstraction you have a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of the code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep the you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It would be nice if you could go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed and driver seat are really important. We think for some things, like Rabbi mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off trap-out style. If you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, like thinking, because they love programming, but they're scared about will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in 2013, 2012, whatever it was. And there was just so much more cruft and boilerplate and, working something really gnarly. And that stuff still exists. It's definitely not at zero. But programming today is way more fun than back then. It's like we're really getting down to the delight concentration. And all the things that really draw people to programming, like, for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also individual control, all those are turned up a ton. And so I think it's going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified. It will be less about, a little bit about text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun.
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, one thing that happened recently was we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our Kubernetes. We're using async local storage in Node.js, which is not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to our object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And so Alan and I spent, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, this is a new example, what should I do, and then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much, much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and think exactly how are we going to do this because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, this is not actually what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, I think being a programmer in the future is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I really like that point about it feels like a lot of times programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I'm much for just getting in the code and taking it back and seeing how it kind of lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Just generating the boilerplate is great. And you just focus on the nuanced, difficult design decisions. I feel like this is a cool one. It seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one program language to another, or translate, migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So the fear has to do with as these models get better and better, then you're doing less of it. You're going to kind of move to a place where you're operating in a design space of natural language. Natural language is the main programming language. And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. If somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? You guys start in Java, and how to get the some PHP, Objective-C. Objective-C, there you go. In the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. So you can either maybe a little bit PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks, and like there's a particular kind of psychology and mind required for programming, and it feels like more and more that it expands. The kind of person that should be able to can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks like me who literally when they get back from work, they go and then they boot a cursor and then they start putting on their side projects for the entire night and they stay up for 3 a.m. And when they're sad, they said, I just really need to go. And I think like, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession and love of programming, I think makes really the best programmers. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact role, think about that person. When the super awesome, crazy be the tab succeeds, you keep pressing tab.
That person in the team loves to push the tab more than anybody else. Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it. Catch these, but what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're taking it from your head, and that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make. So it's sort of higher bandwidth. Basically, the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth as opposed to like just typing is much lower bandwidth.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful and possible for our work to improve the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Harvard, and Amar. And now I'm leaving you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think beauty and blood.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. They used a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and
while the person was alive.
yeah, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is a Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. When we've got Taik, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon, and there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed. Push our dates back and give us a new civilization we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees actually hide stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there, because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river runs dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water, I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes. Probably a race history in the context that we're talking about as civilization. This water can just make everything disappear over a period of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something that existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was done by water. There's this murky little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to the ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just the ocean and just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting in a story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist, or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri is the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the barren eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
So if you check out, here's an image of the excavation. What a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself was probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilizations that there is no. There's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
I think this is what Plato was referring to.
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he's talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never seen. That we have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hopes, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost in ancient history.
I reflect on that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved, but we're a baby historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruins. We're barely getting started in terms of historical civilization.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There was a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilization?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting, and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away, and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wide nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, where they know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is a lot of questions I would ask? What do you think is the motivation for society? Is it the care of this thing? So you said is it like when resources run out, when the only way of life is no longer feeding everybody to figure stuff out, or is it more the care of there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery they made, venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how those people came to the Americas. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process? How did the first people come to the Americas?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts. That guy Jordan Jonas, yeah, I don't know about but I wouldn't have made it across from there.
Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions, that's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how did
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed the information we have now. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. Wacko said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed, opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make New York. But there were people. And there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated. And so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup game has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. That it's not Africa, it's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe theories, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is a developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind, that it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two steps backwards, not forwards. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia. All Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? Is this like 30 to 60,000 years ago? Was it a gradual movement of these nomadic tribes? They followed the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go, and go across, maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, to North America, and it's now sort of like big leaps versus gradual.
I think it was big leaps. And now this is just, most of the guests, I'll admit. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon, most of those guys have O blood type, and they're haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, like at a very rapid pace. These explorers went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. From there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next waves came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next group that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland, but actually Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. When Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually it's the French.
If it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as no, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps got isolated. And then civilization sprung from there. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. But there's multiple cradles in civilization. Not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have. Or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. That humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that could be the answer.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean toward?
I think it's a case by case thing, but I think if we look globally, I think much more towards the human parallel. But if I look just at the Americas, and we have a shorter time period where the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000 years ago, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all of the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big and we're so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon forest. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral is one of the most famous ones just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of Wookiees that that's something that discovered in the Peru area?
Oh, there's so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. When people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt. But Egypt, it's got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them all. Peru has thousands of pyramids, and now they weren't built of a lot. Not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? We started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, no gold, no ceramics, forget about it, this place is no good, we can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating on Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it. until about 18th century.
So what's the story behind like looking at some of these images? What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea and thing? That
I know that, gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be like the archaeologist, like, this is a place where so many things we say are so intensely vague, and that's about, what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here, I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble is built in a way where the building won't rock apart. It's a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these
Hey, live stream yourself watching it.
Allow the building to fall down. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies. And I don't think there's a lot of people that see that before. But I think a lot of the things that are portrayed as baby sacrifices for all amnesty, one of them. I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kids until they got 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, I think they're putting them in special places because they're more into that than their kids. And it just happened like that.
one of the things you said that was surprising is that pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before they were built. Is that true?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, there's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not it was not an Egyptian pyramid. It was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years.
What do you think is the motivation? So the fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing. This is good. Yeah, why do people build pyramids? Why do they build them? All kinds of locations.
Well, my revenge. And a lot of people ask me, nowadays, that inflation. I think that when people want to build a big building without rebar or cement, you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top and back turns into a pyramid. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, his brother knocks you down, and he wants one that's going to steady and be tall. He ends up making such a fat base and a tiny house. And I think that building something big and calm together is one of those human things. We don't have to be here after we're gone. People will remember who we were. We're all, there's any human commonality. It's fear of our own deaths. And that's nothing, no one will ever know that's it. The first big monuments like that will probably a group of people say, we're going to do something. So that we just talked about Waka Prieta, and it's one that's almost 6,000 BC now. The first one. That one's a funny. We just talked about all these lofty goals, but actually, I'm pretty sure that Waka Prieta's first pyramid was about catching a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the town, and it stunk. It comes true. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing in dirt, it won't smell. And then it was a big mouth for people to get up and talk to everybody. And then squishingly, if we pack it this way, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids that were in were about trash bagging. And that's just how you talk about that way.
Yeah, and then the progress size makes more impressive. Humbled by the visual maybe the next guy's already keep looking at these kind of things.
Yes. Yes. In not to jump ahead, but in North America, they also there's this interesting evolution where there were piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That's the thing to collect it in. So these piles of shells was being near communities that helped keep landmarks, and eventually they started burying their dead inside those trees. Probably again, like about snakes and about well, we don't want dogs to eat it. Put them in the shells now. But then that all of a sudden became this like that's where my grandfather's body is. That's where great grandfather's body is. And all of a sudden people started being asked to wait, not just for the research, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area, people, it was still kind of junk, but it was full of bodies. And I think it's an echo of old building where they used to be putting bodies in shell mounds. So there and schools with first civilization. Well, I think we're still using that together. Coming back to the first thing we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting crazier and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization or a culture? We have in the Americas this long period of time that we call the Paleolithic, hunting, megaplanet. And then when those went away, we get into this even longer period of time called the Archaic, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a cool different kind of arrow, and they go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part have to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology, that was just the end all be all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And you can't have sedentary communities until people learn how to farm. But that has been discounted. Peru is a big part of that area. Corral, it's connected to another thing on the coast called Aspen. And Aspera starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They have no resources. And Corral is unrivaled for them. Farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton. And they're making nets. And they're trading nets with the people on the coast with fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture. But it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people from just our family? How can we together create a healthy market so we're no longer scared about spreading out food?
So it's possible something you've already said, civilization started in jungle.
I just think of them. I think religion in South America began here. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All of these places that we have civilizations to us, you know where the oldest pottery is? In the middle of the Amazon.
So those interesting cultures developed in the Amazon. So religion, you would say, precedes civilization.
In South America, the Corral and what it goes to the origin of any evidence of religion. We have those pyramids, that's things that we call temples, but we don't really know what they're on there. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first step that we get is right when that culture enters, at 1800 BCE, this culture called Chavins starts up. And their main temple was up in the Andes, in this place of least positions in the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this kind of that where we start to see the very first religious iconography all over the country. There are things that are What would be that? Like, what would we think?
Right. 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 But there's not initially with thousands of like it's really discussed about the different ideologies that people that yes. Tell me about this maybe way more controversial ideas that the religions, there's a thread that connects different societies in Indian regions. And the religion that practices is more monotheistic than Christianity.
That is exactly what I'm thinking. And I can talk about this bank being somewhere thousands of years ago, all the way out of the Amazon up into the Andes. Same religion. They could have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast of the Amazon. He is the one creator, in my opinion, through all of these religions. And people in the Amazon still talk about him. They're famous. People must say it. But they say that his emissaries are also the jackal, and that he is the creator.
Why is this current belief for a lot of the religions not?
Well, there are bona fide paintings that Greeks had one back once after taking it out of lots of the early religions of the old world. And I guess that starts from the earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notions that ancient cultures had pantheons. So they went to the art of this business. And they came up with things like the shark god, the moon god, the sun god, all these things. But when I looked at the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian, he follows certain diagnostic traits to art to see the development over time. And when I look at it, you back up that out. There's a single face about the eyes and fangs and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming out of his head, and he's got a really identified trait. He also likes to sever people's heads off his character. But he's the bad deity. He's there. He shows up in Shavine Day one car, the capital of Shavine. And he keeps showing up every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the Inca. The Inca had a creator they call Viracocha. But Viracocha is the bad deity. He is the wicked, so we do see it, but trying to get the Inca, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha, so they do put him in a constant brand. They'll make him just a blob, like he's unbelievable, because he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say would be as just supernatural. If we put the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? Heresies, they got. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels, demons, that Jesus Christ? I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. So that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient Indian.
So what is the process of analyzing art through time and trying to figure out what these important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up as color.
Well, certainly without the advent of Christ, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings in culture, and there are certain what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in like in Greek myths. You know by their dress and what they're holding, what particular gods are. So Hades from Zeus by the different things that are like from tribal story. all have these diagnostic elements. So that's how our history goes around analyzing our what's somebody's going to come like a sequence and say, okay, here's a deity here in Shaki. Now we move forward 500 years, now we're in Moshe and Nazi. So, where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy, not just one or two traits, but a whole package of that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these places. He's got circular eyes, he's got a bagged mouth, he's got claws on his hands, and he's a humanoid. But he also has snakes coming off his head like hair, and snakes coming off his belt. And then, not so much in Shabin, but as he goes forward, he starts carving around severed head, human severed head. So there's like the jail literature, the most of them call it the decapitated. But then they have these other, like, oh, here's the crab deity, and there's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off the crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off the fox. So I think on that particular instance, I explained similar to what Zeus. You know how Zeus was able to, like, print whatever animal he wanted to get with the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the fact deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the arts, and that there are mixing stories of mythology that we don't have, and across hundreds of years, thousands of years, and the most that's sitting right. Wari has two, would not go, as the big places in the culture. He's all over. I wonder how religious in this deep. I think people want to. In places like Sabine, there's a later one in ancient times called Pachacama that are still perfect places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to put on the good. So, Sabine was a place where people from Amazon, people from the coast were all coming together and saw it in the archaeology, which is interesting labyrinths under the pyramid the Babylonians that have like one labyrinth that has all copies, the next labyrinth that has a bunch of anthems, the next one that has a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their community. So I think it's from certain stone spots that became just like those spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the thing. Do we know much about the relationship they had with deities and like their conception of the power and deities? They say deities, all-knowing gods. Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that sacrifice animals and humans to keep it dead? I think he has two sides, like a lot of the Hindu sides of it. One aspect is spiritual, the other aspect is cultural. I think he had that same sort of fun, because we do see him as spiritually taking people's heads off, and he is a jackass, and that's kind of like certain power and prerogative. But then there are other funny things about it, that he is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies. A lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts, when it comes to religion, sexual pottery, where priests are having sex with women or men, and some of them show their faces transforming into men, like he is acting. But the thing that most cracks me up, jokes off the side, is the fact deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him, and you see him again and again. He's healing sex. In fact, I tracked that puppy from found one with a puppy having sex with a woman instead of saying eating a plate. Yeah, like it's like this weird stuff. So he, okay, yeah, he like that stuff, but he also has puppy. It's like also he makes sense on that. I saw something shaking for 30 years ago. I shamanist and natural civilization give me closure of the nation of sex puppies and headhunting should be related to ancient Russian shamanism. So now I understand. I was like, you're a puppy and the headhunting. That's the decapitated. And I've added rock and roll to that sense. Which rock and roll or music is also a big part of it. They call spirits dead. There's this whole spirit world. There's the answer. And the people who drink sand things are they don't talk about the things he's eating anymore. Christianity and righteous spirits somewhat put him in back, some probably looking at the day. So they'll talk about him much more than he's still around. They're like around for me. They call him I. But music playing in the Amazon is like blues, sometimes of course women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest, shaman, or curandero, whatever you want to call it, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. Now, people don't see them unless they live by the sandpaper tax, which is in the Amazon side, it was ayahuasca. On the coast, it was sandpaper tax. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world. Yeah. I went to the Amazon, on when it rose. How far back? Oh, I think it's longer than anybody can remember, but I mean, it's a natural plant. It's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Shaheen Dekotara was talking about, where I think some things the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. You're entering the city from the Amazon pass. See the wall first? And it's a bunch of bases. Some of them are humans, some of them are still jaguar, and some of them are trans, floating in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snot that's coming like down their face. Sandpaper doesn't do that, but ayahuasca traditionally they take a blowgun and shoot it up your nose, or up your ass. But it was a lot of times up your nose, and when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of the temple from 3,000 years ago. That you think could have been a big component of the development of religious shamanism. I think that hallucinogens opens the mind then like they open the minds now. Do you think that, the Stone Age period, do you think that actually could have been an actual catalyst for the formation of civilization? In the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition in the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now the world is so they can grow all this things, but originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they were part of the experience in a way that they couldn't get up there. I wonder to what degree they're just part of a ritual, the force behind art,
that you come up with ideas and define civilization. Like the degree to which they have the foundation of civilization. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being like a critical role in formation of civilization.
I think in terms of sounds very good, they possibly will. In North America, there is more northern climes there, but not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of it, there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation. To my understanding, sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly, and that loss of blood seems to trigger hallucination. Nothing to do with it. I so much for the reduction.
It's the result, not the tool of thing that creates insight. It's the result. So
Getting to it's the hallucinations quick. They're good. That's it's a near death state, and people of the American sleeping with that dream that everywhere again, like the seven worlds with that took this light and this poison. It was helping you enter that other world.
yeah, as Tom Lane says that in the song "Yelling at My Town," drop poison. So maybe that poison was a good catalyst for invention. So who were the early persons to mother cultures, mother civilizations? What is, if we look chronologically, is there a label put on the first people that lived?
That picture is about forever. It was just the Shavines people that we talked about, all of the first depictions of religious art were the mother cultures. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden, we find Kabbalah. The next one that we barely even begun looking at, but it's probably older than Kabbalah, is Sachin. I was just bumping around there last year. Just from the bus on the highway, I could see that's a pyramid. There's another one. And I know how stuff we have studied there is again 3,000 BC. We're just barely beginning to understand how frustrates me to know some art there. We've got skeletons and bones, not even ceramics go on. And they didn't have the grace to completely unblock the pyramids. So I don't know what those people issues.
Right, so one of the reasons with the art, hopefully deciphering is what we're doing in kind of writing. A crucial place to try to get at is I believe. That's something I guess that's art. If we just go back to the Amazon, you mentioned that possibly that there's a loss of but it's carried along with things loss of whatever it seems possibly
The Eldorado, pretty significant. What Eldorado, the idea of where it is kind of center around and the city of Z is named after a region of Brazil called the Sul. And those are an American word of distance apart. The entire, people don't really think about it on the map, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big it is. And these two are either, but both of them have evidence of civilization. Big, it's lowland and it floods all the time. So what they do is they make these big mounds where they make these causeways between them so they can walk through their cities while they're seasonally in the city. And the bunch of that stuff has been found in the city, like huge areas that would support tens of thousands. Again, it's not stone this, and it's been under the forest forever, so it's very cold out. But it's there now. We're really big on camouflage. And I think it's the big now in Brazil and Bolivia partnering It's not a clicky thing. It's there for sure.
By the way, the people who are trying to protect the rainforest should really think about it. One of the things I learned is if you build a road, water will come. Yep, they always start cutting stuff down. Now, from an archaeology perspective, cut down trees to discover. But from protect the very precious rainforest perspective, it's the opposite way. But it is interesting that scene where loggers come through the forest, and then and when they leave, the forest heals itself. It's very so, and just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries. It's very interesting. You can see how it's really strong about by the rainforest.
And it happens for sure. There's one of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the trees and just the biomass have so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. Sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil white, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days. I went and met some different communities, and I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we would look for the Terra Preta, and that's where we're going to put our village, because that's a place that all of our garbage goes. The other places they don't."
One of the things we talked about, we really just asked the kids to ask that question. And the stories, all the secrets and characters of people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is just go back to the town. And this 10,000 now, Koran, every year's 11,000. The whole area is called the Taik. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just archaeologists rolling through the area and asked the sheep herder, "Hey, that's the line again?" "Oh, yeah, I'm sure it is." And then all of a sudden, we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was. Just nobody else.
So speaking of what do you think about the work of Rabbi, who also believes that there's a lost civilization?
Well, I've met Graham, and personally, I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good person. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The difference is our interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single, now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, our historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions, I disagree with. But he and I have talked about this and had a very civil, normal conversation about it, and agree to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
Okay, Is it the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large the central?
My main point of disagreement is that and these ideas evolve like everything. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career that runs until the day they die. His ideas are evolving. His ideas remain, and the core of them are that there was a very advanced, simple, ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climactic conditions and the Elder Dryer hypothesis is part of that. Most recently, he used to not say that. Now he's into this medium thing. But he believed that that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next one. There's where I disagree with him. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilizations in the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry. In his early books, he suggested it's a blank. I don't think he suggests that, but he still hangs on to single advanced now completely lost civilization. Archaeology, we don't have, all our ideas are very few of them facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but what we were really good at is finding stuff. We find fish things. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that hard that we couldn't even find a culture.
Yeah. But it is a compelling story that there was no single civilization. Because the alternative is the idea that king all the way down to got isolated, created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizational ideas, religious ideas that look similar to everything of one way. Right? And so there's a lot of similarities. Everybody building pyramids. Yeah. But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for even if it's a simple compelling explanation, that hasn't been looked at other spots.
Everything theories, and as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more put out of the science box in archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving old things happening, not proving.
They don't want to do this too much. Most of this is zero outbreak, including the dark, including all the dark. It's mostly history. I'm saying a lot of science is operating mostly it's like a dark corner. You kind of figure out what kind of yeah, and archaeology is mostly what's history.
Yeah, job. But I do also try to always remind myself that every paradigm shifting idea have never began with heresy and that guy was crazy up to the second he was ready. And so I'm not just open to the things that sound outlandish because one of them eventually is going to lead us to a big paradigm. And if he started with some ideas that we don't like, that's where he puts our minds to the possibility of things. I really like that.
One thing fascinating about they have still a lot of you rewind back to ancient history, imagine all of these tribes that existed on the outside of the isolated ways of distinction. He used
indigenous tribes. Well, a lot of them all, by uncontacted, we don't know anything about this stuff. Roughly where they are, places like Ecuador have very responsible houses where no one from around no contact. So we have information. If they walk out in the jungle and talk to us, that's one thing. But we don't go out there looking for it. But they do see frozen in time. I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they can like that. But you're saying how many things change based on pressure in their environment. It's under necessity oftentimes how the defense changes, how it changes. And one thing we learned about it is once you figure out how to design it, it's a paradise. It's falling from the sky all the time. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you have very good belief there's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
So the modern human process on contact tribe, one of the things they document and notice tends to be these tribes or boxes. They get very interested in the topic further.
And not just for them, they attack each other. The Yanomami, they have never ending with each other.
Maybe with philosophy,
I'm a real efficient piece, but I've got months and I think it's cultural norms are to the Yanomami, part of the rite of passage to be a man is to go kill and name somebody from without village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they work inbreeding set in, not the same scientifically, but they typically don't steal women from far off communities. That's part of it. Another thing we try to find people who nobody thought is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient America was seen as a biological thing. So if somebody is village is sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is medicine him? And who calls it out? And then the ruler says, over there, and then up to the east, so that's not to that time when was gone. We just go to and then there's a bit. And so this round of never-ending violence happens in the forest that got the people of New Guinea also. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly urban areas, when I think about it, where people hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution.
study the tribe, not obviously philosopher Taik, how to communicate hierarchy, example.
And there's a fascinating story in the story lecture but there's a range from one of the biologists. We just in the body side of the area met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the full tribe, but he made some friends who he treated stuff that was used. And he started to learn the language over a couple of years. And so he was this people who got to be the first friend to talk to these people. And one day, a couple of them came out of the woods and one of them killed him, and then they went back in the woods. So that's the one guy who understands what you're saying. We should kill him and prove our village.
So there's like really needed to be a democracy. So this is the puppy.
Yeah, everybody's got it. I think
whereas society moves past it can be summoned, like in 1984, the 2 minutes of hate. My words, that primal thing, can be summoned and directed. It needs a lot of instruction. And our sports are really based on taking social situations and handling the positive versus that kind of thing. Yep. So, at which point did enough of civilization arise? That's another complicated one, another group. Living mostly in the jungle that we have barely begun to explore. You know, the truth is, a lot of the questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the Tibet and the mountains. Those aren't places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a town with rations. I want to live in a nice town. So, a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. I've done my activities. Nice little podcast. But seriously, the Maya, the first instance we see people who are actually very close to where the time period for the Chinese culture is about 1800 BCE. There's a culture with something called the Maya, not Maya, but they're on the Pacific coast where Guatemala and Mexico called the Silver. Now, those are the first people that are really close to the Maya. They're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture, which is the old. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America. The Maya, the original Maya, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the old Maya had religion they developed, but they started exporting. See, the Mayas are more and more involved in the religion that was created by the Mayas. If you want to look at the swamps and the falls on the history. I have a lot of questions to ask you about magic. First, the Maya and the Almighty Comfort, and are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain I just finished filming a whole thing on the old West and their interactions with the Maya. The prequel will come out next spring. I would think, archaeology in this regard is the work that we put these names on cultures. We talk about how they evolve from one to another. We draw these lines where there aren't any. We make these time periods that a culture magically takes one from somebody with another name, where I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. So the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a large group that actually attached to Mesoamerica. But the other areas are bringing technologies. So there's technology, making people mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. So you've got the Olmec in the middle where Mexico gets skinny and gets swampy down there. That's how the Christmas belongs. That's what the Olmec is. Then you've got the Maya to the east of there. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca where the people call the South Coast. They're about the and then you have the Valley of Mexico, which is the midst of actually not wins. All those areas interact with each other. We also draw some more lines. Yeah. So what is Mesoamerica and what is South America? And so the Maya, geography that we're talking about here in the the time period we're talking about where the old vector there and now the sea break I'd say it started about 1800 BCE and by 500 the old vector
and a whole new ways of sensitivity and population. In terms of Central America, looking at your map here, I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the southwest. That's from south down to Central America. There's a big desert on no way. Once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral cliff what's down there. The whole coast there. They're not Mesoamerican. They have different rocks. Let's go in right now. You see the name Maya there. It's like a Maya red. That's Guatemala. So Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico to Central America. But Central America only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then they really kind of affiliate Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. It's really, they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold there. But then basically you get on the other side of Panama and you're fully in South America. But it's the same group too. You have the guys that are on the Andes and these are on the west coast. And then you have the Andes.
So the Andes. So when you refer to Indian, is that from the Amazon again?
Just the Andes. And the Pacific. The Pacific coast. That's Andean civilization.
But does the Maya make it to the Andes?
Not that archaeology is proof, but some of certain the thing of an number one, it's biased because people couldn't travel and fly to people on the other side of the planet. But there's all sorts of things like that first ceramic I talked about in Maya days. It's just strangely and down to that Ecuador. They had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America.
Maya gets seeded by the second wave across the strait. That would be South America. You were there, Maya. How does it like this?
We still piece it together. I don't think Maya took over but we do have evidence of Maya captured people. They're small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller than the people that grow up in the hills and plains are taller. Talking about generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not. There's definitely a pattern with smaller people living in forests. But anyway, there's a cave in Yucatan, a molten cave that is hand cave. If somebody puts their hands on the cave and spits charcoal around their hands like a negative print, we can date that charcoal, and it was from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things and put my hand, I didn't have that with them, but I put my hand next to his hand. And they're all smaller than mine. Of course, you can see it. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in this game 10,000 years ago, or it was people of my age who did it.
So cool. So cool. 10,000 years ago.
And actually, we have one that's like 2,000 years older. Just from a couple of years ago, again in Yucatan, they found a woman named Taik. And she was like 12,000 years old.
So the best guess you have is to go across the Bering Strait, across the Amazon, go up a lot of Caribbean, and now start looking back up.
And some of the technology ceramics I think got there.
thinking of the Maya being they had identity maybe there's we all might. I've been doing a deep dive on the former course that I've been doing. It really does seem like um, these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmecs had none of that stuff. They were living in swamps and building things out of dirt. But they were importing those materials from those areas, hardening them into what and then exporting them back. So no, Benguidi nowhere in Central America. So that's why there's jaguars. There's jaguar economy. But it's not the same thing as this whole jaguar transformer deity does not exist. And they do have a thing. So the Mayan all mentioned interesting pieces of the region. What was their I'd love to ask questions about food. So one question is this: what was their sense when they looked up at the sky? What was their perception of the cosmos? That's a good question. I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life. And certainly they saw, like every ancient group did, like the gods, those things so far away. But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical knowledge than most did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you study today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like constants. There's a stage upon which some very important places are and that's the moon, the sun, and the planet. There's 5 planets we can see this. So they started watching it. Why are just those 7 moving differently? And those are the things that they feed on mathematics. The sun, of course, is also involved in the agricultural cycle, so that's important in and of itself. But the planets we can see that coming up with ideas of never doing that and seeing that there's a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology about Venus for them was associated with planets. And they had very ritualized times to go to war. They had sometimes in the classic period of Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the living star. That was a good time to battle the stage. And when it became the post-classic, it's like Chichen Itza, the capital of Yucatan. Then it looks like you watch Venus day after day, constantly up every day, and then when it hits its highest point, as morning stars in the middle, it goes down to the earth like 3 times as fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. So the people in post-classic Maya civilization saw that as the gods shooting spears in the earth. And that was activated. That was like warning. When the spear's going to hit the earth. And so this has had foundation, a sense that life existence at the various times of existence. And this is the starting point. And then you just look out there and the extreme percentage of fashions. You can just measure the pipeline. Yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated rifle technology for them. South America had to keep it so distant that our rifles are still trying to figure out what the heck it is, whatever is mad there. But they have the ability to take the lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who then do more and more. And that's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomers, how good were they, was whether they could see the precession of these stars. The fact that we're just barely wobbling in there's a 26,000-year period of the stars that backs up will spin all the way around and come back to 26,000 years. But the Maya brain to figure out, so it's at least 1 degree every 72 years.
this planet is in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years from now, it could be in this constellation.
It's just fascinating. The way things are designed. I would love to sort of understand the detail of society, if you call it that.
I think we absolutely could, and that's actually one of the things I'm hoping to lead on in my generation with my career is to give these the respect they deserve and standing toe to toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations with respect that there are things that should be called science but are not being called science anymore. They're math, they're incredible, they're hydraulic engineering stuff, they're chemistry stuff. And so I hope to talk about these things differently as a way to recognize.
Yeah, I mean, there are questions of ways in the astronomy, some, especially these people of all the sophisticated aspects of the Mayan calendar that they developed.
That's kind of
Well, not kidding. State of the art. Hopefully for Mayan calendar.
yeah, I think it's just to show the world that calendar system is evergreen. If you go into the future or the past for billions of years of the system, just like our system is.
These people that we proponents here that are reading the 13th, the Hobbes, the One House, which I think
It's a huge element. They were really mad nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle and describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like Hobbes and the machine. So they have problems like that. But the Sulfians, they're both, and the ones who still in the earth are listening to Mayan people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. No weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20 days for a total of 260 days, and then it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personalities and the jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively calls us the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirit. And there's talk to each one of those days. There's now an association of 8,000 people that are called gods, that are gatekeepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists on it. People come to them and say, well, it's mixed up. What's wrong here? Well, let's ask them about it. Okay, well, it looks like you're not doing this or that. You're an accountant. You're supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be, I mean, what are you doing? You're living your life wrong. You're a key. You need to start being a key.
so they take extremely seriously the day and what that means. The spirit, the fun, the day, right?
Like I'm 13 feet and but it's funny how accurate a lot of it is. Mine is basically I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me know my Facebook for friends. And then God, but that's what I was actually.
I mean, it's all the people's way of believe. So structured society is not you manifest a lot of if the spirit does manifest itself in your life, it's born of that spirit day.
Absolutely. And the Maya really built a system. So that's the core system. 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today. Why 260 days? From most Maya agree with this today. Who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago thinks, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation. So if you conceived on the day 13 months, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 months. I have a beautiful idea. If that's right, that means the Maya and the people of Mesoamerica were all still together. When they thought about we need help, that's what they didn't look up into the heavens, they looked like into their minds. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And they took this 9-month thing, and it really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create their calendar.
So what's the oldest one? Sacred one is still carried today. What's the
The Hod is the solar calendar, one that everybody on the planet essentially comes up with. We know second, though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols of the numbers from the 260. They say, well, we need a solar one too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days and we'll get 365.
oh, it kind of carried the same got it. And that's useful space for all this sort of culture.
Right. Though interestingly, they never put the Hod is also called the day, just 365, which means every year they're off the course of the day. And eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, Stephen Foss in this calendar year, I just do this great math from 1,000 years ago. And so the beginning of the solar difference than some Mayans, especially guys in the highlands of eastern Guatemala, they write the math and I don't know what time it is, but their relative changed in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle was so far off. They moved it 60 days back to make it into spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation.
So that's what's the long?
The long count is really mysterious because it's a linear count of days, which are not like this. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks per cycle, our months per cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar year. And they counted base 20. So they count, like we count in tens for decimal, they count in base 20 for decimal. And so it should be that there's ones, there's 20s, there's 400s, there's 8,000s, there's 160,000s. It goes just like ours has hundreds, thousands, 10,000, but it's times 20. So that third, so they have days, months, 20 days, and then they have these years that should be by their math 400, but it's only 360, and that puts the whole thing out of whack going further out. And they have a 20-year period and a 400-year period. 400 years is their calendar, but only by that time it's only 396 in our record. So it's mysterious that it's why did they tweak it as the year to be only 360 days? That doesn't follow astronomy, that's not the human cycle.
Yeah, but there is interesting if you look up the issues about theirs, discuss people. It's 144,000.
Right. Or about doing this 400 of the long count years. So it's kind of like Armageddon. We think it's a big deal if someone or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on, and then they have 400 boxes, which is the big one. That's like the millennium. And 13 of those boxes occur in the creation before. They also think that we're in the world that wants to create. They're not alone in that. There's lots of ancient civilizations who said that, but we're technically in the before creation. And they have a creation story called the Purple Moon. And the Purple Moon is clear as day that the third creation ends The fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th body of the third creation, which leads us to believe that creation is only 13 bodies long.
So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts fourth creation.
But if you do the math, going from 3114 BC and count 13 Baktuns forward, you get to 2012.
That's the very popular lecture, 2012, whenever that was,
December 21st, 2012.
at the end of the world. Rabbi, can you explain this?
And that's from very few figures. We have so many lectures around the country. Like Garrett Morris and Pat Live and the apocalypse fiction.
That would be technically be the first.
Yeah, technically we can get the fifth. So my argument was that actually, if you just do all the books via mathematics and calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does imply that Bacchus place should have 20 Bacchus, like their counting system dictates, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, one other place I'm forgetting, that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen? It's a conflict.
Overlap with the 13 before it.
They love the number 13. It's always it's a magic number. My explanation, which I admit is not very solid, but I think that the magical deeds of the hero twins in their creation story at the end of the third creation hit the magical reset button, and that it just restarted time right there because it's their magic. But that was not to say that the natural oxygen cycle should be 13. So there are certain texts that don't stay forward in time or way backward in time, but whenever they want to do that, there are higher rates of above that. There's the Palamon, there's Palamon, and it goes on and on. So these are like 160,000 huge increments. So if they want to do that, they talk about a boundary, they start putting 13 in all of the things that are higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the nature of time. That's what I guess they're telling us. The time goes on forever. Magic.
But they still had a conception that it can go on forever before. And that there's other civilizations that came before it. And that this is the fourth creation, just the fourth creation. First one was made of mud, and then that was the second one was made of sticks, but they were just the animals. The third one were like us, but flawed. And in some other way, it was weird, finally made of the blood of the gods and corn. We're made out of corn, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the total design within a weakness. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set duration. Well, one of the weird things is the Aztecs, who talked to a lot of concept, they also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were even clear to the Spanish that they weren't all the same time. Some of them were in the 300s, some of them were in the 700s, but they were not the same time. So
or creations. They're different kinds. Why do you think there was a difference that has had a long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations? It may have had some echo in the flood myth. Same kind of relationship. There's a lot of different opinions about it. Like if they were all 13, if you have 5 creations, like the Aztecs did, and they were all 13, they would come up to probably 25,000 something years, which is really close to that perceptual cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all for completion of the profession of people. And I mean, that I don't believe that one, but that sounds good. And that's going to get a lot of it. One of the things is obviously talk about why the flood is part of like most societies and most. I think that was pretty easy. It's the end of the ice age when the bathtub filled back up.
It was just the ice age.
It's the seas filling back up.
And then without maybe understanding what happened, we just carried on with that story.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went underwater. That was it because they had to see fire friends.
And then just like we said, on the one everything was like weather. So no conditions. Yeah.
Why did you live here, Grandpa? Only virtually.
And then when grandpa's later, he just kind of hardened his head.
It becomes developed. But global development. So that was, there's a lot of things I don't have to do with legislation. With the flood mesh, it's almost certainly the survive.
So this idea that every day represents carries the spirit women's life, astrology. Most people kind of consider astrology as maybe a bit unscientific type of set of beliefs. I think there's something within astrology carries. From your scholarship of the life calendar, you carry that to the astrological perspective of the world. Just
I don't know. I would like to believe that stuff, but I don't think scientists who make that none come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And when you look at it objectively, really, everybody born with the sign Scorpio, that's a movie person. That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There are some students who surveyed like 300 people in the African and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign. And the conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya one was working late every, which that's expected. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a scientist. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality in the rest of it.
I agree. And yet there's so much history all around us that what I like the influence to go into that would be there's this whole call it a spiritual world, so unfortunately you don't quite understand. And you can watch a lot what is the wisdom that I will share. Talk about my system, right? Doesn't matter. And then dad was a secret man. But it's good to be humble about how little we know.
I do love to listen to the performance tonight. I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make found me as a guy who spent a portion of my life studying, and I had the honor of being a student of Linda Shield right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got to get this most of my influence hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best and loved every minute of it. I guess like because I took oh boy, what a thing. We had kind of a rotation. We had a page out of Diego the Bear, who heard about it and used him as his performance about their writing system and whatever they were. He was convinced they had a alphabet. So he got this by a guy sat down in Spanish and he said, okay, you're going to write all this right here. I'm going to write it here, here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the Greeks used to write. They were actually symbols. They were vowel, consonant combinations that weren't symbols. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone. The big key is that the Mayans don't speak the same language. There are millions of Mayan people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now there's writing that we've got a single writing system that is intelligently broken the code. We know that it's basically the same writing system from the top of Japan to Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Mayan languages today that are hugely unintelligible. And we back to project the language of what they spoke back then in the history, something called Chol T, which is a combination of Chol T and Chol, which is the language. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did, if there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it allow it to 33 hugely unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturations and horrible infectious diseases that might expect the population? How did that happen? I'm missing something. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters, writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that happens, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through. So you can just listen to that process of exactly dialects or there always has been dialects, or I should say, they're distinct languages, even though there's a common. Because there must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same writing. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there's a period in Europe where most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin, and then they wrote in Latin. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent the type of Latin that seems overall, and it's not clear on the gaps are but we did realize it's actually a Russian scholar, Yuri Komarovsky, who wrote the code. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was that the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, he was building all of the stuff from Americans. And Yuri learned about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow and just went to the dictionary. And he looked at the text language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds, lambdas, alphabet, and he found that there was the two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it, and a picture of a turkey with a symbol over it. A dog in Texas. So we saw two symbols. That this one was the turkey. So he cool and instant. And he showed how this is food, this is food. those two things that you said should be considered are the same symbols. And that began this process of unraveling the symbols that we're still working on today. Yes, that just like the sort of process is that. And how do you how do the problems go?
Is there still, like, you're aware of any written languages that have been discovered yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island scripts. I was just talking to the people that apparently made a really advanced there now called Longo Bronson. And we only have about maybe 25 examples of text. But we're beginning pretty fast. There's also a good mistake is Moroccan. Moroccan, for a long time, we used to say there were going to be 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Moroccan, which is from northern Asia. That's the only one that we've never tracked. And now all a picture people like the term a picture views translating these languages. They're all ganging up on Moroccan and want to pick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a figure of simple step, but no one's been able to track it, and now they're saying it's just an 11% that doesn't reflect the spoken words.
That's the hypothesis, but we should do it.
And yes, but you know, we put the incubations in Twitter generation. So we put the next generation there. And the other one that fascinates me is from the Americans. The Inca had the people. It's not as string reference, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. You know the math. I know lots. I can do the math. You can figure out what they're telling us. Yeah, there's
But even on recording devices, actually, strings historically used by other cultures in ancient Africa. People use it called Catholic classic. So strings are supposed to be what you say.
there's one long strip with the little ones dangle off of it. Each one of the dangling strips have sets of knots on them. And the knots, some of them are mathematical. So those, you just do the math, which is quickly that it's math. They also included language. They had entire libraries in Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers in the library would just say, pull that book out, read that book, and you pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So definitely right in. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all the people that could read them called people from Maya. Jadga had them read all of their teachings and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the teachers burned as those people burned. And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. So it wasn't written, it was speech or knowledge.
And there's still
There's, I think now we've just crossed 1,000. So we have 1,000 people. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does.
It's that so people have survived the doctrine is good this.
But see, there's through barely scratched the surface of our society. There's so much of it. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Torres, who was one of the early people in Peru converting to. And his promise was real clear. He wanted to teach his community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers important ones for them to be converted into Christendom. And he had the communities, people from Maya, not for each person that came to them and read, they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were taught out their people down, they would walk. So he had 3,000 of this space and handed out to the students. If we find that community and find a cemetery, there is our ROTHSCHILD.
You know, there's probably in case there's somebody who maybe a large community that knows this message. And like you like, oh yeah, there are some communities that are using it. There's a couple of them that we have high hopes for, and then it was apparent that they didn't actually know how to read it. They just knew it used to be read, so they like state a bunch of stuff and all that it says, and they bring it out. They act like people are sitting with them. When you ask them the details, they don't know. But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herds who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got non-equally held llamas they have, and then they have subcategories of information like this one's sick, the lost these ones, this one's pregnant. So they have these more simple and more mathematical people. They're using those to effect as a record. Is it possible for theology to know social organizations of bio what maybe sort of hierarchy with the political structure, what the leader, the roles, priests, who has the power, who is powerless, who has the actually subtitle, but yet there's no basic things for that theology, which is very important to figure out, like this guy was the rich house, this guy was the poor house. But the hierarchies tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary ruling was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also produced things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was the site that I'm at for my dissertation on spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had lords title named Fire. That was one of the generals of the army, and we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Taik, who was the fire lord for the early part of the reign of the king called the Column. And then by the time he carved the southern panel, there's another guy in the position of which was the fire lord. And so he had from that is not only could have killed, but he was paid for that. But then we have the interesting piece of in the post-classic, they shed the idea of kings. They don't want kings anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and abandonment of all those cities happened. Just got sick of kings. And so they turned into this whole council system and Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Mayan. But it has what's called the League of Mayan. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan. And it is basically a democracy. It's a Mayan democracy that happens. That individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. They each family has their own council house at Mayan Pond that they give back to their place. It's kind of like a Mayan pond. It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD, that this Mayan democracy, so we know the names of them, the families, and of course, they were humans, so eventually they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city murdered. Of course, it's probably some method and corruption, which is hard to discover. Part of it was the Aztecs screwed things up. The Aztecs came down with all sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, we maybe buy some of yours. And then one family was like, no, and the other family was like, no, it was really money. So then, they murdered each other, and the water supply got polluted, and the city was burnt. It seems like slavery, murder, and disease is a large component. As you mentioned, different periods in the Bible, classic, post-classic, pre-classic, the archaic. So archaic is before the civilization. Archaic is pretty much when everybody's looking back.
Well, midway through it, reverted back to council. The Maya was so yeah, we have three classic is like the origin, so starting with the starting and starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, or the 10 different dates that's been around, but basically that's the age of kings to me. That's the cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around and wonderful families that have this magical blood that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with God. The Maya never contact their gods directly. They contact their ancestors from their act like liaisons to God. And so the Maya Age of Kings has these dynasties throughout where these people have basically bestowed the rest of the people. They've got a special quality of their blood, and only their offspring can do the same trick and talk to the gods. Where everybody, every Jeremiah can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestors. But Jeremiah's dad is just a corn farmer who lives down below, and he's got no escalator. But the rulers, their spirits go down briefly, and they go up into heaven and decide where the gods are. That's the validation of this kingship that happens for about 400 years. And then we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edge of it. But it's interesting that it's actually specifically the ninth spot of their history. The ninth spot begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's a 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really are kings. There are kings and councils. So it's, I call it the age of kings, where everybody's following the directions of basically a destiny. And for a while, that's great. New cities built up, population's happening. I see it as kind of a cult personality movement. Strong, charismatic leaders inspire people to do great things together. But eventually, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated special by everybody else. And they start saying, well, I think we should market those things. Take these things. And people eventually get sick of it and then walk away from the cities. And that's how we get this mysterious Maya collapse where all these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of Maya civilization. That over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. The collapse. We didn't explain it. What happened?
Well, I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities, populations, moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out and started their own farm. And they lived in perishable houses, and all archaeology seems is that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that signature plain as day. We know when the city was attacked and burned. Mostly that didn't happen. People moved and migrated. And it seems like right there around between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top, in most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala, they moved. They moved in two directions. Some of them moved into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them moved up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan, but the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Chichen Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that. The Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza. So the elites who were no longer welcome in their cities just move and set up shop somewhere else. So why was there a decline? Well, catalyst was a kind of events that started was an idea that we are still debating. I don't think there is a single reason that it was complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became over popular. They were too popular, and I think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed townspeople. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the classic period. The people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copar contracts. Copar was a beautiful city, plenty of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite variants that we named from the city center, the teeth aren't the telling. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of the teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And if somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya before they left Kohan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. None of them, it was groups of independent city-states like these. Some of them were allies, some of them were enemies. But these huge civil wars that settled down about the end of the Classic period. So if it was Europe, victors would have taken over, the losers would have beaten wherever they were. But when they abandoned these cities, the independence bill, they all had both the guys that won and the guys that lost them. When you see these spoils for victor, it's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people in the Zimbabwe. I personally think it was politically hard. It is interesting to know that that ninth period, the ninth 400 period ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't prove it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, well, I'm just the end of the great cycle, and we need to bring it. We need to change what we're doing. When we talk to Maya today, I think that it's some kind of thing. You actually talk to Maya, say, what happens in these cycles? They say cycles are a time of renewal and transformation. That it is all of our obligations to change our lives at the end of the cycle. Change is coming, we need to be part of it, or we get steamrolled by it. The Aztecs did this new thing called the Food Fire Ceremony every 52 years. The biggest they're going to go. They burned down and they burned down their houses. And they would just, everybody in society would perform this, what they call the Food Fire Ceremony. And they would renew the world. So I think my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the night that it was time to do the world.
This theory makes sense because it's really internal. Part of the culture's cyclical nature or civilization.
That's what I think that they created that calendar to perceive the cycle and harmonize it.
Where do these people come from? Sometimes
Every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful migration where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aztec, and that they had this migration that went through kind of a irregular journeys where they go to Snake Mountain place, so they encounter the birth of the war god, and how they stepped into the valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the valley of Mexico. They said all came from the north near Aswan, 7 different passages called GUINNESS, and that all of the people who spoke the language now came from the caves, and most of them went early to the Valley of Mexico with the Aztec story. They were just the lost tribe. They were the last brothers to come in. But then they show up late game and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the Valley of Mexico. And this takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up in the Valley of Mexico. And they so this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. All the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all dried up. But those guys were too civilized to fight with each other. But they could hear the Aztecs do certain stuff. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics of the game of the Valley of Mexico.
The Jewish stuff was more of a hustle.
Yeah, they go in and they kill whoever you want to kill. They use everything in this area. So one of these kings they were working for really liked them and decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestors. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed her. And that really pissed them off. So he took like his whole army and ran the Aztecs out for a while. They live in this whole desert section eating lizards. But then one of their priests said, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that we're going to see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we will build our capital. And they see that, but it's out on an island in the lake. And she said, well, that's the place. So they build up an island. They go to that island and then they just start piling up lake mud until they make a whole city there in the middle of the island. Or the lake, and make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is been established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the two other big communities of the lake are now their allies. They're not really allies. That's what they were just those guys agreed to shut up and let the Aztecs run the show. And then the Aztecs spread like a wildfire all the way down to the Maya. Everywhere they go, they beat everybody's towns and make them pay tribute. Pretty short last night.
Spread extremely famous. What is the high quality of this thing?
I think they were very much like they had an attitude like the Philippines. They just had no problem ripping your skin off. Everybody else become too comfortable and too civilized. And the Aztecs were just mercenaries. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be just fine. They go to every town they go to. The first thing they do is they show up with a bunch of merchants. There's a merchant class who are also military. They're really the people who assess where they're going to attack next. They go in with a bunch of guys who take products and say, that's crazy. But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had, they could take. And soon after the folks took over there, some of the military with the reconnaissance.
So the Aztec has these warrior classes. What was your piece? What kind of religious what violence?
They worshipped a war deity. Their main temple was the Temple Minor. They had two temples up there. One was Wallace the Rain God, like the one that sacrificed himself. But then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, they translates the hummingbird on the left. But he's the war god. I love to use the hummingbird. Maybe it's bad. It comes from the magical hillside or something. But then right next to the temple on Peter, two temples of the Lord. One eagle warrior clan, other one the jaguar warrior. And they were symbolically in competition with each other. They were unified. I guess, probably the analogy is like the nation of Sarah. They had a good-natured competition with each other, but they were the same ones. So those were their symbolic dressed up in all of their fighting. And they would come at you with these two horses. And it was very unlike anything that had happened before. Again, I think I can draw a parallel to what happened in the famous Henry V moment in National War, where his kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with them also. Like, up until that moment, Europe had a very rulers of the elite class at that. And then after France lost their aristocracy, they had this heavy hiring civility. The same sort of thing happens with the Aztecs. There was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge standing armies, but the Aztecs hung together and they had them days. They didn't actually have it was great effect in the Valley of Mexico, and for the rest of Central America, it was mostly weird. But there also seemed to be a celebration of values. I think you said the beauty of love. The beauty of love and fire, because it is kind of a different relationship with violence, where that's the purpose of life. But there's the side. I mean, I think one of the wonderful things about studying these churches, knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that statement, what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. Because they had this just grotesque, violent men. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who ordered the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or the poetry of famous saints that come from. And they spent money on things like flower. There is always a causeway leading to the Aztec capital, beautiful flower garden, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium, and they had an opera, and they had a ballet, and these things existed together. There was not on that time any conflict between witnessing someone's heart getting ripped out one moment and then you don't know.
How does that contrast in relation to real violence with the European civilizations in Mesoamerica and South America? Maybe the Maya. What was their relationship like?
The Maya was certainly influenced by the Aztecs, yes, so we get a skewed perspective from contact period because the Maya were much more violent and sacrifice oriented than post-classic period than in the classic period. It was mostly the priests and him who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. That we know that the Maya kings would cut their penis and then bleed that blood on the paper. And the paper would burn and become smoke, through which they smeared their ancestors. But they'd actually tie this paper onto this penis, cut it, and then dance with blood splatter. But it was them putting themselves different than killing a
actually speak to sacrifice of animal sacrifice. What wolves got there? Mine say that the religious nature
It's happening. And the aspects were of the opinion that the war god was dead. People captured and sacrificed. And it had to be done. There was a lot of, before they made that big standard army, they had just ritual battles that they would have when they captures. In fact, all around them, the one captures so that they could bring them back and sacrifice them to the gods. And the Aztecs decided to specifically follow the war gods more than anything. They did it so much so successfully that they didn't have any enemies nearby. So they decided this one force of their group, not that far away, called the ROTHSCHILD, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and just have a little symbolic war with ROTHSCHILD to call them back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, "You're hate your guts." So, we say, "Oh, Cortez was but Cortez had 20,000 super pissed off ROTHSCHILD.
and they actually sacrifice what say that these kinds of ritual battles or chopping off people's heads. Like is there some traditional sacrifice?
It's mostly hard structure. Sometimes they bring them up on top of the temple so everybody can see it, and they have a specific stone that it's visible over. So their rituals come out. And then they use like a thick obsidian knife and have a really just private way to do it. It's stabbed in a certain place close. And then they push down on the sternum as they put it up on the rib cage. And they just make a place where they can rip it right out with their hands. They were really good at the thick obsidian knife where they could just swing the ribs right along the sternum and just push the sternum down to the left. Yeah, well, first we and the Aztecs had this idea, like you said, there was one route that went on that almost through the entire valley. And they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been done to these people, but we've got to block this up. And then when they did, and they decided that they really took it out of the ROTHSCHILD, it rained again. So it was impossible. They just keep doing it. And they think it's
As part of sacrifice words.
after the sacrifice, then they, and this was part of the route of the commanding state that we started, but then it was just basically taking people down. When Cortez got there, they were still having certain specialties that involved humans, and it really upset them. That's why that was it.
And the idea was that actually having a taste of flesh versus just these kinds of ideas of like you need to person heart and you need to be as their spirit and their strength.
In the case of the Aztecs, it seemed like they just liked this guy saw a movie. Very responsible, pretty specifically, like the distribution thing. Like got butt. The butt cheese, those best parts of beef, and then like you look down the chain until something got like it's literally busted. Yeah, they really did. It's good. Like that's what caused the. Have you heard of the milkshake freeze day? The night that the Aztecs really go nuts on the Spanish and take them out. It's all pretty about this one guy, Pedro de Alvarado, left in charge by Cortez. And Cortez goes to the coast and tries to talk to the new force, talk to the peace, and he does. Pedro Alvarado left back in town in charge. And they're doing another one of these huge Aztec buffets and parties to honor them. And it happens. then try to murder all of them. And it's all single out a lot of small freaking out about it. Just a little practical jokes. Oh, I thought it was funny.
So I kind of assume that some words and that's the list that is in the heart to Jesus for the person.
It's certainly like this. The aspect of it is like you feel it. There's like the fear factor thing. I mean, they can walk into this town. It's like, you guys, or that's all good. Every morning, all these getting to support for that time. And then just they go to the Maya with the Spanish case. They had the Maya shut out and got to take the whole thing.
You see, without that, you'll be just hashtag unviable.
So I think they would have been Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody. But they didn't see it. And everybody hates the so it wasn't black. They were not just they're real black folks. That can only go on so long before shows. Yeah, but the Inca Empire, I think that's the problem. They more than the Empire star. They did a savage architecture. It was a society because there was well, it was once they started taking over, what they did is they empowered them. Everybody else just raised their necks. Everybody, they turned them into the Inca Empire. So they created this incredible meat cost system. So turns working. And they created the root system so they could get it to work the second. So a town of, let's say, 5,000 people. The Inca rolled up with an army of 100,000 to 200,000 people and said, that's like, who you started the empire, would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if you're mayor, you're free, then you have a house. Within the very next month, a big one showed up and they started taking agricultural affairs and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have big parties and everybody would eat. So people did well in the empire in the rough beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources and security they never had. So they started as you started like so in their language, is they were very politics. And it's like but there's 4 quarters that they call their empire. Two monkeys, and they have the 4 quarters. And the center of the 4 quarters is
It's 1200 AD.
yeah, we can backwards project what it was. It was probably mid-1200s when the first Sapa Inca, the first one that came in. The 1900s contribution really started being an empire.
And part of that, and what really defined it was the massive road network.
Roads and in the same way that the Roman strategy of building roads structure, and then every place they took over, they created certain key instances of Roman architecture that kind of made that city Roman, and they renamed it something. They did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they were building in that city. They said the keepers of mind, the guys who would lead the not the keepers, as characters, and they would go through and say, what everybody did, okay, you're a good farmer, The Spanish reported that they could have been organized.
That's an interesting one. Turn up fire, set them on the community Spanish, and have some kind of management, some local control.
Yeah, they could have. At the end, they were heavily. I think there's no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record keeping.
I think that's a big answer.
The aspect was psychotic, but the Inca had just preserved the life. And they had that defensive heart mind. Because there was only one thing that everybody got pissed off about in the for some reason, everything was open immediately except for llamas. The llamas were the kings. And so that was one thing, like, some of them would stay in town if we weren't llamas, but you don't know who llama is. And people are really attached to their lives. To this day, they are like family. So it could be like everybody walks in, and everybody's family dog is in a line. It's like really upset people on an emotional level.
Or the so llamas got domesticated at some point. Really intentionally, I don't even know what early on.
We have rock art that progresses things that progression from people pumping them to people depicted standing next to pressure things. So it was similar to a period that was sophisticated dress. Yeah, that fits everybody else. So for some reason, the Inca everybody's loving it. Then he could take anything he wanted. A lot of them did party stay that day. Just 7 years ago. They'd also take their mummies together. Everybody knows this day. But the Inca just like ceased to exist. It was just mummies were still there. Okay, yeah, we still got lunch. Let's put beer in them. They just like as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies of every town started being absorbed into the empire part. Okay, well, let's just go from here now. We're going to have their own beautiful house in Cusco. But then it's bring those mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco the spiritual home of their belief system.
I mean, I can see how that pisses people off. There's also something on their way. So the ancestors, they revitalize, respect,
It's an element that you didn't feel. You've given them a new place of life. And you're welcome to come visit them at the time. They did. They have these festivals where everyone from all corners of the world comes to.
and which of the civilizations from the
Well, the Incas for sure mummified people, and even did some of that kind of Egyptian-esque making out of organs that prepared the body to put like straw inside the cavities and mummified them. But the Maya didn't do it. The Maya got on purpose with blood filled with water so that the skin is float off the skeleton faster, and then they get back in there. It was goatly, so I think the bugs probably had fun with it. So then when we get back in there to get the bone, and open it back up and take the bones out of the skin with great cinema. The one that I sent in the farm, you had evidence they found in their fixing farm. And the last couple of times they only took the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in on the installation on the skeleton. But they didn't want to take them on purpose with like mostly local bodies. So they could get the skin Well, man, they were like, kids really want to help you. So their kids came out. And this was like their problem. We died, less than a year ago. When they said, like, one of them was like, oh, they have a different relationship with it. It's why, sometimes that's what I'm going to
As you say it now,
that would be cool. That's what Day of the Dead is all about. Right? That's Day of the Dead. It's this creepy thing where they're all like, Day of the Dead is remember our victims. Right? Convince my kids that we don't take out. How they did it, put things on the altar that mattered in their life. We remember them, I guess. Something with the weird, eat too much candy and wear them out for that. And then something beautiful receives success. Where's friends?
I've got the giant stone that he somehow missing to get put. You understand that understood this puzzle that so
Yeah. The movie, I think we have reasons. There are ways to pivot large ways. There's a great guy, Wally Wallington, a retired contractor here in the US, who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota, single-handedly, showing how you can. That's what I think Wallington figured out how to do. It's the perfectly fit, so characters is hit together to be the diamonds that the stone sacks, the ones I think still has to come back. The common archaeological wisdom that you find out of textbook is that they just pack it away and put the hammerstones for the reflex, which has to be listening. But it's this, there's no way that they just were that meticulous. Everybody's got a hammerstone. I personally think it's accident. I think they know together. And there are weird places where you really look at closely to these stones. I've done a number of going back next month to watch YouTube, especially street stones. I walk around in the alleys where these 500 to 1,000-year-old walls are still there. And I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the seams. Like the andesite gravity melted in the and there are other places where there are weird lights on the walls, like it's just melted, like somebody took a rag and wiped it while it was soft. Lots of talk about soft stones turning hard too. I have to ask one of these, end of my archaeological career chapters. I mean, I'm going to keep myself going, but I think they used axes. My dad is a chemist, and he told me a long time ago that there's nothing that's naturally occurring gas. But my friend, actually, I got the idea initially from the show Breaking Bad. I don't know if you saw that show. But there's a point at which they're trying to dissolve the body, and they're using hydrochloric acid and to break through the ceiling. That hydrochloric acid is the best thing. It won't go through plastic, and you can also bring it in inert parts and then combine it. The enemy makes tons of jewelry out of cobalt, like big and they also mine a lot of things for gold and silver, and the byproduct of that mining is sulfuric acid. You put sulfuric acid and fluoride together, and it's hydrochloric acid. And that will burn through the andesite or anything. You don't have to do it judiciously. And put it in stuff that others do. Then you could actually use these together. And I think they're hopefully this next time I'm going to go try to talk to the more technical authorities of like the government and Python, and maybe I can fix that. But right now they just think I'm a summer here after I know who wants to keep the whole thing off.
And so the market gets the market like give you what you have to penetrate.
Somewhat that if there was hydrochloric acid, just there's a whole sample right along the sea, they can separate out the elements in there and detect whether there was actually elements of hydrochloric acid. I thought it was just crazy, but they were. We already know that's true. Yeah, it would happen. That's just chemistry. We gotta prove that it would happen in water. That was before the you know how it is. Probably the same guy. You gotta like that was not deal. One thing that we reference the other one.
That'd be fascinating to
Or
either one.
I'll try this.
I wonder if we just found how much amazing stuff in life is. It feels like a large number of humans are being just working to look at chipping away at stuff at scale that we can grasp. So the question is, how can a large number of humans motivate to do it? Because I just when we think about like stuff like some very challenging architectural constructions, we don't think about a large number of people together.
Well, that our silver are both taken together by all I love of administrators who are dynamic and convincing themselves. Like, one of my favorite quotes is the biggest one for me that never underestimate the power of small groups working together and persist. Those are the small entities are what change the world. Have an inspire. It breaks their mission.
Yeah. I think sometimes I underestimate how many at the end of the day
The average human had all sorts of skills that I personally felt, I'm very sure that I can't.
you've also mentioned about gender by North America, and also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex society going on here for a long period of time. So it means that you're getting with the early team.
Well, we go through that and then we get them on it for thousands. As we started this conversation, probably 30,000 years is a conservative now human first answer to America. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and to the east, and then also a totally separate group in what we call the American Southwest now, who will develop into mostly the people who call the Pueblos, who are still there today, we get these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a village in northern Louisiana up to this point at a site called Harvey Point that is 3,500 years old. It's the same age as the pyramids in Egypt, and it is a giant thing poking out of the bayous of Louisiana. And people don't believe it when I say it, but it's dead.
The mountains, what was that thing like in the territory?
They evolved the coffee now is something like, I think we should know better. The last version of it called a mix. But generally speaking, we call all of these guys mountains. But what they built but in their living forms, they didn't have tools of dirt. Because they also had kind of clay tracks. So they had terraces, they had holes, complexes, and buildings up on top. There were kings that lived up there. There's the biggest of the Mississippi city called Buffalo, and it's right outside of St. Louis. And it was it had a population of 20,000 people. And here's the public place and these huge palisade all around it. It was absolutely gigantic. Driving across it. And we Americans have because of a collective amnesia that we never hear about these massive civilizations. Nahoki was the big first city, and it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had 5,000 to 10,000 people.
Were they their own
They had a unified religion and culture. They were again not independent. They were warring cities that were kind of territories that were overruled by big kings, and then the cities around them kind of subsidiary to the king. And it was one they were more as a spice. They were kind of I guess that you could say there were different countries within this patchwork that was the Eastern United States. And yet it's somewhere, it's clearly documented by the scholars. I'm not talking about just archaeology. Think of it. Fernando de Soto landed in Florida and went through from Winnetka, Carolinas, and over down into Alabama and Louisiana, and first went to see Mississippi up there. But for 3 years, he went through city after city after city. Unfortunately, definitely, he's almost more but the documentation is clearly there. He met collectively billions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
was disease and was there like explicit showing up?
Unfortunately, yeah, he was a murderer, and a psycho, and a liar. He actually learned the tricks of the Incas. He used with Pizarro in his first run and got them back to Spain. He was rich and money was castle. Then he got bored. He decided to have a reign of terror in northern America for 3 years. But he had people first stay. He had his job with the farm. He was very, very he ruled that area and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. He was really brutal man. And this whole period from Columbus, I was well, there's a great anthropological body of literature that's called the Columbian Gym. Based on Columbus, but all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World. And the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, the diet didn't suck. All these vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals. It got pigs, cows, and some stuff it didn't have. But it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had had wave after wave. It had become the movement of a lot of things. This has to go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire through the community. So when they arrived in America, all of a sudden it's just a pile of people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died of them. But the numbers, it's a painful part of it. And it wasn't something that Europe perpetrated on them. The medical science at that time thinking somewhere around 150 million people, and 90% of them, and with them all the college. I mean, imagine the motives. You know, two guys with things get bad, young people. So all of the knowledge people die suddenly. The children die. This next generation is half taught and now completely demoralized, thinking that this is a spirit that their God saves. So the only way out of it is to keep sex with Christianity. But they, they don't have great kids in this world where everybody's dying, and even if they don't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone, and this is finished translation in a single terrible moment in human history. Just the generation loses all their knowledge. A lot of things just let down. That's with that, entire civilization. So much of what they do is lost in that moment. You ever had those hopes?
Yeah, so how to see just equation of righteousness. There wasn't European scale, it wasn't culture integrated. It was a story of domination. I go to the church.
In North America, there's a U-turn in television this is scattered. So, Mississippian civilization, millions of people, they got spread out all over the place. So it's like, but now, you have this shattered zone where you have ruins and people that were absent from those somewhere else on the reservation far away. And I've just got to talk to a charity that listen to some of the things I have to say. All those sort of chunky things to say from that country. My grandparents talk about this sort of thing too. When I talk to you like Bowen and so, when you get the shadows over, you gotta try to the puzzle back together. Especially in terms of Mississippian religion. I really think we're meant to put that excited to be part of piecing old religion and mythology back together.
This is a lot of people kind of will say that Christopher Columbus is the first to discover America. They did the Vikings reach North America much earlier than Columbus. What do you think?
But they got their ass. It is absolutely true that the Vikings are here. There's a great site that those called lead southern windows, which definitely has what's left of a Viking colony. Derek and his father and her children, they got President Joshua American that's not marching people. And so they went to Greenland and then kind of island hopped over to Canada in that area that was in the States. So they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Vikings settlements every day and did not give them a inch until they decided it was just worthless and they left it. As the Vikings attacked Ireland, they just found a bunch of monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys going, well, then it's not those Vikings. Vikings were like, this is great, that's great to see. We would all these Easter eggs that the Native Americans Canada to pick their ass. But Harrison's brother, Thor, died there. The name is Gary. He was the chief charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
So a lot of the Native American culture is sophisticated war culture.
Yeah, they fought, especially the Mississippi. Boy, they were tough. And so were the five nations, Mohawk, Huron, the ones that picked the Vikings ass up there, they were probably Algonquin speakers. So they were connected, like, just above the Great Lakes. So they were all very tough people.
Even while over 100 million people that were killed. You see that as a tragedy of history, but
do it. I think this the epidemic, I consider it a tragedy. This did not happen. And that was not, a fair fight. Nothing to do about it. It was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. It was not, I think that the Spanish and Portuguese get unfairly maligned of this called the Black Legends that they just marched into America and murdered everyone. That's not fact. It was the diseases part of everyone. In fact, there was a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon, in the Brazilian part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian community, and he was bringing good. He was baptizing everybody, and that's like 10,000 people a day. And yet God still does this. Why is he doing this to them? They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this guy doesn't realize that the same bowl of holy water that he's baptizing in, he's just wiping disease on everybody's faces. He's accelerating it. But he doesn't even realize he's still saving them, but he's actually killing them. Yeah, that's a tragedy. That's not just like for a good stuff. That's just straight tragedy.
Yeah. So that one was hard to listen to. I'm glad that in the infection, they don't operate at level to return, right? Those go through the entire population. Back to wild and I mean, we didn't really talk about how it's like how humans have evolved. But we did talk about there could be a lot of solutions from you even talked that other intelligent civilizations outside of the military ever visited. You hadn't read into the ever visited. That one I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite contemplate as the evidence of such. But a guy that discovered DNA, Watson, Watson, who actually originally used hallucinogens to integrate DNA on this planet was way too complex to have developed over the time period that it has been exposed to. That his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. And I think that's what it is. And the guy who's back on many other levels also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, aliens visiting us, I don't know. It does matter that human was typically more important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. Right? Statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only such beings. There's got to be somebody else out there. But if they care about us, that's a question. I've been on ancient aliens and I share that with an educator. Refuse to be part of the conversation, so but there was one time when they asked me at the end, do you have anything else you want to say? And I said, well, Hegel's premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and they gave humanity gifts, science, medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens comes down. But now, all they're doing is mutilating something like rednecks. Like, whatever they get, it's just not. What archaeologically would you like to see your place technology doesn't belong there first and foremost. I mean, we gotta just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get them somewhere far away
almost certainly mechanical. So I don't know if you get anything with a biomechanical or something, but it certainly could be. And that was, that's we can see that a lot. But I was expecting some kind of technology that showed up out in the system and changed things and something. But I think, mechanical or a substance is not something that's critical through our genes or result from that. We don't literally right, some sort of thing like that kind of the typical thing people say is like, how do you eat these giant things, right? But just look at that on the face of it. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. I mean, like they still get like Earth imagination or something. They came across the universe and they showed them how to move rocks. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe hopefully they'll play technology. I think maybe a lot more often. Or it'll be more time. There is a possibility we could end ourselves. There's always that possibility. It's really open Pandora's box in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcast guests. What we have on the case of speak a little bit. That was chilling her opinions on certain things for perfection to a Chris. So, we have that capacity. That's scary. That's a possibility for us. I don't know. That's like, I'd like to say you guys like you and your girlfriend's for a buck. You make that kind of thing.
Technology is improving our more advanced rapidly. The rates of that progress is one. So that's the part of I don't know if that's what we have. Yes, right.
I heard somebody say, I forget who it was, but systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, you put on a graph that's changed over time. And any graph that's changed is way faster than the time and the line starts moving straight up. That is a system in crisis. In almost any biological system that has that rapid changes over that little time, any other thing, you describe it as a crisis. When you apply that dark technology change, it's a crisis.
From that perspective, absolutely. But I also have a big interaction that humans like to create a really difficult situation and then come up with ways to get out of it. And in so doing, innovate and create a lot of awesome stuff. And sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But on the whole, on average, there's a better way. If it is nuclear weapons, the bad stuff might actually
I guess there's always that change. But I have an optimist. I feel like an optimist too. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to execute. And we are never more educated than when we're under stress. I think that a lot of the governments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about we didn't change the world when we were healthy. It was waiting for a crisis. Mother necessity is mother of invention. So I think we'll be wrong. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer questions. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this with solution. I'm all for electric cars and being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically and we're spending too much time not going to happen. We need to start making technology desalinize water, a host of things that we need to use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt it instead of Pollyanna thinking make it go away.
Yeah, kind of accept that the world will change. It's a lot of big problems to arise, and you develop technology that addresses them.
I think you guys can have their fingers on the pulse there, start thinking about how we're going to survive this stuff that's going to make it go away.
Not just survive, right? But if some catastrophic thing happens, or we just do this way, what do you think would be followed by a small mention of animals for this? Anthropologists, you guys are anthropologists in this earth studies. How much of what have and think of this civilization would be lost?
Well, time moves on. Things that are perishable next. So, you didn't put times down when you were there, but I would say that, everything that can perish will, whatever shows up here, so it's stuck with all the things that didn't perish. So we'll have buildings, plaques, but they won't have books, they won't have, building things. They'll have the incomplete record I have. I went and did a talk in fall, and I said, I drove down here, and there was a big obelisk in front of town. And everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark. And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their kings were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so wrong about what I thought about your town based on what preserved.
It's a class. What archaeologists is wrong about, and what we could possibly be right about is Washington, D.C.
It's named by a combination of the Egyptians and Greeks and Romans, because that's what all the architecture is.
Yeah, you think you have to reconstruct important empires, the Ottoman Empire, wars and times.
For that matter, me and my colleagues doesn't have that all. I almost started to look at gut last of what I think I know they were.
I wonder if you ever think about what we just civilization are lost by, like things from archaeology. Just like a suspicion. What can we get completely wrong? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally lost things. Like an obviously gigantic civilization. Let's do a long with the Mayan or something like this 10,000 years ago.
There's certainly that trick that we think that were white sweaters that hiding under the ocean that would completely change the way we think about things.
And every reason exists.
I think it's a restoration of the both nations that some teacher she was a long time ago said, I've come up with all sorts of things outside about that, but she looked at me and she said, if you stop thinking like a Western European and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of these people who will never understand any of this, which I don't think they're fine. I mean, I really do when I approach these things, I try to step out of my cultural assumptions, try to think like they would think it's the best I could. And it's very different than the soul when I are cyclical, that the whole sacrifice for so that's what that but there's an austere actual sacrifice they want to just, hey, let's all get together and feel that good. Picture them off, but never like give you the best. So it's a different mentality. It's not just the thing. It's the sacrifice.
That's the whole history of I mean, it's that humor. You don't know the nature of their humor, what the jokes are. Oh, that's at least a percent. So, then I'll tell you a little like side story. When I worked with Maya people, like I said, 3 years making this back of the city. I get through the joke with they talk to each other in their own language, self-college. But I noticed after a while they were jokes. They loved to make jokes. They would laugh at jokes. And they would also, one of them would say something, and the other one would go, and I eventually asked them, why do you have to pick up your noise? They said, that's because you made a really smart comment. It's like said 3 different tones of voice. The tone of the drink was smart. And they didn't make laughs at that. They had a noise with something. So there's also that, like, just clever turn of speech. Yeah. And I think about that when I'm like, I look at the translation. I hear the beautiful thing that you were horrible political statements. And I'm just plotting with looking in the dictionary of what that means. There's probably double, triple, one time in all 3 of these texts that really read as the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about the Lord. They're talking about the Israelites. Yes, satire could be what's sort of human when there's dictators or power king. You're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide things you're actually trying to say. You reveal it in the subtext. All of that. There's a funny bias ceramics they have. The ceramic trees, they don't. The monuments can be kind of broken records. And I was born with my people married this girl that I got. But the ceramics will tell us about things out of mythology stories. There was this one that was a rabbit looking at the merchant guide. And nobody could translate the text to find what this European actually a French translated it. And the rabbit is saying to the merchant guides, bend over and smell my house. And like, oh man, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates bend over and smell my house. That's great. That's good.
As we mentioned previously,
You mentioned the mind get back to this. It is, I think, what's that part? Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking I was starting to get some attack. How bad? Where? On my body? What person is the gun? But it was a jump race. So if you can jump, go away from the body. Like, well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forest department didn't want to cut down anything more than we had. Basically, just cut tunnels, trees, foliage, and we linked everything twice. The first thing we do is go in, find buildings, draw on the grass paintings, and I say, you guys go north, you guys can use grass, find other buildings, and we find those pace back to this one. And so I started making that, and I think the whole one piece of graph paper was enough, and then we bring the machine in, we bring the plates and deal with like on that piece of paper, I would write like, don't bring the machine this way, there's a tree fall, or they don't have this building, and you'll see 4 different buildings at once from this one, and all of this is in that's exactly right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it's clear out. Certain places it's slow, such vegetation that it would go back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just tunnels through tall grass, and we'd come back 5 days later, and they were gone. Like we couldn't even find where our trail was. It would go back that fast. But you see the building. And that's just the fun stuff. Sometimes it could just be like a little neighborhood, a little road that is so sometimes just 5 more meters in, and I'm standing up through the pyramid. And after that, and some days, so on good days, we find 3 pyramids. I felt
that's such a more exciting job than the typical education. You know, my buddies were all in a hole for the whole week in the middle of the city, and where I was dancing around, trying to like the fun, and yeah, I'm like, I don't care.
Because you like finance, made it really they're not it's good to ever see this instead of
It's great. I trust that. I'm the core of heart. So finding something like that, when I was 25 years old, I found a whole life city. I can name it. Its name is Mashta. I walked into the Legion jungle. And that was just outrageous. And I was that guy from almost depressed. I was that my entire life. I had these three like ambitions. I was flying a lost city. And like people just went by. I was thinking about it. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. And never got to send them to fly back. I'm sure I'm on that. So
I try my
I used the topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a Maya, where would my favorite places live in this area be? I looked for the biggest mountain because they call all of their pyramids, tombs, stone mountains. I knew they loved mountains, but when I found that mountain, there were two others right next to it in a triangle, and they loved those triads, and they were written in between. I thought, that's it. That's where I would build cities. And I out there over 2 seasons with students, the other grad students, were like, students, watching all day. I came back to the city.
So, given that you look as humanity, we'll give you hope about our future and be our deep future of this human civilization.
That's good. And I think I believe in the spirit of human. I as a person who has studied history, I thought history does kind of assign that there's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low you go, you get up and you catch fun. And I think that humanity is willing to we will rise to the challenge. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we will adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
Yeah, humans find a way. That's like in the secret. It's one of the empires collapse. The humans that come out of that goes up the west.
So, and people that you believe in the physical nature of life, life can't continue without yet being part of the cycle. If there are lows, we got to find the cycle continues.
You mentioned that you have a lot of those good courses, but you have also an amazing podcast, Talk to Your Ed. If people want to, what would you recommend? What episodes today?
All of that is
What is the sample? You know, it's like asking the chef something.
well, different strokes for different folks. I do different things on that podcast. Sometimes I just teach without coaching. Never heard that. I start off by saying, it's my podcast. I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things like a tree type or an animal type. But my favorite ones becomes when I just tell my stories just like that. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories that it's some fun. It's very well received. I've got humor in there. I talk about the things that went right, the things that went wrong, the adventures that I had, and all part of this RPO. RPO is kind of a double concept. Maybe understand, but it's also education. What I'm really trying to do with this too, specifically the Olympics, I want to be part of the reawakening that were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think was introduced as part of American history, the part before European concept that I think gave them KG-12 levels to grow up. Not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we shows up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find a funder to help us put together before the Americas, because it's part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. So, no, good times.
Thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for all the fascinating ideas you put on to the world. And I can't wait to hear from your voice.
Thank you so much. That's no pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with that. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. And now, let me leave you some words of yours. Life is better math. You're only not a citizen of that. And if that's right, but another matter. I even say it has to be. But there is not true God. Thank you for listening. See you next time.
The way I do it, 75% take out production across the person instead of your hours. Send a question. Shut down each communication because rescind every unconstitutional regulation on it is true self-governing democracy to govern the elected representatives that make the laws of the world, not an elected official. Merit and equity are actually merit and equality are combined. They have one or the other, you can't have both. It's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And the nanny state presents itself as separate. It's an entitlement state, a welfare state, presents itself as a regulatory state that we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, who are effectively subsidizing countries that aren't paying their share of the to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate nanny state in the United States of America in all those states. Not only states, but regulatory states and politics. Once we've done that, we survive the conflicts that have been made for months. Following this conversation, we get back to Thomas Rabbi about the future of conservatism in America. He has many books on this topic, including his latest on Truth, Future of American Race. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary, is considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur and professor in biology from Harvard and from Yale. As always, stop with his politics. I will continue to talk on both his life and the lands with empathy, curiosity, and respect. Thanks for watching the podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, the show. With that, from the sponsors. You are one of the great elucidators of conservative ideas in the person to ask. What's your, let's say, conservative vision for that? Well, please, this is one of my principles at the modern Republican Party in direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing what we're doing. A list of things that can derail it, wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVID policies, radical mindedness, radical heresy, the list goes on. But actually, what's missing in conservative movement right now is what we actually stand for. What is our vision? Okay? And I saw that as a devastating time to start my presidential campaign. In many ways, the purpose of my campaign is because I do feel that that's why we didn't have the red waves. So if they try to blame Donald Trump, they try to blame abortion, they blame the I think the real reason we didn't have that red wave is that we got so practiced just after Joe Biden that we forgot what we what is I think we stand for the idea
free speech and open debate, not just as some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any opinion, no matter how big, you get to express self-governance. This is a big one right now. People we elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We, the conservative movement, I think, should support self-governance, where it's not bureaucrats running the show, but actually elected representatives. So the other ideal that the nation of outlaws can provide is North Star of the conservative movement is to restore the rule of law. Think about the abandonment of these laws in some war room. Particularly for the kids legal immigrants to this country. You and I actually share a couple of aspects in how that also then means your first act and then it's so there's some policy ethical principles, merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law. And then culturally what it means to be a conservative is it's usually rooted in the anchors of our activity. Control, value, individual, family, nation, God. Beat, race, gender, sexuality, climate. If we have the person that just temporarily things, that's a big part of what people think. It's a big part of not just the campaigns through a lot of countries trying to use this to attack us. But we'll talk about these things. The bureaucracy, the religion, and lots of countries with a lot. We've also had a lot of debates of the universal person who asks steel man the other side. Yeah. So let me ask you about progressive. Steel man the case for progressive. Yes, it's okay. Is that the country has been important, didn't really have to attend. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life, liberty, happiness, and freedom, they didn't practice those values. Many of our founding fathers were slave owners, inequality, and women, they disempowered women. Such that they did that created a power structure in this country that continues to last to this day. The vestiges of what happened in the 1960s, of course, people just preaching that long ago. And that we need to do everything in our power to correct for those imbalances out. That's the core view of a lot of life. I'm not criticizing it right now. I'm trying to give you, I think, a good articulation of why I believe they have a compelling case for the government stepping in to correct for historical or present inequalities. I think my counter about that, but the best thing to do left, anybody the fact that we need to perfect living up to those ideas. You know, fix that, take steps that are take severe steps if needed to correct for those historical inequalities before we actually have true quality of opportunities. That's the case for the left. So what's your perspective? So my concern with it is even if that's well motivated, I think that it recreates many of the same problems that they were setting out. I'll give you a really tangible example of that. I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who would say something like this right now, but I think it's true, so I'm going to say it. I'm actually, in the last year and a half, seeing actually a really anti-black, anti-minority racism. Because it really is. Right when, over the last 10 years, we got this post-Martin promised land, a place where you have every American, regardless of their skin color, able to vote, and not obstructed. This place where people able to get this job in the land without these any of the laws. Why are we seeing that surface? It's because of, I believe, that leftist obsession with racial equity over the course of the last 20 years. And so when you take something away from someone based on their skin color, and that's what correcting for prior justice perspective, correct for prior justice in the sense that when it's a white, straight, cis man, you have certain privileges that you have to correct for things. When you take something away from somebody based on their genetics, you actually foster certain animals towards other groups. And so the problem with that philosophy is that there's a problem. It's a most significant problem that I think everybody can agree on the word. Is to actually fan the flames of the very division that we're supposed to do. I see that in the kind of immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on in Ohio, the controversy in Springfield, Ohio. personally don't blame really any of the people who are either the native people who were born and raised in Springfield or even the Asians who were from but it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy outcome where if you put 20,000 people in a community where 50,000 people where 20,000 coming in, don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to discipline, you know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though that began perhaps with some type of charitable instance, right? Some type of sympathy for people who went through the earthquake in 1980 and chief temporary protective status in the United States. What began with sympathy, what began with earnest intention, actually creates the very division and reactionary response that's supposedly you say we want to do. That's my number one criticism of that right. Number two is I do believe that merit and equity merit and justice can have one or the other, you can't have both. And the reason why is no two people, and I think it's a beautiful thing, between you and I, you and all our friends or family or strangers or neighbors or colleagues, no two people have the same skills. We're each endowed by different We're each endowed with different talents. And that's the beauty of human diversity. And so meritocracy is a system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody standing in the way. So that means necessarily there's going to be differences in outcome in a wide range of ways, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. There's going to be different outcomes for different people in different situations. And that's what meritocracy demands, what it requires. So the left's vision of group equity necessarily comes at the cost of meritocracy. So those are the types of one is not very strategy. It often is that the effect of putting very people they claim to see a large development, and that's part of the procedure. Yeah, you had a pretty good Mark Cuban. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast. Yes, yeah, it's great. Great. Okay, so we can do this. Let's see how the final is eloquent. What was one of the more you said you mostly hope that So let's just take a step back. People use these acronyms and they start saying it as muscle memory and stop asking for it. DEI, capital D, diversity, equity, inclusion. Philosophy adopted by institutions, principally private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities, is that if you strive for specific forms of racial, gender, sexual, and diversity, and it's not just the D, equity is ensuring that you have equal outcomes as measured by certain code targets and youth representation targets that they will meet. Now, the problem with the DEI agenda is in the name of diversity, it actually is these sacrifices. So the way the argument goes is that we have to see an environment that is accepting to minorities and communities, but certain people are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities. So you have to exclude them in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that you're necessarily sacrificing actual diversity of thought. I give you a very specific example. That might sound like a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who say racist things on a given day. We debate about that. But let's get the tangible world of how that happens. I, for my part, have not really heard the word in America people unrelated things. That counts and at the workplace. But that's a theoretical case. Let's talk about the political case and how it plays out. There was an instance in the case that presented itself before the people of Slay House, which is one of the government enforcers of the DEI standards. And there was a case of who wore dress better on Fridays in celebration of Veterans Memorial Service Day and invited others to workplace to do the same thing. And they had a community to call it a veteran night, appreciating those sides. There was a minority employee at that business who said that the job actually didn't work well. So the employer asked her to stop where they said things. The office. Well, she still felt like she wanted to celebrate because it was Friday, the day of the week, and whatever. She still wore the rest of it. She was aware of it. She was hanging at the back of her seat. At the back of the seat again. They said to her, So the irony is in this capitalistic diversity, creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all kinds of Americans. By focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of genetic results, but also hostility to diversity itself. And I think that's dangerous. You've seen that happen in the last 4 years across this country. It's been pretty random. I think it leaves America worse off. The beauty of America is effectively where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger for different ways that you can express. But my number one criticism of the DEI agenda is not even that it's anti-meritocratic. It is a number one criticism is that it's actually hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas by creating awful legal liability for organizations that can split some viewpoints to express. And I think what Marcus says diversity allows you to use the talent and services that you never looked before, and therefore find really special he did make that case. It was a great conversation. And my response to that is, great, that's a good thing. You don't need it. You other actors to do it. Like, you don't need special programmatic DEI incentives to do it, because companies are always going to seek a truly free market. Because I think we're missing in the United States a lot of things. But in this truly free market, companies will have the incentive to hire the best and drive it. Or else they're going to be less competitive versus other companies. You don't need ESG, DEI, CSR measures in part enforced by the government to do that. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt certain racial and gender representation targets in the workforce. That's not the free market way. So I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies and companies business for self-interest, like capitalists like Marcus and I stated. But if you really believe that, then you should let the market work rather than forcing you to adopt these top-down standards. That's my opinion. I don't know if it is about but whenever you have an administration committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts usually this thing, the ideology behind which there's a good idea to support people to do better. I don't know what it is. It's a left-wing versus right-wing ideology. It's more the nature of the bureaucracy. It's one that looks at its own existence as its top thing. So part of what you see with the so-called perpetuation of hopelessness in American life is that the bureaucracy has used the appearance of virtue to actually reflect its own values for its own scale. You've seen that in several different spheres of America. Like military. Right? Think about our entry into Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the state objectives that we had. And I think by all accounts, there's policies that we regret. Our policy rights or foreign policy establishment made a mistake in entering Iraq and the country that really by all accounts was not at all responsible for 9/11. Nonetheless, U.S. military, General Mark Milley, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual effect. That's what I call the practice of going to work with smoke and deflecting accountability. It's the same thing with respect to the educational system. It's a lot easier to claim that, I'm not going to make this claim, but it's safe to say that math is racist because there are inequitable results of different tests in mathematics based on different demographic factors. But using that the math is racist, it's a lot easier to blow that with smoke than it is to accept accountability, fail and teach black kids in the inner city how to actually do that. Fix our public school systems and zip code coded mechanisms for tracking kids to bad schools. So I think that in many cases what this bureaucracy uses, they use the appearance of signaling virtue as a way of not really advancing but strengthening the power of the bureaucracy itself and insulating that bureaucracy. And maybe it's bureaucracy, I think, cars the channel for reflecting this ideology flow over the last several years. And that's why part of my focus is to shift away from combating workers. That's simple. There's combating actual bureaucracy itself. The rise of this managerial class. The rise of the deep state. We talk about that in the government. Deep state doesn't just exist in government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives. Companies, nonprofits, universities. The rise of called managerial class, committee class, professionals sit on committees, I think are wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideas, and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, you need managers that are as few as possible. It seems like we haven't got managerial classes, the actual doers. Simplicity, too. But like you said, bureaucracy is phenomenal.
It's not even a less moral right. It's just transcends that. It's just American. So our founding fathers, they were interested in that. They were the pioneers for the but they were the inventors. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. Invented light. Invented Franklin stove. One of the great innovations of the human thermodynamics. He invented a number of useful instruments, road trucks, vehicles, that's defensive. He's the one everybody thinks. He was the one saying the founder of the also of the scientific innovators rappers was wrong. It wasn't Thomas Jefferson. What are you sitting in right now? You're sitting in that. Yes, Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, he invented while he was writing the Declaration. You're the one that says.
Reminded me that drafting the joke
What people don't know is what we work in Virginia, the Virginia State Capitol itself, the building that's in Virginia itself, where the state capitol is, that dome was actually designed by Thomas Jefferson. So these people weren't people who sat up and read the meetings, they worked for your science. They hated bureaucracy. Oh, it's just politically totally committed to the idea of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and monarchy goes hand in hand. A monarch can't actually administer or govern correctly regardless of bureaucracy. So the United States of America was founded on the idea that we reject that old school. And the old school vision was that we the people cannot be trusted to self-govern to make decisions for ourselves. We would burn ourselves off the planet is the motto. The existential risks like global climate change if we just leave it to the people as a democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set limits that actually protect people from their own personal rights. That's the old world. And most nations do the opposite. But what made the United States of America itself, you know what made America great? What made America itself? What made America itself is we said no mercy. That we the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without the committee class, just trading every day. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I can give you examples of John Adams or Robert Livingston, just go straight down the list of founding fathers, inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who all simply came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And to get this rise of bureaucracy in America, I view it as anti-American. And I hope that the conservative liberal life can get behind my crusades to make it and shut those people down. Yeah, speaking of the importance of balance, how do we become more efficient, smaller, what the first thing I would say is always take risks. There's no free lunch. You always take risks. One risk is say I want to risk gravity on a grand master plan. It gets exactly what the right end state is, carefully cut the chips of what the heart is. I don't believe that book. I think it's a book taken many years. I think it has a value. And the reason is, if you have like a Taik, cut off one of the heads, look at that. The other risk you take, that's the risk of not saying this. The other risk, so the risk of taking too much. Is that I think that's so much that I'm going to take the risk of not splitting the back, but also to have some muscle quick that I'm going to take that risk. I can't give you options to see that's exactly the Okay, you don't know, and that's the other beforehand. That's exactly how it's going to go. That's the meaningless plan. The only question of which wish list is there. I believe in both right now. Second was we haven't had a class of politicians. That was probably one of the teachers was gotten in the second or even closer to 16. But short of that, I don't think we really have a class of politicians. Got pretty serious about cutting so much judgment that's happening out that's the restriction. What would I the way I was doing? 75% head count reduction across the board in the federal bureaucracies. Shut down the agency. Rescinding every unconstitutional regulation. True self-governing democracy, representatives that make the laws the rules, rather than legislature governments. And then it's the single greatest economic stimulus we can have in this country, but it's also the single most effective way to restore self-governance. Well, and it is useful for everyone. It's pretty big. 75% was seen like video TV president. We're on a whiteboard, he has all the 18 minutes up. And he's like, working on the Department of Education gone. There's people who's gone. Now, the situation in Argentina is done. And the situation in the United States is not quite the same. The empire is falling still. I think still the economy is doing very well. Still there's a hub of culture, the hub of innovation, the hub of somebody. Do you think it's possible something like higher 75% of the government when things are going wrong? Yes, if everything's necessarily true. I think it depends on what your level of well really is. America's not built on conspiracies. We're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you on that. But are we great as we can possibly be, or even as we have been in the past, measured against our own standards of excellence? I think the nation is in a trajectory of decline. I mean, in the empire again. But we are declining right now. I don't think we have to. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this middle class and bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country, sucking the lifeblood out of innovative culture, our culture of self-government. But it's possible, yeah, it's really possible. I mean, I'll take one of you. This is a little bit, I'm being a little bit flimsier, but I think it's not crazy. People thought it's even there on day one. They live in Teacher Valley, federal bureaucracy. It's not allowed. Like representatives, not zero. But if these were not allowed, if your social security number is an odd number of hours, if it is an even number of hours, well, what is the thing? Your social security number starts at an even number. You're in. And if it starts at an odd number, you're out. Boom. 75% practice. That's literally the gap. One of the virtues of that is the thought. But one of the virtues of that thought is that you don't have like the lawsuit about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you can do the case like do that on day one. Step two on day two, on day three. Not thinking of a change or other than this type of stuff, all of those trades, spending a lot less money, operating. And most people run a company, like a larger company, know this. It's 5% of people who really 5% of these for work. Government agencies are no different. So now imagine you do that same thought experiment, but not just you get a brand that you still a large scale of some metrics meaning for those who actually have both the greatest confidence as well as the greatest knowledge of the country. That I think is meaning to raise not only the civic character of the United States, down to the people who elect from the government. there actually would conservative presidents and maybe Jessica Ford will talk about, but have not really effectuated in modern history. And by the way, that kind of thing will attract occupy some exactly. We should just say that. Because right now the government is swallowing. Most common people feel like that you're out here government will swallow the whole. Here's the next 75% of really big. Yeah, kind of cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason to do anything is for more money. But I think a lot of people want to work in government. Feel something that helps them. Yes, like I think just opportunities for the very best to have more interesting impact. All kinds of issues. Universities, K-12 education, entrepreneurship. It's very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot to create that couldn't create the government. In the moment of the political, where our government is broken and isn't as responsible for the declining nature of our country. Yes, I think bringing in people who are unafraid, talented, able to have an impact to make all. I don't think actually most people, even those who say they're voting for them, I don't think are sure. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do this, that they'll be committed to life. So I've run a number of companies. So one of the things that I used to ask when I was not day-to-day involved in anything, but the CEO asked me to do interviews. The first company I started, I was at, like, for 40% or the company was pretty big by that point. I would still spend the best time interviewing every candidate for screening for the culture of that company. I can talk a lot more about the build that culture, but one of the questions I was always asked them after to start a conversation, basically, questions: why did you leave your last job, and why are you the next thing? I'll tell you what I did very often is that I wasn't paid. But I think that if you try to tell me that there's two questions. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 question. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to the true maximum of the person. That's the number one reason. And yeah, by the way, I would say that I'm saying that in a self-critical way that attacks people. I think it's also most of the people who left the companies as well, right? And those were working for other companies at the time. Started actually the number one reason people look up, the more people see companies that are going much more than this time. In fact, they feel like they're more than the business. The skill sets that environment is achieve. And so I think that's what people have to think about capitalism. It's pretty much capitalism. You used words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even in an organization, that allows every individual person to have somebody's skill sets that you will align with different measures. They're the right decisions. It's not a negative thing. And that was find that somewhere else. But bring that back to government. I think part of what's happening right now is the rise of that bureaucracy in so many of these government agencies. It's actually obviously the mission of most federal bureaucracies is massive. Like, what's the mission aspect of what government? What the hell? What is the mission of agencies? I found somebody who works there, who leads them, I found out that you can fill in the blank for almost any rate of fucking problems. There's straight down the list of pieces. What is the mission of this? You can say, but U.S. military, what's the purpose of the U.S. military? I think it's win wars, and more importantly, move this strength to a war. That's right. Well, okay, that's the mission. Then you know, okay, it's not goofing around and messing around and scoring conflicts. You kind of feel like it sometimes. Otherwise, we go on. And who decides that? I don't really know, but whoever people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No. Our mission is to protect the United States of America, move forward with those people. What's going to be the United States company? What the homeland of the United States Okay, that's a cool mission. I want to help human services. Maybe we see those missions to say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth. And you develop metrics and you put them. That's the goal of the Department of Aid. Just to set policies or implement policies that benefit these people. You can't get it. And maybe that's why it's even if maybe it's not. But what needs to happen is when you're governed by the elite class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company, government agency, bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and brightest. Because in order for somebody to shoot that group of people, it's to lose your gap. Then you're not getting the best and brightest. You went for the elite class. And that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. And that is what we want. Of the federal bureaucracy we will try to do. Yes, you said something really profound. Individual scale of individual creator. What happens is there's a capacity to do awesome things. And then there's variables that come up. We have to wait. What happens is there's friction. And fused together, what happens is friction. So the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the variables. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create variables. What it does, that's by the nature of bureaucracy, creates standing here to slow down whatever the other problem is. There's just something somewhere, it's not sure. It's a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce that. But I think when that becomes cancerous to the scope, it then actually kills the person itself. Whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. It's sort of there's a balance of distributed power, economy power, the glucose and social power, but then you just sort of power to the ability to affect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, stakeholder class, and then this whole class is the constituents of an organization. Say that I think we're a public citizen. You could have the equivalent of the creator class, create things in that quality, and then you have the bureaucratic class, reside in the service of liaison. I'm not denying that some wrong somewhere for people who are in that energy class. But right now, in this moment in America's history, I think it's been more or less true for the last century that it's grown. Starting with the Wilson's advent of democracy, the metastasizing of FDR's New Deal, started blown over, metastasizing further for OBJ's Great Society, and everything that's happened since even the Democratic Republican president along the way. It created the United States of America where that many guys, both in and outside the government cultural leaders, far too much influence power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are ways constrained and strong, shackled, straight jacket for the chief of action of their own. I actually feel that myself. I want to identify with that leader class or school that created. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth where that creator has that job. That's the positive side of it. But one where we are far more constrictive to the data class than we have been with the NGS. And that's not the issue. So a steelman of perspective is something that looks at a particular public institutions. And our study said the amount of pain that we cause by closing by 75% of people is too much. Yeah, so I go back to this question. One to make arguments for solutions people aren't aware why the Department of Education is reversing this. That might be a useful place to start. Things created. It had a purpose. What was that purpose? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we start what is the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not a it seems like a highly relevant question. Discussion about government. It's interesting how people just skip over that question and talk about it because it becomes a status quo and it's just going to be disruptive. Versus asking the question of this institution was created, how did it reach a purpose? Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, the yeah. So let's contrary, what we've noticed is that the schools in the inner city, many of which are predominantly black, actually spend more money per student than other schools. For a worse result, as measured by test scores and performance on a per student basis, suggests that there are other factors in the dollar expenditures per school in terms of student success, and actually suggesting that the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their activities for profitability. So instead, that's something that public education is instead extrapolate that original purpose of racial equality purpose to instead implement different visual racial equity to the ideologies that they demand in the content of the curriculum that these public schools have to teach. So the Department of Education funding, the federal funding accounts for about round numbers, around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that comes just straight to cash. So today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in 1997, but it's happening today. Ironically, funding hardly changed with job issues that failed, they blow those promotions up and go. What happens with today's Department of Education? They expect to say you don't get that funding unless you adopt certain goals to get rid of those goals. And in fact, they also intervene in the curriculum where there's evidence of schools in the Midwest with great play. And if we deny funding, because the Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like art, there's one instance in school that had art in school. I bet it's very interesting profession. That's physical education, it's one of the combined mental focus with physical aptitude. But hey, maybe I'm biased, it doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think the federal government's job is hold funding for schools because they include something in their curriculum that the federal government deems inappropriate for that locality. It's not that clear about the purpose of education. So when you see that as an abandonment of the original purpose, that's long happened. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally what to solve of siphoning money from black schools to white school districts and walking that effectively through public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. She asked me to skip that and say something constructive rather than just out of the side. One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still skeptical of great practice, but if you create one, at least make it what you would call it, a task force. Make it a task force. Task force with agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, you move on, rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved and addressed the first reason that we born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that. By being a company, generate tons of cash flow and solve the problem. Let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company built to cure some disease that only the people knew at that company had helped cure that disease. And they generate a little bit of cash to do it. At some point, you can skip your shareholders and close the jar. And that's a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in American consciousness, American culture of when institutions achieve its purpose. Celebrate. And then move on. And then government would result in a vastly different scope of government. Rather than today, it's a one-way rat. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the other one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century.
And what kind of things do you think government should do to the private sector, the forces of capitalism, to create drastic inequality or create the kind of things we don't want?
If the question is what should government do that the private sector cannot argue protect our poor. Capitalism is never going to be the job of capitalists, or never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve national order. And I think a nation, literally, in one chapter of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. That's all. An open borders not a border. Capitalism is not going to solve it. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation. In this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government to provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, the state government, to make sure that high water, whether or not it harms people around me, the job of proper government is to make sure to protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. It's seeking prosperity until you do it, but if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce, which is what we're enforcing the private property. So I would say that those are two central functions of government: is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of the homeland, and number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point we've described about 80 to 90% of the proper role of what is infrastructure. I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with in private sector. If we get specific infrastructure that's specific to national security, I do think that the military industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you can rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection for the nation. But, interstate highways, I think you think about whether or not it's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has the incentive to create it. The argument for the existence of interstate highways, I think we'd also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you could have private sector co-ops that could cause that kind of existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this. But broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, and I'm not going to say 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for people who live there, and to protect the private property rights. If we restore that, I think we're well on the way to the Bible of what our founding fathers did. I think many of them would give you the same answer that I was saying. If we get government out of education, we should be also for the decentralization of government in the states, for education. So I think those municipalities and the states, I'm fine with that being the locus of people determining. For example, let's say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and counties to actually decide democratically how they actually want that government to balance in the public school district versus making that same money available to families with vouchers in terms of ability to educational savings accounts, whichever mechanism it is, to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and university choice, implemented in charter schools and granting either state charters or even lowering the barriers to granting one favor, those kind of policies. But if we've got the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve, then I'm focused on solving federal problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to come. So during this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal on the Department of Government Efficiency and the administration of the administration? Of course, biased if you want to discuss that for the last year and a half. So I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the premise of my presidential candidacy. And then coming as I was running for U.S. president, and then a couple of events that he came to with a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a good idea. Who do you think is more hardcore cutting? Well, I think Elon is pretty hardcore. I said 75% of the federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said we need to put ethics to 75%. So I agree with him. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there that's going to be more hardcore than him. And the reason is, I think we're both sharing in common the willingness to take risks. I mean, some will still rise from the business sector. That much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glass? There's no way around it. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary. And here's the thing: it's easy to say this. Let's talk about what the rubber meets the road. Even in some of these other terms, the discussion. As the president, someone I've had this conversation, but I think we would keep this conversation was where's rank on our prioritization? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. If you have a different policy objective, good policy, whatever that is, right? You talk about immigration policy, you talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You can trade off a little bit in the short run 75% reduction in size and scale of the federal government and regulatory state in the headcount. I think that only happens in that scale. You can do it at a smaller scale. But at that scale, it only happens that's your top priority. That is president of the nation saying, I know in the super short run that might make it important for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that argument in the US because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries. So it's a question of prioritization. And recently, my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for savings. And just one thing about my campaign, I would be even clearer about, actually, except for a lot of things, okay, too, but there's one thing that I care about more than anything else is dismantling that bureaucracy or where you say it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. That nanny state presents itself as something the entitlement state, it's a welfare state, it presents itself as a regulatory state that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we're subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection for all resources. To summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminating the nanny state of the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we revive the republic and make it one.
You mentioned the Department of Education. There's also the Department of Defense. There's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to a budget that's increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. If we just talk about that, because this is the number one priority. It's like there's different numbers, like DOD, the problem with the targets. So let's take that on. What's your view on the industrial complex, Department of Defense, and War?
So I think the United States is overall, against the foreign policy of the United States as well. Let's start with that, starting off with the company on that. First of all, I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school to caricature my views of the media themselves. But actually, my own view is if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually do it. And I think it's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important, less important reason, it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in cash surplus. We're $34 trillion national debt in the room. And I think pretty soon the interest payments will be large line out of our budget. So it's not like we have money really that we just need to go through. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game. Do not have skewed incentives to actually have conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of those conflicts. So take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposed to be a requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are going to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany, particularly, is ending arbitrage in the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of cruel voice in saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies and providing security blankets. No, I'm not for it that way. Right, you got to pay for it. I pay for your fair share. A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves. But B, it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take when in a war versus that somebody else is paying for it. And somebody else is providing our security. Yeah, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of the war. Versus restraint that imposes. So now let's bring this over to the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide, for example, defense of the United States of America. And I is that's what we're actually looking for. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings in our southern border and crossings in our In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe, is less secure today than it has been for very long. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly have capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic is faster than speed of sound than the United States. Those can be war rights. We are more vulnerable to super anti attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks that could, without exaggeration, some of these people solar flare cause significant mass casualties in the United States of America. It's not an exaggeration to say if that happened, planes would be falling out of the sky, so chips really depend on those electromagnetic pulses to be affected by those electromagnetic pulses. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this is beyond what things like bullet stuff, super EMP, cyber, whatever. No, actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you actually face the risk of not getting your insulin refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or you can't store in your car, or the ability to fly an airplane is impaired. Okay? So these are serious risks where our national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, oh, we decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think I'm protecting our fiscal homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny state, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies when that actually advances the interests of the United States. So that's what I'm doing. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military industrial complex of the United States. But I think it's bigger than just, it's easy to tell the tales of financial corruption. It's a kind of cultural corruption and conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief that their belief happens to be the right one, because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow the rules. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian-controlled military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the commander in chief. I have my doubts about the doctrines now. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander in chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly he's still supposed to call him that. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of the mission. What's the purpose of this use of military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland of people who actually think which would fail it to do. That's what I meant. Okay, there's a lot of sometimes. First of all, Joe Biden needs to function on controlling the U.S. military because of the aid factor or because the nature of the presidency. Good question. I would say in this case, to accumulate to create both. In this case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is a functioning president. I don't think. How could he? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be a candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be able to make the most important decisions on a daily, demanding basis to protect the nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem. Even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people who elect to run the government haven't really been the one running the government. It's been the unelected bureaucrats and bureaucratic deep state elite that's really been making the decisions. I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan, corporate accounting. Sometimes we get outside of politics and people get listen and pay attention a little more. Politics is so wrong right now that you start talking to somebody who's speaking about the politics of it. It's funny again. So let's make the same point and go outside of politics. So we start with Japan. I was having a late night dinner with the CEO of Japanese. And it takes a while to really get him to open up. Culturally speaking in Japan, a couple nights of karaoke and whatnot, maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. go and find the head of research and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on. We don't want to spend money on it. We'll spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. I'll tell them, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. You have to stop now. You should stop 6 months ago. Just slap on the wrist for it. Yes, sorry, yes. Of course, that's it. Come back 6 months later. Same person. You spend the same money on the same project. Here's why. Historically, Japan, I should say Japan is changing. It's changing now. But historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible to fire. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work. It means some deeper reverse sense you work with them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority on it. I think most people have traveled to Japan and Japanese culture culture in the 1990s or 2000s or 2010s, and maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s who really just noticed it. Now, we're bringing back to more contentious terrain. Actually, it's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas that provide daylight for a true constitutional well-trained president to have. But apart from those, that's the contrary view that I have, that that's conventionalism. But apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is that the U.S. president can't fire them. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched by the person who people who elected to run the executive branch can't be fired. It's like the equivalent of democracy. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese public culture for the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run, the foreign policy establishment is run, it applies to a lot of domestic policy establishment as well. And come back to the core point, how are we going to save this republic? This is the debate that conservatives are right now. It's a little bit, spicy for some Republicans to swallow right now. And my top focus is making sure that we can get the election. But let's move the ball forward a little bit, skate to where the puck is going. Okay? Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. Okay, what's the philosophy that governs how we govern? There's a little bit of a fork in the road where there are those who think that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-liberal program. And I'm sympathetic to all of these goals. But I don't think that the right way to do this is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces the liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to give it to shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing anti-state with the right-wing anti-state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle it. And I think it's been a long time in the United States, if maybe ever not history, that we've had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. The cabinet state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish this on me, not anybody else, but I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen as sideshows of the campaign. I call that a lesson learned because I do think that's what the country needs. Not what it needs.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Trump read on 16.
Train the swamp.
I think where most of the time, I disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire him.
When I say a word about the conditions he was operating in, because I think this is why it's far more exciting is that a lot has changed in the legal level. So Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022 that came down and said that if Congress has not passed a rule, the law itself, through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a veto question, you can't be done by the stroke of a pen by a regular bill. Like really use most federal regulations here. Then this year comes out different. It's better than what the Supreme Court used the Roper Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years especially, the doctrine has been called Chevron deference. The doctrine that the federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out. The federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. The combination of those two cases is deciding. There's also another great case that came out with SEC versus Jarvis. And the SEC, one of the agencies and bodies that we're talking about here, SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only they also have judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine if they'll apply. That doesn't make sense. We believe in separation of powers in the United States, so the Supreme Court will look at that and say that that's practice of the SEC is in the Constitution. That's just a side note. The Supreme Court has said campus practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC, these here were outright unconstitutional. You know what that means for the constitutional republic? That suppose that these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually breaks the law. The very agencies that are supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. So thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court. So whether or not we have a second term, that's up to the vote, but even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. That's a big part of why I support Donald Trump, along with everything about power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state, all of its rules, the entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Three-word answer, but to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down. Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. Psychology level. You basically have to imply because Donald Trump, or for any president, legal situation. Is that the only thing with the operation? Like, it's probably not. It's on a psychological level, just hard. Yeah, with fire, a very large number of people. Is that what it is? Like, why? Is there a basic stability and momentum? Well, I think it's one of the factors. So you're right. I mean, the legal backdrop is a valid, understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with the policy vision to tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've tried about President Trump. He's actually been very open about that, and humble about that. He said there's a million learnings from that first term, making ambitious and knowing things in that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It lays out what needs to be done to make sure that the next 4 years, Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance to move that forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond the next 2 or 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we can fix a lot for probably the better part of a decade. This community the last in the West, but and Donald Trump is more likely to fire than other people. But he's the best person to do so. It's a candidate, right? People make a choice. It's a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with Donald Trump, or do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump said. And I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against him as president, that right now he is, when I say the last best vote, this cycle, last best vote that we have for this man's president violence. And I think that I'm spoken about the fact that it's going to take a long run, but we have the next step down. The next step down to take it. That's never a you talked about this 2 weeks ago, like this I get population. What was your impression about his compared to these people? My impression is I know the allocation of this and more focused on some of the other topics the more that he's focused on. And there is a tension there. Just as you clearly highlight, we should take priority with respect to southern border and that's the near-term fixes that we can get out of the party for a year. But at the same time, I think we've got to get also on decade-long time horizon. So my other view is, I think it's my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had, certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right to get out of this and shower federal subsidies on favored and dispraised what people do, disfavored and dispraised new bureaucracies to I think that's full thought. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that, from my conversation with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. But it's a long project. There's so many priorities at play here now. I mean, you really do have to go on the thing of try to down this try to put that second that basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just public firing as well, setting clear missions for different parties that remain hiring back to local fire, hiring back based on meritocracy. It's a full time, and not only full time with actual crime, it's full time psychologically because you're walking into a place unlike a company like Twitter, but an already successful company. The government, everybody around you, all the experts and the advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And it's a very difficult psychological place to operate because you're constantly the asshole. And the certainty you have to have while you're doing it is just nearly infinite because all the really smart people are telling you so this is a terrible way. You have to have this spine of steel to cut through with that short-term advice. And I'll tell you, certainly, I can do whatever I can to work for the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. President Trump knows that's my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply. That all else equal, get there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of how we save the country. Okay, I'll give you an example. Retention, immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about deportation. Yes. That requires a lot of money. How do you do it? And how does this system down? Sure. It goes back to that original discussion. What are the two proper roles of the federal government? Maybe two. One is government. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property. There's a lot of most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper things. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty of the some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who were in this country should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C. Now, almost we could say there's an intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employees today. So 75% is at 99.99%. The 75% still leaves, it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which I think needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question. But that's sort of where we're at. The proper role of the federal government, great. Act and execute your job. The irony is 99.9999% of its resources are more than functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our existing protection. There is a lot of criticism relative to deportation. So one, they're not going to be able to cost a large amount of property, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our higher ideals of the way they treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity of things. How do you answer some of those questions? Just I would call this, this is just thoughtful questions, right? Somebody who's really lying to you, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about breaking through the water. There are 350,000 others who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes and were convicted. They didn't get convicted in prison either, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to personal law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of coordination backdrop of the law. And we acknowledge there are trade-offs to enforce the law. And we acknowledge that in other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the issue of war. Coordination founded the rule of law, we enforce law that has costs and has trade-offs that it's so that backdrop is the basis fact that something is 350,000 mothers supporting prison and conducting prison. Is that bad? Is it undesirable for kids to grow up without the 350,000 mothers? It is. But difficult situation created by people who violate the law and face the consequences. There's also a competing with private countries. That's an domestic matter. As for to this question of mass deportation, let's just get very practical. That's all that was people. Very practically, there's ways to do this, starting with people who have broken the law. People who have not just broken the law of entering, but are committing other crimes while walking into the United States. That's a clear case for what's mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't been think about the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least to what's called safe third country. So safe third country means even somebody's claiming to seek asylum for political persecution. Well, move to another country. It doesn't have to be the United States of America that they pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining them. They don't let them out of a normal social life that they can detain them until the case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia, of which people lie about their convictions, are way lower now than in the United States because people respond to this acceptance. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I've never taken a deeper pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want a policy that helps the United States citizens grow. What's that policy? Clearly that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. And by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation process. Sounds like a punchline of a route, but actually it's a factual statement. What this agreement of by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history. It just stands to reason its logic that we're going to fix that. We're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. It would be rational to start people breaking the law in other ways through the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or in detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There is a little bit of an economic impact. Then you get to areas where you can say, okay, the costs actually compete out with benefits.
the operative word there is the first one, temporary. There have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits. Even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, when they get decay, when they're going to be removed, their allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise, are temporary. It's temporary. We're not abandoning the rule of law when we send it back. We're abandoning the rule of law instead. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, those are the paths that allow somebody to have this country for economic future. But don't do asylum-based claims of effort in the United States. I think one of the features of our immigration system is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes a lie. The reason is arguments for people in the country. This goes for economic reasons, but the people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status. Those things don't happen. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reform to the legal immigration system to select purposely the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. And there are many people I know some of them. I gave a story of one guy who I met who is educated our best universities, among our best universities in New York City, from a business school. He has a great job in the investment community, professional tennis player, concert pianist, who's a student in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up, these are hard facts. He can't get a good card in the United States here for 10 years. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico across the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice I had given him, but practically, for giving him advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody. It's a broken system on both sides. People are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate. We should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. They're not the ones who are getting good. It's that people, our immigration system selects for people who are willing. That's what it does. It selects for people who are willing to say they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when in fact they're not. And the policymakers are wrong. In fact, using economic justification is stupid. And if it was economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There's cases actually in the New York Times report about this, a woman who came from Russia, fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant LGBT, anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by evil men. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on a series of lies, it came out that she was tried by her, broke down there. It's like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuting Russia, when in fact was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you're wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people living in this industry of sort of quote-unquote tourism in the United States. They're having kids in the United States, they go back to their home country with their kids enjoy birthrights. It's like a lie. There are people claiming to suffer persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States, they're living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically fair jobs, skeptical the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually true, but let's have that debate in the open. Rather than having it through the back door saying that it's refugee and asylum status, we know it's a lie. And then we justify it after the fact by saying that economically helps the United States. But this, I just think that is a policy that we do well to expand in every sphere we talk about. Military industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, to a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government would be better served than that.
Yeah, and the way you describe eloquently the immigration system is broken in that way that it's very unwrapping our lives. But the other side of it, illegal immigrants are used in the political campaigns to feel popular. So what I would like to understand is what is the actual harm that's caused. So the claim is one of the tax claims is crime, and I haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crimes. So it's sort of, this is why I wrote this book, okay? And the book is called Truths. So they're talking about how well-sourced facts, right? Can't be made up hypotheses. Are truths. And there's even in my own research, I know a lot of it is due to my time as president of Canada, but even in writing this chapter of the book, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises. Okay? I made the thesis that was in the demonization of illegal or legal offense or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, but all that's one side. I wanted an immigration system that was built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We could debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I think that I hear that argument. And I think that's insufficient personally. Personally, I think we need the United States more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who are making economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals. Know the U.S. history better than the average U.S. citizen. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree, their sole goal is economic production in the United States. And at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded. We should reward people that I think they can do a lot. But even if that be a lot, reward people who are demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve the goal. And right now, our immigration system rewards one quality over any other. There's one parameter that rewards already. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't your ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not we're willing to. And the people who are telling those lies about whether you're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get it. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually get it. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And in recess, the law says you only get asylum that is based bodily harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on religion, ethnicity, or certain other things. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to get violence. So that means just systematically, right? That means you're University, Harvard, Yale, whatever, running their business schools. The number one attribute is selecting for these SAT score, is GPA, is your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're going to lie on the application. You're going to have a class 5 minute biomedical charlatans and problems. That's exactly our immigration system in the United States of America. Is literally selecting people who lie. Let's say if somebody who's a person with integrity says, I want to bet my family with my kids, then I'm not going to lie or break the law of good. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it's not a it is a fact that that's the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting. I want an immigration system to be honest. In order to implement that, we require the technology goals for immigration system in the first place. And then we have competing business on the line. And amongst conservatives, there's real. Some conservatives, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants that we have prices, then we protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't think that goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal. I think that's their goal. I have other friends on the right who say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also want to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I'm very different view. I don't think it's a proper mode of immigration policy, make it a labor policy. In the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you have this big question of what person needs to be in there. And she basically said, not you. But she said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think is really anti-American. So I want to pick up this correctly because it is a popular term. The reason I'm not picking on anti-culture is because I think actually it's a much more widely shared view. And I think give her this credit for really articulating a view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity genetically. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. I think there is a view on the American right right now that says that we're not a tribal nation, that our nation is not about crime. It's about a physical place, physical home. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that can lie its own. So obviously, there are all other things in geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. Not they want. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetics, not Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than the United States. So that's the first thing American exceptionalism. Second is there's all kinds of countries that stuff. The claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here. But in the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on the Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil reason, it's not quite Native American. You have to start this point and end at this point. So, on this blood and soil identity, if you proved it come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if you came after a certain year, it doesn't count. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American nationality is. Versus my view, the ideal codified in the Declaration of Independence about U.S. constitution. And it's been said, some of my friends on the right said things like, people will not die for a set of ideas. People won't fight for abstractions or abstract ideas. I can disagree with that. The American Revolution is close to that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideas. That said that, complete self-governance, free speech, the free exercise of religion, that would really be actually different from this. It's just like there's really debate on right. Disagree like hell with any values, absolutely. And did I take serious issues and everything she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, let me say that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated in the way that she has. And I think that's the way to go. I think most conservative ideas would be on this. But I think it's become a very popular counter-narrative in many directions, saying that the American identity is tied, is almost physical in nature. And to me, I think it is still ideals-based in nature. I think that's a good debate for the future for us to have in conservative movement. I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction conservative movement goes in the future. Quick pause, that's great. Yeah. Ask you to, again, steam in the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is big legislature, the 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election in a way formulated information difference, which is the entirety of that process instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of lying. I like people that win, not lying, even when the press advise whatever direction. So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left, I preach it to my kids. We gotta accept it on our own side too. We're not gonna save this country by being victims of to save this country by being victorious. Okay? And I don't care whether it's left wing victim or right wing victim or against victim. The number one factor that determines if you achieve something is you. I believe that's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. The number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed is your goal is you. If I tell to my kids that I preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to the other side. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. That's a personal philosophy. If you ask me to do something different, and I'm always a fan of that. One of the things that the standard I hope that people hold me when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side of the argument. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side. And you want to correct them. Because what's the strongest case against the Well, I never interviewed U.S. president against Donald Trump, so I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing to what you hear on MSNBC or the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that doesn't make sense. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, here's my full support, as you know. If you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking the question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of the new generation. The same things they have invited. They can say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation that's too far removed from my generation's concerns? And I think that that's, in many ways, a factor that weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you ask me to steal men? That's what I would say. When I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that this is still the right choice, even though the other side claims to offer new generation leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents who has been elected. How do we do this? That's what I'm thinking about. Right, but I get it, and you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump, so I get when the president would say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism you can provide. Yeah, that's 2020 election. Let me ask you, you spoke to Donald Trump recently. What's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address the 2020 election and not in what is it, TBS kind of objection. It's just I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud. And I was giving how that thing. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about media, tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth. He knows what the truth is, what is true, and what's not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and forget, and if they lose, walk away with honor and next time. Or channel that into growth and winning in some other direction. So it's just a strength of being able to give everything you've got to win, to walk away with honor. Everything that happened in our 2020 election is just goes against that. That was fun. I said that again, but I'm getting back to it. I think we have seen some growth in Donald Trump over that first term from the experience of the 2020 election. What do you feel about it on the campaign trail? I heard a lot of that in the conversation that we had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that's the most interesting part of what you just said is you're looking for somebody who has growth from their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve with the next second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID put a lot of different things on the fit in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do that. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-made suppression. That's probably the single most important piece of revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account long at that, and we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face it. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened is the way in which government actors who are never elected to the government use private sector actors to suppress information on the election. And with the polling afterwards, likely didn't influence the outcome of the 2020 election. That was election of the highest level. So I think that that's just a hard fact to get to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever those complaints are, have been, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on them. I personally believe Donald Biden would not just vote and not been suppressed and censored. I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the President of the United States right now would be no doubt, in my mind, of the polling before and after the impact that would have the independent vote. Now you forget, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions. Because I care about what's a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election. Here's one. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots, government issued voter ID maps. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, territory of the United States. Why not do that for the United States? I'll make it pledge. I'll do it right here. Right? My pledge is, as a leader in our world, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic elections, I think it'd be unifying too. Make election day a national holiday that unites us around our purpose one. Single day voting on election day is a national holiday, paper ballots, and government issued voter ID. Let's get there as a country. You have my word. I will beat our whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and make ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise a practical, a reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly?
Well, I agree with a lot of this. Probably disagree with part of the laptop story.
I look at the polling about the youth that would have it. I can't prove that to you, but I think
that's just one example of, I guess that's an example of bias, conflict in media, and there's bias in the other direction. Probably there's bias. It's hard to characterize bias.
bias. So I would be open-minded to hear it in its concern, and if I hear it, I would condemn it. Of government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly, silently, votes otherwise would have had to advantage Republicans' ballot box to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of George team, all happened in 2020 are hard facts. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know because I would condemn it.
Most people tech companies are private and political officials on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists are on the left. But to characterize actual reporting and the impact of reporting in the media and the impact of censorship is difficult.
real problem is that we talk about a real problem.
There's two different problems I just want to sort out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talk about two issues, and both are important but different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship. Bias reporting, I felt that this presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased. But that's a different issue from saying voters don't get access to information from any source. So this 100-byte laptop report, we now know that it contains evidence of voter interference in potentially Biden administration for families and Senate government. That story was systematic. So in the United States of America, you want to find that a leader through any major social media platform or through even Google search. That story was suppressed or down algorithm. You couldn't see it. Even Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story as private messages. That isn't different from other things. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not. That's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated. What would the backlash? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election was being given. I'm saying that tech companies, the group of coercion, to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information deeply. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government. Well, after the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard and say that Russia did it. It's really bad and interfere in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, if I didn't blame Russia, false. The Russian disinformation of the 100-byte laptop story is false claim. We have to apply the same standard in both cases. It's the fact that you've got more Russian interference and you get an outcry, but now have the domestic interest called up, hey, it's a little bit of bias in the election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that is.
Okay, so the connection of government to platform should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we talk about college bureaus, censorship there. There should not be any censorship in this body. There should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias. Lay it out in the open and try to use that system. That said, the voter fraud system, you can't write a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do this fake election scheme and then do a lot of shady practical behavior in January 6th and try to shortcut your way just because your friend is cheating or not going to play the conflict. You can't cheat. You shouldn't do this. You should be honest and not use your platform to help fix the system versus cheat your way. So here's my views. Has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But do you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country? We had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down. Told to shut up, sit down, and do this, don't help. Unless there be a BLM or Antifa rioters, perfectly fine. You're told that we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, and that they were denied information systematically putting into that election, which is really important that this keeps damning information on one point. And then you tell these people that you still have to continue to shut up and lie. That creates, I think, a real culture of the First Nation in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's happened in the United States. It's happened at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship, restraint from freedom of free people is never good. If you want to really understand what happened, one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at. That really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Because it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, job of leaders is to how do you channel that in the most effective direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term? Would he hope to achieve a second term? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he said before it was done, the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to provide that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at the behest of government policies that people in other productive ways. The best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that can make step out of this country.
Are you worried in this election, a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a skirt, that there's chaos that's unleashed? How do we minimize the chaos?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly because of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisper. I think this is the man who, in the last couple of months, spent 2 months, has faced 2 assassinations. We're not talking about theoretical attack, but gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that in generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the U.S. So do I worry about skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns, or national and media concerns about Trump. When in fact, he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make poor case against that company. Joe Biden's entire message is a threat to democracy and the existence of America. If we keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop of conditions that we live in as a country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is through it in this election, win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide is the best thing that happens in this country. Reagan delivered a kind of rating that again in 1984, and then a very practical another landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be victory. That I think is how we fight this country. And so I don't think 50.001 margin where cable news is declared the winner 6 days after the election. I don't think that's going to be. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are, where we stand. This is the revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too. That's what it's outcome.
So, just to pile on, we're still in for this Congress. I'd rather, I wish there was less of alphabet times and so ridiculous is entertaining. I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or whatever. I think that's fun.
I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes of Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents ever. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe some different people don't want that kind of quality they value in their president. I think in a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that we're able to use levity in a moment of national recognition. In some ways, I think right now is probably a role where for the good stand-up comedians who probably do big service to the country, they're able to laugh at everybody. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country, do the same thing to Kamala Harris with equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more just as discussing the future direction of the country. My own views, I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way, and support him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate can achieve in the country rather than picking on really the personal love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy. You can speak for hours on policy. Listen to foreign policy. Sure. What kind of peace deal do you think is possible? You sat down, you became president. You sat down and said, sit down. What do you think is possible to talk about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining, you did this in the final. But anyway, it's how you moved the canvas in regions. They wanted to send money and troops and take to the deaths hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know the regions in Ukraine. You don't want to suggest that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating more as a government?
Yeah, so look, I think that this is getting self-interest to be party option. And to be very transparent, from everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever it is. Get it? Russia is about NATO out of power away from Russia, Western Europe, where NATO is expanded more north than they expected to. Frankly, that Russia was told the can be stolen. Not a comfortable fact for some in America, like James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not wanting to pass East Germany. Well, it was expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to protect the Russians. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, lost the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international law norms. It's a violation of international law. Nations without borders are not nations. So, against that backdrop, what's the actual interest in Russia? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansion as a violation of current commitments, but if codified commitments to Russia that we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding that we're violating sovereignty and neighboring nations and having hard assurances and consequences for that. That's the beginnings of it. And then I want to be ambitious with the United States. I want to weaken the Russian-China alliance. And I think we can do a deal that requires give some real gives Russia ambition on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia too, in the long run, because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy the occasional things with his brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity, Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose real threat to the United States. But even as a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, what's occupied right now, part requirement military presence in the Western Hemisphere. People forget Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. We don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. No more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. Kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia is no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia something important to Russia, we have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be at the end of this war, peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has historically guaranteed. That, I think, together would be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russian-China alliance, actual threat that we have so far, that our enemies, with a more or less neutral front of it, really failed to confront. That, I think, is the way to de-escalate the risk of war globally and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling them.
So from an American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that is very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance, so no joint military exercises, no military collaboration, so monitorable. These are monitorable actions. Cheating on that, and immediately have consequences. They're cheating.
there might be some extreme influence with Ukraine. So Ukraine from Russia, but Russia has captured giant chunks, and has deposits of other small regions. So it seems given what we're laying out, very unlikely for Russia to give up any of the region before they capture it.
I actually think that we now we don't have the specifics of it. But the core goal for the negotiation are peace and support making the Russia-China cooperative. And for Russia, what do they get out of it? Part of this is here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but that could be positive for Russia. It's part of that deal. Like it's not a zero-sum game as long as Ukraine are losing immigrants. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unethical about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I think I was a little critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion of his contribution to the overgrowth of U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on the reform, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull Iran and China out from the collapse of the USSR. He wrote the China-Russia alliance back then, which is an important step to create that sort of Cold War. But there's an opportunity for similar unconventional maneuver now, using greater reopening economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out from the hands of China today. It's going to spin off Ukraine back to that. And I think it's I do think it will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well. That, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of security peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every action. But I can make the case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interest of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then. Until Boris Johnson traveled, but he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. That goes to the point where when nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security, they have what the problem is a moral aspect of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take, because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not holding the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous and a better deal for themselves than they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of millions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes in the recent past, we're going to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, what's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people can die without any increased leverage and actually get in the outcome they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly, a weakening the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests, that provides a great degree of long-run security and future existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed going. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will be. There's no rule that says that when one party, before full-out radical war starts, at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table, rather than assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia, or that anything positive that happens to Russia is a loss to the United States.
Just to add to the table some things that we all might think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union without NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationship there, and also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money for both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, in the whole country, is how to guarantee the flourishing of the nation. As you want to not just stop death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing nation.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in one of the areas. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors,
between Ukraine and Russia, NATO, the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, economic interests that are at issue combined with geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation. The more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a mutual deal. So I think it should be encouraging the fact that there are as many different possible levers here, almost make certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to situation where there's only one thing that matters to each side, then I can't wait for this to work out. There's definitely a work to be done here, and I think that requires real leadership. The United States playing hardball, not just with one side of this, not just with Zelensky or Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests and the interests of stability. And I think that that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia and the West. If you were president, would you fight me? Absolutely. In any negotiation, you have a calling somebody to move out. But I do believe that open conversation and willingness to have that is another lever in the negotiation that is still intermittent. Okay, let's go to the China side of this. The big concern here is that we're over the brink, God forbid, a hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that? So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that happening. Because at that point, when you're setting up for it, the consequences are existential for the United States. Then when you find yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out conflict. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like our World War level. And the way to do this is to bring down the existential stakes of the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes of the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for everything. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, one of those basic medicines used in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrial needs. Think about how little sense that makes for China. Our military, which mostly exists to protect ourselves against enemies, depends for its own supplies, sending it back to its countries, on our countries. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian, you would school bring it on higher. I had nothing to well. Even then, you would not argue for a foreign dependence on adversaries. So I think that's the next step we need to take is at least reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring in the United States. Done. If we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. One or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade-offs to be very independent from China. But the question is, what is wrong with that? And you think about the other way to do this is strategic flavor. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is risen, an accident that crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And let's talk about, I think, the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes the risk, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risk that it escalates to World War III. So I think that geopolitically, we've got to look at these things holistically. That ended the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of the broader conflict with China as well. But I also weaken China because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are handed down to China. If Russia is no longer a military ally with China, that changes China's strategy as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy than we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that we need people who will be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise wouldn't be done. And that's our new thing. someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president as an outsider and businessman as well. I think this is an area, our foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political thinking. I think the thing to make clear that I think implied is that we have to accept the red line that China belongs for China policy. Both sides need to have their red lines. Both sides need to have their red lines. So, we can get the specifics, but it's going to vary depending on the circumstances. The principle that I would use is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, that was a good red line campaign on this, so I said this. I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not, should not, or any time for this, to advance China Taiwan. I think that for the United States, probably is rudest right now not to suddenly abandon the diplomatic policy we adopted decades ago. What is recognized as a one-kind policy in our position for quiet deference to that. And understanding that may be the red lines, the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States. So, in this example, but the principle here is, you guys, how do we avoid major conflict with China? I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States by making sure we're not dependent on China for our monetary life. I think also, ironically, using a peaceful resolution in Ukraine as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance in the other direction of weakening China as significant benefits to us.
But what do you do when China says that they're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out? That's not that wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what our red lines and priorities are. We'll depend on Taiwan right now for our supply chain. So China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict from the trust. So against the backdrop of clearly drawing red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being China's enemy, big red line. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room to strengthen those relations, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Rabbi I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some missiles in the Indian Ocean and the Indian Sea no longer being reliable for getting their use of oil supplies. There's a lot of levers, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries on what our red lines are and what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to the least oil supplies as it does today. And red lines in China itself, not what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they have certain red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people would call that avoidable conflict. This is these trap, against the circumstances of a rising power, against the backdrop of a declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. And I don't think that A, we have to be a declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require real leadership. Leadership to respond. And you have to judge based on international relations here. You on things. 4 years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts. At least places like Russia and Ukraine, we were on the cusp of war with North Korea, the Obama left office in 2012. Everybody must be clearly defined major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflicts in Russia and Ukraine, judged by the result. And I would say that even if somebody disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, don't like his style, if you're a single issue, you want to stay at a World War III, that's a pretty good case for why you go for Trump in this country.
Brother Modi, I think you've complimented much different directions, one of which is discussing nationalism.
I think I believe that someone I've got now actually recently, for example, George Meloni, who's in the Middle East, told the same thing. One of the things I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country. That she stands for certain values and compromise. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I love last time I spoke with her in the U.S. she talked about she doesn't need the media allows her to make decisions proud of Maloney or voting for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than politics. And I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm not only voting for, but actively supporting Donald Trump. Because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here that says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of the nation. In the United States, that doesn't mean no nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national values, that is, and I think that is something that we've gotten uncomfortable with countries to say, no, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on others. No, I'm not looking down on anybody, but I'm proud of my own country. I think movies provide that spirit in India who had been missing for a long time. And India had an inferiority complex, a psychological inferiority complex. But now being proud of its national heritage, and its national identity, and its national legacy, history, and to say that even every nation doesn't have to have a kind of myth-making about its past, and be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this in the United States. A nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true not just for the United States. I think it's true for every other nation. Leaders like Maloney in Italy, leaders like Maloney in India have done a great job. That I wish to bring that type of pride back to the United States. And whatever I do next, that's something that is, I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you know?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out. That's a long time from now. And I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned, that experience, that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. With getting into the race, there was no way I could plan and plot this out of somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could learn by actually doing it. But I care about the same things that led me to the presidential race. And I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some way. Purpose and meaning at a time in our history where the things that used to fill that void in our heart were missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, still the border, grow the economy, stand a World War III, and rapid crime. Yes, we need the right policies. We also need leaders who, sustain way, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride, revive our identity as Americans. And I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next few years. But after that, we'll see what the country is in 2028. And whatever I do, it'll be whatever has a maximum positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, take America to the next level, move beyond our victimhood culture, restore our culture of excellence. We got to shut down the banking state, the entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy nanny state. Shut it down and provide who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure this is essential.
Well, I hope you won because this was made clear on the stage by the debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas you stand for. And it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a set of top-tier Democratic candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, We have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury to people. I would love nothing more than to see that. Who do you think? So for me, I would love to see some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, I'm talking about just a first of all, good dude, has similar to you, strongly held, if not radical ideas and how to make progress in this country. So to just be on stage and debate honestly about their ideas, like very there's intention. Is there other people should be here was interesting also. I would like to take on in earnest, civil, but contested content, right? Debate. You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you, who still has deep ideology. I think John Fetterman I just demonstrated himself to be somebody who's got to change his mind on positions, but not some sort of fake flip-floppity way, but like thoughtful evolutions of his personal struggle. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views. But who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining and beliefs and convictions, and has, when necessary, been able to reach his own tribe where he can be wrong with it. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably working at lower levels, unless not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they sometimes get polluted. Yeah, the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has at least libertarian freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, and I don't just say I'm the president, but I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Wilcox, who said we look like he's a highly intelligent person, and it's somebody who is willing to buck the consensus of his party when necessary. He recently, I would say, lambasted. He phrased it very delicately, criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies of their own party because it says they actually have convictions. So you know, for my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that hold on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear, and you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to create a right wing with entitlement state for a state, I want to shut it down, that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of conservative movements are. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price control. Reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industries in favor of if we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's legal. It's somehow they trust it because it's under our watch. Now, I believe shutting it down, that challenges a lot of the current direction of the conservative movement. I believe in certain issues that maybe outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is not a top issue in American politics, just to give you a sense for, I think I'm against tax reform of a large scale, you sort of say, putting a mistreatment of one thing to say that you need it for your sustenance, that's great. But it's another to say that if the factory farm is setting in place special exemptions for historical laws that existed that are the fault of crony capitalism, against crony capitalism, against influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily traditional Republican, right? Orthodoxy, with a chapter and verse from a Republican Party platform. But it's not against the Republican Party platform. But it's asking what the future of our movement is.
Some of these things are hard. Getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money. Getting mega money. And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. I mean, you got to play it with. It's one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But last 40 years. When you're writing, you're thinking about how to solve the problems of the world, to develop your policy. How do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day and travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out, physically active, so if I'm running, playing tennis, lifting. Somehow for me that really opens up my mind, but it is a significant amount of time after that. Notebook, I carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there.
The notebook full of chaotic thoughts versus structured.
Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's fun. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later, I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, right over here, I have a much more structured layout of, I've got a lot of different projects in here, for example, and cross-pollinate, in the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts, collected those on my plane right over here. So I think that writing is something in all of its forms that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You go through a presidential campaign going at super speed. If I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as just like vacations, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around getting to the first debate, I was like not 9 states in 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. I would have halfway through established relevance. Now maybe the country sees who you actually are going forward, rather than just the momentum you're heading into. And I think that that's sort of the thing that's relevant to take stock of what you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the book. I enjoy writing. It's part of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, okay, I ran that world with the campaign. The first thing I started doing after I collected myself for a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody read it. I was writing it for myself. It actually started in a very different form, very personal, reflectory. Most of that, funny enough, was a little bit like books, like editors out. But I just didn't make any books. Yeah, but it was directions that my nephews were published or published. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing ended up never in the book anyway, just because of the topic and the important. But the journey that led me to write this book, a lot of it in this book is going to be it's my fourth book in 4 years, right? And I hope it's the most important one, but it's certainly the product of an honest reflection. But whatever it might do for the reader, it helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign, not just all policy lessons, but even just as a matter of personal practice. The ability to take spaces of time to not only physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., but to give yourself the space to reflect, to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time, rather than you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. But one of my biggest learnings.
You mentioned the first time of the day. So more than almost basically anybody I've ever seen, you start to some really as debates.
Yeah.
Podcasts, whether it's with all kinds of walks of life, whether it's debates with protesters or some people that really disagree with you, the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy? What's the psychology to be calm through all of that?
Well, I enjoy debating. And for me, I think just in ordinary life, about formal debate setting, whenever I perceive criticism or contrary view, my first impulse is always like, what's the possibility, right? And most of the time, what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own. And you know your own beliefs better than you state the best argument. But sometimes you do. And I think that that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being wants that happen once in a while too. And so anyway, just the idea of pursuit of truth through open debate, that's always just been part of my identity, like who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. My relationships with my closest friends are built around heated debates and deep-seated agreement and disagreement. And I
so that other countries, China, India, or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures, are very different, but that's considered not genteel behavior, not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the table at the end. I think we've lost some of that. But I think that's what it is. So I think I'll get it. And that's whatever it happens. We'll do it. Many people making sure that I get out of my way. Talk to people about this. And I think it's a big part of how we do it. How we love, my benefit. We also show that we get more I've never seen people get that. Like when I was a kid, they give me but always probably because you're just but I love it. And I'm a curious person. So I'm not curious about what's that just going to be what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, that's really does it. Because basically somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake, but you're kind of curious. So they continue with wondering. What anybody can put good people in there? We're all maybe misguided from time to time. But what's actually, what is it that's moving that person to go in a different direction? I think as long as you're curious about that, when the climate change protesters were up behind events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them, what they might be hungry for, as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying. And I think that's certainly something I care to revive. We were talking about in politics, reviving that sense of curiosity. I think is in a certain way one of the ways where we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens. I agree with you. I've been fundamentally against people, but one of the things I brought is the you said, which is curiosity. I think we should really into that. You're a curious person. This podcast is basically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I see many more of that in America. Kind of, you're not going to talk about the founding fathers, you're joking about it. They were inventors, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of nations. They kind of had that boundless curiosity, too. And I think part of what's happened culturally in the country, we've gotten to this place where we've been told that stay in your lane. You don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think that's not. It's a little bit un-American in terms of the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you. I was important in this conversation too. It's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports, culture, politics, and philosophy. It's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to do. But maybe you might even be better at each of those things because you're curious about the Renaissance man, if you will. I think we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool. I believe in the campaign. I've been doing a wide range of things. I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practice at Ohio State. You're damn good at tennis. I used to be better, but I'm picking up. Somebody online was trying to. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing for putting the cameras potentially. Is your that would be perfect? I've been playing with the. I've been fighting with the Ohio State team before. They're like number one in the country and close to. That guys on the team play with just a couple of coaches who were recently on the team. One of them used to be a guy who played with the juniors, but signed with them and worked alongside the team. My goal, I should be. Oh no! My hips are. I played so many days a week that I set a goal for myself by the end of the year to play for the good. We'll see if that happens. But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie that I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who's traveling in the United States. The thriller is a very cool movie to be part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company of energy to get back into driving change in public service.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well. It's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So thank you so much for everything. I was literally just sharing a video of Thomas Jefferson.
It's good. That was my goal.
So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson for thank you so much for talking to everybody. This is fun.
One final fact is Jefferson. Of course, he wrote 16,000 essays in his life. That describes he's averaged 4 books in 4 years. That's nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, he's definitely thanks for having me. And neither of us will ever live up to any of the words of Thomas Jefferson. I love your curiosity. Thanks for being involved with this. Appreciate the feedback on
Thanks for listening to this conversation with that sports podcast, Eastern Venice Politics Discussion. Now, we leave you with some words of children. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful, and murder respect, to give an appearance of solidity to pure language. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of lead production that's used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cording off the area, not allowing certain people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study and how things look in the abstract. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of eternity. So, the whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or modifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad, not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, it's like a pretense of comprehensive validation, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on foundation saying a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war at the height you have decided does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of negative selection. Those who have most injuries, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be widowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than have Hitler and him envisioned permanent rule on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant movement of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one was.
Following this conversation, Taik, a historian specializing in Germany and Eastern Europe. He has led through extensively on the rise and reign of the fall of communism. Our discussion was debunk this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discussed Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This intellectual podcast supported by the sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, today has dishes. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the central ideas of Marx that laid the foundation?
There were several key ideas that Marx deployed that we best think of how to implement. In some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose. That history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, you might say, with a capital H. History moving in a particular direction. History can evolve in a direction that is predestined to move. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who might, even if history is still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added together, the notion that there is a science revolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of history and the resolution of all conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, and that moreover that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and destined to deliver things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and individual role, this ended up being tremendously powerful as a combination. Earlier thinkers who were socialists had already dreamt of a projected future where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that made it far more powerful than the earlier versions that he decried as utopian.
So there's a million questions I could ask that. So on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component in the way he tried to conceive of this idea.
Absolutely. I think, first of all, one has to stress Marx would have been extremely upset at this point in the conversation because to call someone a utopian is precisely to argue that you're not scientific, you're not rational, you're not laying out the iron walls of history, you're merely hoping for the best. And that might be laudable, but it's fundamentally unrealistic. That said, hidden below Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures that history moves through class conflict, both production, towards its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution that will see all exploitation overthrown and people finally be freed from necessity. Some of it among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And there, especially at the end, in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved their conflicts. There, the vagueness sets in. It's clear that it's a blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploit one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity and industrialization that hitherto have been put to private profit, now collectively owned and employed. The notion that one will be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity or yet another fulfilling job in the afternoon. All of this free of any contradictions, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary irritations that we experience in the old world, that's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted the route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting-edge science and moreover having the full credibility that science demanded so much, especially in the 19th and early 20th century.
So there is a long journey from capitalism to communism that includes a lot of problems. He thought to resolve the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems.
To the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, the result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. Inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes
Yeah, you actually have an electronic humor. I love it. And you deliver it in a beautiful way. Okay, this again a good question. So you outline some contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel, as a German idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose, history is not a collection of random facts, and as an idealist, he proposed that the true reason of history, the true meaning of history, what made history, history with a capital H, something that transcended and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical development, and that idea is the idea of human being. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian and German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are only able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law. That was a noble dream, at the same time as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the law in our own times. What Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flipped it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he neglected at the time was that in fact history is based on matter. So hence dialectical materialism. Dialectical refers to things preceded by flashes or conflict towards another greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of it. You can recognize the entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very different direction. What remains, though, is the confidence of being on the right side of this. And there are few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science that will be the
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the great scientific eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history. That Darwin had done for the politics and of human history what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanisms, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the famous line in history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history as a history of class struggles?
This was the motive force that Karl Marx and Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of frictions and clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he about was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism, the prehistoric period, that moving towards what was called state slavery. That's to say, the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all-powerful monarchs. Then slavery, the ancient period, and then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages, and then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about these old times, seeing that the present day is the penultimate. The next last stage for development. Because the feudal system of Italy, the dominance of the aristocracy, is overcome has been displaced by often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them, which is the working class, proletariat. And so this sort of conflict that also, by the way, takes within classes. So the bourgeoisie are going to be grave diggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where, at some future moment, the inevitable explosion and swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes, because there's only one class remaining. Everyone is finally unified and without those accountability instead of class.
Dictatorship of the working class. So what is the role of revolution?
So this in particular for Marx, I think, is a really key moment. This is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative that he presented us, revolution is key. It's not enough to have revolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining and balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of the subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. It's against the proletarians, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role in the Marx is going to liberate all humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and its role in salvation history, that they'll be playing this in the secular framework. They need revolution, experience of revolution in order to come into their own. Because without it, you only have to compromise on something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the
How do you conceive of a revolution, potentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class is able to rule?
that's where things become would be a less detailed in his and Engel's accounts. The answer that they propose in part was this is for the future. So all the details will be settled later. I think it was alive to this. There's a tremendous confidence in some early 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for an orderly society. In a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at the largest purpose of there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control, and there might have to be this despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then, afterwards, the state, because it represents everyone, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually take over. So there won't be need for it. And that's not to say that true stasis arrives, right? Or that stabilization equals the equivalent of time. Not as if that is the picture, but instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives as humans that are in authentic freedom, without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state return.
Despotic in those property. Did he elaborate on the despotic in those?
Dispossession. Dispossession would be the middle classes. In his model, humanity was never standing still, right? So we probably argue that this dynamic vision of how this unfolds against the in the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence the revolutionary potential to grow. And at the same time, the exploiters, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the middle class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, the key part of this whole ratchet effect is going to produce this final historical explosion. And in Germany, we're given a process of predicated, which is very evocative. It means misery. So it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are miserization or pauperization, more and more people are going to turn into paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that, in fact, sociologically, in newly developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there have been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early, chaotic, sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and industrialization, there have been reform movements as well. And there have been unions which have sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers' labor might be dealt. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening and growing in numbers and appearance of new classes of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what followed Marx's lifetime, this begins to really come out because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
Can you speak to this realm of ideas, which is fascinating, this battle of big ideas in the 19th century? What are the ideas that are swimming around?
Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideology is very apt because Europe is being wrapped and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who earlier lived in empire, under monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map, the tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you have seen the world around you change in ways that maybe you entirely uncommon. You have traveled at speeds that you were unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, old and new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or found himself cut off from a possible academic career and led the relevant path of journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist. The family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical role. There were also huge differences in character. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy. They also saw him as a man who felt determined with dominant arguments, who wanted to win arguments, and was not one to settle for compromise or that I wrote. He was disorderly in his personal habits. You might mention, among other things, that he impregnated a maid, didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment or to support program. That's where Angles came. Angles essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and Mark's family for decades. And so, in a sense, Engel made things happen. In the mysterious way the friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo, because they balance off one another's idiosyncrasies and turn what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian A.J. Taylor always has a well-returned phrase, "You know what's wrong." In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance, Marx was a genius. And Engels saw himself as the definitely junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clear Marx would not have gone on to have historical classic historical impact in the world of our ideas.
Those interesting characters in to John. He is a difficult characterize the wealth of impact he had, even just in the religious context. It challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also in the area, and there are some side there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask me, from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to our discussion, or is this more isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation. And I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. And Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the tradition of modernity, and that he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these oblique ways, rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontations. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling in the story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
What would you say here? You mentioned Karl Marx. They call it rent for the people, and they think Soviet Union, maybe China. They don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that Germany is where communism was supposed to happen. That's right. So, do you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a factor in the entire history that the reference. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even if they condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true to point out that Germany is intended to be a place where these predictions will play out. Also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's Germany by virtue of the central location and then its rapid development later within Britain or France, industrialization, give it a special role in Marx's community. And so it's a lasting item or central item in this whole story that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk because, in fact, the revolution to really take place had to seize power in Germany. henceforth great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing I mentioned about this is that this predominance of German thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century, and that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social party. That social democratic party by 1912 is the largest party in German politics by vote, and there's the possibility that it might even come to power without needing a radical revolution, which again also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves trying to do the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that if you want to represent somebody as being communist, that person has to have a Russian accent, because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German. You needed to read Marx. You needed to read Council. You needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx there.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it can take. We'll talk about if we return to the 19th century, you said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1942, quote, "The passion for destruction is also a creative passion." So, what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin did some things agreed with Marx, and many others disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than he would be sort of with people who wanted to be. He did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as the quotes that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow of existence not compromise was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political, Bakunin envisioned that the tide would be far looser, that both the revolution and the future state of humanity would grow out of free association of anarchist thinking, free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking for one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas that we saw as buttressing hierarchies. So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialist anarchists who are demanding change and envisioning really fundamental transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. We should add to this that the very fact that Marx, German by background, is completely Russian, kind of has a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. But Bakunin warned that sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that viewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the international. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists where they try to make common cause. And I have to say that in every case it has value for the anarchists, because the communist mission in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argues for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the case of the Russian Revolution, or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turns out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist description for successful revolution.
We can take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
You might find that in it.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If we just take a quick tweet of changing. I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are an economic state with each other. But why do you think there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that Mao's anarchists were actually different. You would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. But Bakunin flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to begin on finally founding sort of three communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as the term. And so when you point out quite correctly that you have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of war along with the law, of man as a will to remain. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in Russian revolutionary, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be free from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of human beings, is seen as a positive movement and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the description of someone like Taik. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But as we point out, it's absolutely key to the dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolution.
So if you just get stretched in a violent revolution, take us to a place of no violence, or very no violence.
So it kind of points to a phenomenon that Rupert Rage marks and was deeply alienating to others who initially followed, but that so many scholars have commented, and that's that there is a religious element, not only about a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondence, right? Marx himself as kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who leads people to the promised land. The apocalypse of the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state of utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity and its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Herr Friedland, a German-American scholar who led the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in modern period. He saw fascism, Nazism, and Soviet communism as is bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. We're going to call this the eschaton. It said that these end times, the eschaton, was being promised in the here and now, and made imminent. But he warned against it, saying the results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with the idea that people sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have an atheist as the primary thing in a society, this is what you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of objection of that, saying that there's a strong religious component to the
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. And I think that I had the chance to witness this. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago, so the New England area, and my father, who's a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, the University of Vilnius, to meet the colonists. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days were very rare in the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union and Brezhnev's Day. And among the things I saw there was a museum that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that we didn't know. And instead, there were some photos of the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in the official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin mausoleum in Red Square. And communist monuments, like those Lenin, earlier Stalin in there as well, communist monuments like Mao, Ho Chi Minh, really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence for relics, great figures, almost saintly figures, so that even what got defined as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have.
Yeah, it's a very complicated discussion when you remove religion as a component of society, whether it's something like framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
You hear nature according to that. I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations. Right? It's not all nameless. In fact, there's a larger purpose. And I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing internal experience of just revulsion, finding that their ideals are not their own.
So this topic is one of several topics I would describe contradictions in ideas of Marx. So religious, there's a kind of religious adherence versus actually the rejection of religious dogma. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism and nationalism versus what communists are supposed to do for globalism. Then there's the thing we started talking about, individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans seem to be singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography, of course, is restricted to certain countries, tradition. So you're supposed to break with the past for communism, but then Marxism became one of their strongest traditions in history.
That's right. That's right. I think that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. In trying to outline these contradictions from the ways, like subjecting Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx did in other people, to point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points and cracks that might open up what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break with the traditions that have kept people from earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly benefit. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges. And that's really just imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are one fact, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown over to discussion. The very notion that you have a celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik vaccine at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the totalitarian aggression structures. All of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto, and that's the Taik. What can we say that's interesting about it? The ideas on paper.
The first thing to note on this is that those two works are very different. Capital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at, and he only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising the piece. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many countries in spite of its important rhetoric. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often repeat. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national and liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of Paris Commune in 1971, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all the counterparts related Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to a worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be origin of species of its realm, economic realm, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that he believes he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging with the answer like passivity, just waiting for history to play out its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this will play out. And it starts with those ringing words about goats who respect their entrepreneur, they respect their communist, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later it was.
Is there something to say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political economics? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
So I think that Marx, you probably responded that in fact those things are indivisible. The analysis, sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you care to mention. But the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you deliver the answer to how history evolves and changes, it obligates you. It demands certain action. We sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct, it was an idle production of a philosopher, it was not connected to the world, that was never meant to try to practice. Marx would have been furious with this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete, as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political description is supposed to conform to economic realities and be inevitably growing out of it. In the real history of communist regimes, we've actually seen periods where the economics becomes detached from the politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period, early in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realizes that the economy is so far gone, we need to reintroduce or allow and eliminate some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that we can consider the good economy at all. And that's, there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as a new economic policy as a terrible compromise, a betrayal of their ideas. But it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today. You have the dominant political class party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this point of a question in all of the histories of communism has to do with being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas what elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or religious doctrine, any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages of evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. That you can get these types of spaces. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today. Is China in a meaningful sense of communism. Plenty. And there's a diversity of opinion on this. Well, if you're looking at the history of communism, and you look at North Korea, which now is on its fourth installment, like a dynastic leader from the same family, who ruled like the God King over a regime that calls itself communist. Is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective and to take very seriously those people who allow that they are communists. This is the project that they have to do. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern missing here. So it's a very, very complicated issue.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And let's steel man the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people now, not in this way of looking at back what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly, part of this story is with overall with faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded a total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early part of the 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. The notion that science is answering problems, science is giving solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us some varieties of that from the Western traditional societies were crazy. Chronology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate things in ways that were allegedly scientific and rational. So there were horrors that followed from those implications of science, but its prestige was enormous. And that part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites were generally processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies. And the sense that here's about the escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty, economic cycles, depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim to be cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to derive immense confidence in the prescription of application. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers to how you get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow, as long as the ultimate goal remains the one sketched by this master plan. So, ultimately, some of the predictions of someone like Lenin that once society has reached that stage of limitations in the proletariat, the notion that governments in essentially need to run themselves. The model he had in mind, oddly enough, was Swiss post office. Being a Swiss exile must have impressed him so much with the orderliness and the sheer discipline and rationality of the Swiss post office. He thought, why can't you organize governments like this, where you don't need political leaders, you don't need ambitions, you have procedures, you have bureaucracy, which does its job in a way that's not but simply produces the on display with a prediction like that. But it derives from the concept that it's causing you because you understand what the key and the plan to how to derive this final configuration.
The uncertainty of science, of course, and code trouble. But also, on a human level, from a working class person perspective, the Industrial Revolution, you see growing inequality, working power. And there is a time when you see people getting wealthy, and combined with the fact that life is difficult, life in general, life is suffering for many, for all, so philosophy. And there's kind of a powerful idea that the man is created. And that's a populist message that a lot of people resonate with because they're true in every system. And so before you kind of know how these economic political ideas manifest themselves, it is really powerful to say, here beyond the horizon, there's a world where the rich man will not exploit my hardware anymore. And I think that's a really powerful idea.
It is, but at the same time, it points to further problem as an identity revolution. It turned out that many of these revolutionary movements and the body of these communist countries in the aftermath of the Soviet seizure of power turned out to be something quite different from people who spent their lives in factories experiencing the Industrial Revolution firsthand. There's a special role for expressions. When Marx and Engels write into the Communist Manifesto, the notion that certain assumptions rise above their past workers in a way other people can and transcend their earlier work and their materially in order to gain a perspective on the historical process as a whole and align themselves with the working class struggle for communism. This sort of special role they carved out for themselves is enormously intellectual. Because any celebration of intellectual is a lot of Hebrews. That gap, that frequent reality of not being in touch with the very classes that the communists are aiming to represent is a very frequent theme in this story. It also speaks to a crucial part of the story, which is the breaking apart, the civic war, the war of brother against brother, the fraternal struggle that splits social, that splits followers and clans. And that's in the aftermath of the First World War in particular, during this traumatic experience, the way in which Lenin encourages the foundation of radical parties that break with social democracy, sort of elaborated, especially in places like Germany, scorning their moderation and instead announcing a new dispensation, which is the Lenin, a disciplined part for professional revolutionaries who will act in ways that a mere trade union couldn't. What this speaks to is a fundamental tension in radical movements, because left to their own devices, that is announcements, workers tend to focus on their reality, their families, their workers, want better working conditions, unionize, and then aim to negotiate with employers or to advocate for reforms on the part of the state to improve their living conditions. And then they're happy for the advances that they have won. And for them, that's not enough. Because that's a half measure, and that's the sort of thing that leads you into an accommodation of the system rather than the overthrow of the system. So there's a constant tension in this regard that plays itself out in the environment.
So let's go to Lenin and the Russian Revolution. How did communism come to power? So
It came to power from stepping into a power vacuum. And the power vacuum was created by the First World War, and it's the effect that it had totally unprecedented pressure placed on a regime in many ways was a traditional feudal monarchy, only experiencing the beginnings of the modernization that Western Europe had undergone. For this reason, communism comes to power in a place that Marx probably wouldn't have expected, the wreckage of the Russian Empire. Lenin is absolutely vital to this equation because he's the one who presses the communist forward. Ironically, um, given the claim of communist leaders to having the key to history, just a few months previous, in exile in Switzerland, Lenin had been despairing, convinced that he may not even live to see the end of that day. But then when revolution does break out in the Russian Empire, Lenin is actively planning. And when he does get it, he is under the deal that was negotiated with the German High Command, stuff that they later will very much regret. He's able to get back and to go into action and to press for nothing less than the seizure of power that brings his Bolshevik faction, the radical wing of the socialist movement, to power and then to build the Soviet Union.
So even he was surprised how effective and how fast the revolution.
He was, although I think that he would have agreed that what was necessary was the cataclysm in the scale of the First World War to make this happen. The First World War shatters so many of the certainties of the 19th century. We talk about it as a dynamic period with arguments and ideologies. It scrambles all sorts of early debates. It renegotiates the status of the individual versus an all-powerful state, the claims of the state, because to win or even just to survive World War I, you need to centralize, and to put everything under a authoritarian wartime footing, from country after country. So Lenin earlier had already articulated the possibilities of this might happen by talking about how the entire globe already is connected. And there's a chain of capitalist development that is connecting different countries so that the weakest link in the chain, if it breaks, if it pops open, it might actually inaugurate much bigger processes and start a chain reaction. And that's what he intended to do and has the chance to do in the course of 1917. Incidentally, just to get a sense of the sheer chaos and the human, on an individual human level, what the absence of established authority meant. There's few works of literature as powerful as Blaise Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago, or giving just the whole suite of contending forces in a power vacuum. It's an amazing testimony of the
So you said the Bolsheviks saw violence and terror as necessary. Can you just speak to this aspect of their, because they took power, and so this was a part of what you saw the world.
right, and it had antecedents. Even though Lenin and his colleagues are competing amongst each other for the title of most faithful disciple of Marx, and most true to the conceived theory, in practice, there's other influences, earlier influences that operate in a Russian context that were not operating, let's say, in the German context. And here you have to step back and think about the nature of Tsarism, which had maintained still into the 20th century the notion of divine right to rule, that God will be Tsarist system and entire peace, and that the question was simple and literally not possible. And the restrictive nature of Russian society at this point, dominated by the Tsarist establishment. Its harshness, its reactionary nature, meant that people who in other times founded populist groups that aimed to engage in terrorism and resistance against the Tsar's regime. And this included people who called themselves nihilists. These nihilists were materialists who saw themselves ushering in a new age by absolute rejection of earlier religious traditions and aiming for material answers to the challenges of the day. Among them was Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who wrote what's been called the worst book ever written. It was, in fact, one of Lenin's favorite books. In Russian, it's Shtoyela. In English, it was translated, What is to be Done? And it's a utopian novel about revolutionaries and how revolutionaries should act with one another in open ways, new ways, non-traditional ways, in order to help usher in the coming revolution. Lenin loved the book and said it had a good narrative showing how to be revolutionary. So there's the Marxist influence, and then there's Russian communist realist influence, which is also a very high current in Lenin's thinking. And when you add these things together, you get an explosive mix. Because Lenin, as a result of part of his family trauma of his brother, becomes a absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tsarist regime, and sets about turning himself into what you might call a guided missile revolution. He turns himself into a machine to produce revolutionary change. And I mean that with little hyperbole. Lenin at one point shared with friends that he loved listening to music, but he tried not to listen to beautiful music like Beethoven because it made him feel rejected. And the revolution demanded this realism, hardness, absolute speed and resolve. So Lenin worries even fellow revolutionary by the intensity of his single-minded focus on revolution. He spends his days thinking about the revolution, writes about the revolution, and so 24/7 is an existence where he's paired off regular human elements quite deliberately in order to turn himself into an ineffective instigator of revolution. So what really comes to him is that he's primed and ready for that goal.
It's interesting that nihilism, Russian nihilism, and the tradition of nihilist philosophy rejects all sorts of traditional morality. It's kind of cynical, dark evil. Where's the light?
The light is science. It's science and the nihilists, some of them do a very bad job of hiding their beliefs. They wear, or things for wearing blue tinted spectacles instead of the sunglasses of the 19th century as a way of shielding their eyes from light, but also having a dispassionate and realistic view of reality outside. So the nihilists, as the name suggests, do reject all kinds of certainties. They make an exception for science, and see that as a possibility of founding an entirely new world of existence.
For most people, nihilism is introduced really philosophical work. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Rabbi. That is the pioneer. And I think they summarize the nihilist tradition very well. But it is deep, fascinating. And also it's fascinating that Lenin shows some from Stalin as well. That harmonies wasn't necessarily human characteristics to take the revolution to its head.
That's right. So prior generations of nihilists or populists had resented Lenin's single-mindedness by arguing that one needed total devotion to this. This was to play this role in society. It was not enough to be somewhat equal. The other theme that's really obvious if we consider Lenin affected by Marxist ideas and the homegrown Russian revolutionary tradition that predates the arrival of Marxist socialism in Russia, it's the theme of needing to adapt to local conditions. So Marxism or communism in Vietnam or in Cuba or in Cambodia or affected all of us.
So let's talk about Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, this little interplay that eventually led to Stalin accumulating gravity and taking a hold of power. What was that process like?
So Lenin's supreme confidence leads the party through some really difficult steps. That involves things like signing the humiliating treaty with the Germans and treating the rest of the Russ, where critics of the Bolsheviks said that no one above their country would have agreed to so draconian, so harsh a settlement that saw the peeling off large territories of the Russian Empire. Lenin is willing to undertake this because for larger prize. He even said that he's not going to bother to read the treaty because shortly that treaty is going to make that land. His expectation is revolution is going to break out everywhere, especially after he raised the standard, first of all, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire.
And you should probably say that that treaty is so smart. Maybe you're going to upgrade not all later, at least the groundwork for future. There's that makes the thing time in these regions of extreme level of destruction.
For the German sensibilities, the German nationalists, that treaty meant that Germany had essentially walked away. Only a turn of events that many of them couldn't follow on the scene that arrival of the American troops, specifically the balance of the West, led to that reversal. And one of the many scholars and contemporaries pointed out that Germany was the war was exploding. That's the German actually found lost. However, that victory was won. So most definitely, and Ralph was right. Incidentally, something we talk about later. World War I and World War II have a lot of lineages. And as time goes by, historians are going to focus on these lineages even more. But Lenin also, in his leadership against the odds, leads the Bolsheviks to power in the Russian Civil War, where most betting people would have given them very slight odds of even surviving, given how many enemies they faced off against. Lenin's insistence on discipline and upon good organization allowed the Bolsheviks to emerge as the winners. And yet, a great disappointment. Lenin, as we said, had expected that the revolution would break out through everywhere, and all that would be necessary for the Bolsheviks to do at the end of the meeting was to link up with others. And so he considered that what would be established would be a red bridge between the communist Russia and once Germany inevitably plunged behind its revolutionary transformation to communist Germany. That doesn't end up happening. On the contrary, what happens in Germany is a out-and-out shooting war between different kinds of socialists. When Germany establishes a democracy that later goes by being the Weimar Republic, the government is the government of social democrats, moderate social democrats, who are fearful of what they see as Russian conditions of disorder, and who are not necessarily associated with the Leninist vision of tightly organized authoritarian. So communists who revolt in Germany are brutally suppressed by mercenaries, hardened front fighters, and nationalist radicals hired by the German socialist government. And the result is a movement that just won't be in the German socialist movement as a result of this radicalism. It frustrates Lenin's ambition. So too is the fact that Poland, rather than going Bolshevik, resists attempts by the Bolsheviks to move forward and connect up with Germany. The Poles, yet again, play a tremendously important historical role in changing the expected course of historical events. It's in the aftermath of these unexpected turns that Lenin and his colleagues realize that they're in this for the long haul. It's necessary to wake up, and they don't lose hope in the confidence, in the eventual coming of international working revolution. But it's been deferred. It's been put off. So the question then arises, deeply affected his health. And would have loved to continue for years longer in this fear. But he's sidelined because of his declining health. And there was a contest between a very charismatic leader, Trotsky, on the one hand, who is an amazing orator, who is an intellectual, who's traveled widely in the world, who's seen much of the world, and who is a brilliant writer, far-ranging intellect. And he seems extremely radical because of his plan for permanent revolution, the acceleration of revolutionary processes, drive history forward. It's right on the other side. And on the other hand, is an extremely unlikely contender. And that's a man who's probably the antithesis of charisma, who we're facing in person. A guy with a sweet, somewhat high-pitched voice, not well suited to the revolutionary oratory. His face pockmarked with scars of youth illness. And moreover, doesn't speak fine, sophisticated Russian, but speaks a Russian heavily inflected with a Georgian accent from that part of the Russian came with Stalin. And I know that you already have a marvelous interview with Stephen Hopkins, the brilliant biographer of Stalin, who has so many insights on that subject. The one thing that even after reading about Stalin, that never ceases to surprise me, even in retrospect, is that Stalin gains a reputation not as a fiery radical, but as a man who's a conciliator, someone who's calm, others are excited, someone who is able, because of his organizational skills, to resolve purely theoretical disputes with practical solutions. Now, to fully take this to board, we have to unknow what we know from our vantage about Stalin's leadership, Stalin's brutality, eliminating his opposition, the kinds of personality that makes that that goes on around Stalin so successfully, and the absolute dominant role that led him later to be described as Genghis Khan intelligence. A brutal dictator with ancient barbers alive to use modern. While Trotsky is delivered historic speeches and theorizing, Stalin works behind the scenes to control personnel decisions in the Bolshevik movement in the state and to shape the personnel's policy. Trotsky was increasingly sidelined and then demonized and eventually expelled from the Soviet Union and later murdered in explicit. Stalin eliminating his enemies from the situation.
So from that perspective, there's a lot of fascinating things here. So one, you could have a wolf, a dictator, violent fortune. So just because somebody perceives as moderate, doesn't mean they can most destructive, most destructive humans in history. The other aspect is using propaganda to construct an image of a person. Even though they're uncharismatic, not attractive, their voice is no good, all of those aspects, you can still have there's still today a very large number of people that see him as a just type of godlike figure. So the power of propaganda there,
Maybe become a curating
curating and restricting to the extent to which you can do that effectively. It's very critical. So in that way also Stalin is a study of power. Can we just talk about the ways that the power vacuum is lived by Stalin, how that manifests itself? Perhaps one angle
around the edges, not very sophisticated, much less cosmopolitan than other Bolsheviks, but dependent, reliable, and committed revolution. So I think that one of the things that's emerged, especially after archives opened up in the fall of the Soviet Union, and we were able to read more and more of the communications of life, is that it's not the case that we're talking here about an unconnected series of careers. Rather, there are connections to be made. It's true that towards the end of his life, Lenin came to be worried by complaints about Stalin's rudeness towards fellow Bolsheviks. And in his testimony, he warned against Stalin's testimonies. Lenin fundamentally saw himself as irreplaceable. So that doesn't really help the succession story. Stalin is able to rely on the secret police apparatus that can build up under Lenin. And it's very early foundation of the Soviet state that the Chekhan, or the extraordinary commission, is established as a secret police to terrify the enemies, beat down the opponents of regimes, and to keep an eye on society more generally. The person who's chosen for that post also is an anomaly among Bolsheviks. That is a man of Polish aristocratic background who is Dzerzhinsky. He comes to be known by the nickname Iron Phoenix. Here's a man about whom a cult of personality also is. Dzerzhinsky is celebrated in the Soviet Union as the model of someone who's harsh and brave. An executioner, but with a heart of gold. Somebody who loves children, somebody who has a tender heart but forces himself to be steely will against the opponents of the ideological project of the Bolsheviks. Dzerzhinsky is succeeded by figures who will be absolutely instrumental to Stalin's exercise of power. And they're not immune either. Stalin, in his purges, takes care also to purge the secret police as a way of finding others like blame for earlier atrocities, and to produce a situation where even the Bolsheviks are uncertain what's going to happen next and feel their own position. You can see that thing. There are other influences that probably belong in there as well. It's said about Stalin that he used to spend a lot of time looking through Machiavelli's prints. And it seems that Stalin's personal copy of the prints, nobody knows where that is. But historians have found annotations in works by Rabbi that Stalin was in relation to years. Made in the back of the books, which sounds almost like a commentary on Machiavelli's almost but not quite suggestion that he just had years. Stalin's own writing says that if someone is strong, active, and intelligent, even if they do things that other people condemn, they're still a good person. And so Stalin's self-conception of himself is someone who is not, and in line with Lenin's emphasis on practical results and discipline, someone who gets things done. That's the crucial ethical thing. And ultimately, in criticism by later dissidents of Bolshevik morality, this question of what is the ethical thing, what is the ethical law, will bring this question to focus because and this goes back to Marx as well, the notion that any ethical system, any notion of right or wrong, is purely a product of class identity, because every class produces distinctive ideas, distinctive religions, distinctive art forms, distinctive styles, means that if no one transcendent or absolute morality, it's all up to grabs. And it's a question of power, and the exercise of power with no limits, untrammeled by any laws whatsoever. Dictatorship in its purest form, something that Lenin had about, and then Stalin comes to practice.
not that it's possible to go deep into a person's heart, but we have the atrocity to say probably deeply Marxism becomes probably the same as that. What do you think Stalin? Was he a believer? Was he a pragmatist that used communism as a way to gain power and ideology as part of propaganda, or did he in his own private moments deeply believe in this utopia?
That's an excellent question. And you're quite right. We cannot hear the most recent things. We know for sure. My intuition is that this may be a false alternative, a false dichotomy. It's natural enough to see somebody who does monstrous things to say, well, this ideology is being used as a cover. But I think that my suspicion is that these were actually perfectly compatible with this historical role. The notion that there's an ideology that gives you a master plan for how history is going to develop, and your own power, the increase of that power, unprecedented proportions, your ability to torment even your own faithful followers in order just to see them squirm. Stalin was famous for to keep people unsettled. To me, it seems that for some people, those might not actually be opposed, which is a very scary.
It's terrifying, but it's really important to understand. If you look at once Stalin takes power and some of the policies, with the collectivization of agriculture, why do you think that failed so catastrophic, especially in the 1930s with the Ukraine war?
I think the short answer is that the Bolsheviks, in particular, but also communists were generally had very conflicting relations with agriculture. Is a very white communist, also very traditional, old has about it all of the smell of tradition and other factors as well. In a place like Russia, the Russian Empire, peasants throughout history were essential to one thing, and that was to be left alone to farm their own land. That's their utopia. And that, for someone like Marx, who had a vision of historical development, transcendence, progress, being absolutely key, does not mesh at all. For that reason, when Marx comes up with this tableau, this tremendous display of transformation taking place over centuries and heading towards the final utopia, the role of farm is negative. Conservative and dull as socks and potatoes with Marx's historical vision because they're limited in their horizon. They farm their land, their plot, and don't have greater recognition of goals beyond working the land and having its food and food. By contrast, industrialization makes a lot of sense. The images that today would be deeply disturbing to environmentalists, since smokestacks, belching smoke, byproducts of industry, landscapes transformed by factory habit. That's what Marx and then later the Bolsheviks have in mind. Similarly, the goal, as articulated in Marx's writings, is to put agriculture and farming on a factory line so that you won't need to deal with this traditional role of the independent farmer or the peasant. Instead, you'll have people who benefit from progress, benefit from rationalization by working factory farms. So, in approaching the question of collectivization, you have to keep in mind that for Stalin and his comrades who are bound and determined to drag Russia into the modern age and not to allow it to be because of its backwards, as Stalin puts it, traditional forms of agriculture are not permitted. And in their rank of desired outcomes, industrialization, especially massive, heavy lifting more than the cities are starving, industries are out of labor, and factories are at standstill. So this is really the core approach to urbanization. You put the productive capacities of the farmers in a regimented way, a state-controlled way, under the control of the state. This produces vast units because for the farmers, their plot of land that they thought they had gained as a result of the revolution is now taken away. They no longer have the same incentives they had before to be successful farmers. In fact, if you're a successful farmer, maybe you have a cow, you have no cow, you're defaming and denounced as a cool miner, and you just exploit them, even though you might be helping to develop agriculture in the farm. So the result is human tragedy on a vast scale, and allied to that, incidentally, is Stalin's sense that this is a chance to also target people who are opposed to the Bolshevik regime for other reasons, whether it's because of their Ukrainian identity, whether it's because of a desire for a different nationalist project. So for Stalin, there are thin elements that roll into weaponization. And the final thing they said is, and you're quite right, that weaponization proves to be a failure because the Soviet Union never finally gets a grasp on the problems of agricultural production. By the end of the Soviet Union, they're importing grain from the West in spite of having some of tremendously rich farmland to be found worldwide. The reason for that had to do in part with the incentives that were taken away. Prosperous individual farmers have a motive for working their land and maximizing production. By contrast, if you are an employee of a factory-style agricultural enterprise, the incentives run in very different directions. The joke that was common for decades in the Soviet Union and other communist countries with similar systems was we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. So even labor, which is reported, respected, and valorized, in practice is rewarded with very stiff rewards and, the last point, immobility. Privatization reduces the mobility of peasants who are not allowed as an eternal passports to move to the cities unless they have permission. They're locked in place. I gotta say, economic measures look a lot like feudalism, neo-feudalism, in terms of the restrictions on workers in the apprentices.
It is a terrifying, horrific, fascinating study of how the ideal meeting reality fails. The idea here is to make agriculture more efficient, be more productive, so to the implementation, fertilization, and all the elements you mentioned that contend with human nature that goes through us, where successful farmers are punished. And so then the incentive is not just not to be a successful farmer, but to hide agriculture, growing quota and everything that you can live on, that nobody can live on. And so now, because you can't deliver on that quota, you basically exploit all your food, and you can't even feed yourself. And then stuff will go more and more, and there's a vicious downward spiral where you can't possibly produce that. Now there's another 2 weeks after that are lie. Everything lies on the data. And so even Stalin himself probably as evil or data about what's even happening. Even if he wanted to stop the vicious cycle, which he certainly didn't, but he was able to. But there's all of these dark consequences of what on paper seemed like a good idea. And it's a fascinating experiment of things on paper. That's right. When implemented, well,
That's right. And the outcome here is horrific man-made famine. put very well some of the implications of this case study, how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena are going to haunt the rest of the experience. So, the whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or modifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad, not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on foundational saying. That's inadvertent. That's not an intended side effect. But when you describe, as in terms of the internal dynamic of fostering conflict in a rural society, was absolutely not happening. The doctor was pre-civil war. Had there been social tensions before? Of course there. Had there been enemies? Had there been differentiations in wealth status? Of course there have been. But a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then hide it in the countryside does damage. And not least of that is this phenomenon of negative selection. Those who have most intellect, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are the best organized, will be again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is inherently much safer than talent. And this pattern, incidentally, gets transposed in tremendously harrowing ways also to the entire group of Russian intelligentsia and intellectuals of other people who are considered they discover similarly that to be independent, to have a voice which is not compliant, carries with it tremendous penalties, especially in Stalin's France.
Again, the difficult question about the psychology of but to what degree does Stalin was deliberately punishing the farmers and the Ukrainian farmers, and to what degree was he manipulating and allowing the large scale of incompetence, the horrific incompetence of the collectivization of agriculture happened.
Well, I think it's both things, right? There were not only sins of mission, but also sins of commission. It's the number one. I don't think Stalin was a person. These are people who never remote from him, never coming into contact with people who are suffering this way. Attributed to him, one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. I think he actually certainly acted in a way that really can't happen. But the process of collectivization was not just bureaucratic snafu following bureaucratic snafu. There was the mobilization of communist unit, of military, of party activists to go into the regions and search for people, to extract the food that they found. And this, we have testimony to this in the case of people who later became dissidents, like Ned Cook. About how he was among those who were sent to enact these promises. He saw families of the last food being taken away even as signs of starvation were visible already in the present. And yet he did not go mad. He didn't kill himself. He didn't fall into despair because he had been taught and believed, at least then, that this was justified. This was a larger historical process and a greater good would result even from these norms. So I think that this was quite good.
Following this, as you mentioned, there was the process of Great Terror, with intellectuals, with Communist Party officials, the military officers, the bureaucrats, everybody. 750,000 people were executed, and over 1 million people were subjugated. What do you say that were wisdom from this process of the Great Terror that Stalin implemented from 36 to 30?
Well, the terror had a variety of things. There were people who were true believers and their emotions, who were especially targeted by Stalin because he aimed to revenge himself for all sort of condescension that he experienced in that war, and also to eliminate rivals, potential rival power centers, and members of the communities. And then there were people who simply got caught up in a process whereby the repressive organs in the provinces set quotas. You have to achieve it, maybe even better yet, overachieve it. Over. That would be the key to success in rising and bureaucracies in the future. What's so horrifying is the way in which our society stood paralyzed in this process, and how babies would be taken away in the middle of the night, and people would be wearing a top. Resistance, at least in these urban centers, was entirely paralyzed by fear. Then, if one had somehow finally mobilized, somehow a way to resist the process, the results might have been different. There's an astonishing, there are so many great books that have come out quite recently about these topics. Orlando Fides has an amazing book called The Whistleblowers that traces several families' history in the South. And it's a testimony to how a whole society, some of its most intelligent people, were widowed again and again and again in that process of making this election. The lasting dislocation scars that this left, and the way in which we're not even going to talk about these things in public, because that will put me next on the list, suspected of having less than relation to the state. I think one of the things that also is so terrible about the process is even total devotion wasn't enough. The process took on a life of its own. I think that it might even have surprised Stalin in some ways, not enough to short circuit the process, but the notion where people were invited to denounce neighbors, coworkers, maybe even family members, meant that ever larger groups of people would be brought into the organs of the police, tortured in order to produce confessions. Those confessions then would lead to more risk suspects, people who had to be investigated and either executed or sent to the gulags. The uncertainty that this produced was enormous. Even loyalty was not enough to save people. Stories, Solzhenitsyn's Guinea full of stories of dedicated protagonists who find themselves in the gulag are sure that some mistake. And if only Comrade Stalin were here about the terrible thing that has happened to them, surely it would be corrected and nothing like this. And everyone else, by contrast, accused of terrible crimes must be saved. So, talk about ways of disaggregating society, ways of breaking down bonds of trust. This left lasting traces on the entire society and the European state.
Yeah, again, fascinating things. They're essentially an emergent quota of confession of truth. So, even though the whole society is terrified, or who care who knows, there's still needed to be a lot of confessions, people being disloyal, and you just making shit up now. demanding system where human nature is just as worse.
Absolutely.
Why, if you look at deep discussion of housing, to what degree do we understand from that lens why the implementation of communism in the Soviet Union failed in such a dark way, both in the economic system, the agriculture, industrialization, and on a human way, with just violation of every possible human right and the torture and suffering, gulags, and all of this.
Well, some of it comes back to the ethical grounding that you mentioned. The notion that ethics are entirely situational, and that any ethical system is an outgrowth of a particular class reality, particular material reality, and that leaves the world wide open. So I think that aspect was present at the very beginning. I think that the expectations of Marx that the revolution would take hold, be successful, and develop. Russia, which compared to the rest of Europe, best developed even before the First World War, is in a dire state after all of the ravage of millions of deaths that continue even after the war had left. That leaves precious little in the way of structural restraints or a functioning society that would say, let's not do things this way. I think that in retrospect, that special role carved out for special individuals who can move this process forward and accelerate historical development, allowed for people to step into those roles, appoint themselves executors of this ideological vision. So I think those are the
Not practical counterfactual. To what degree is this basically that the communist ideas create a power vacuum, a dictator type figure steps in, and then it's a little bit does something like that dictator on its own. Can you imagine a world where a dictator was Trotsky? Would we see very similar kind of things? Or is the hardness and brutalities of Stalin manifesting itself being able to be on the way? Some of these dark things were happening more so somebody like Trotsky, who presumably see the realization of these policies and be shocked.
counterfactuals are hard. And what very quickly gets off of the really deep waters in speculation. There were contemporaries and there have been scholars since who suggest that Trotsky, by all indications, might have been even more radical than Stalin in the tempo that he wanted to achieve. Think of the slogan of Further Revolution. Trotsky also gathered so many things in his intellectual life. Also spoke in almost utopian terms, that were just astonishing to me. Utopian terms about the construction of a new reality. And that out of the raw material of humanity, once you really get going, once you establish a system that matches your hopes for the future, it'll be possible to reconfigure and talk about ambition, to create essentially the next stage of the evolution. New species going out. Those don't sound like very modest or limited approaches. This just really
Do some of the destructive characteristics of communism have to go hand in hand? So, central planning, we talked about the censorship, secret police, concentration of power in one particular other figure, and let's say, again, the secret police, the violence or repression.
what should add to those factors that have kind of interrelated logic of their own. The sheer fact that communism comes to power in most of these instances is a result of the destruction of what came before and the power vacuum. You think of the Russian Revolution in the wake of the fall of the Tsars. Think of the expansion of Stalin's puppet into Eastern Europe in the wake of World War II, the Red Army moving to occupy areas in Eastern Europe, though they announced that their country was going to be punished. Consider the foundation of Communist China on the heels of World War II and yet more Chinese. Consider cases like Korea, Vietnam. It's likely that this already is a key element in setting things up for further crisis, because upon seizure of power, if your expectation is, well, it ought to be relatively easy to get the system rolled in, put it on a basis that's, after all, we have a roadmap to the future, there will follow frustrations, impediments, and resistance. And there's a ratchet because it will produce more repression, producing even more problems. What drives the whole thing forward, though, especially in its Leninist version, but already visible with Marx and Engels, is the insistence on confidence. If you have a key to the future, all of these things are possible and necessary. This leads to an ethos, I think, that it's very hard for historians to quantify or to study in a methodical way, but it's the insistence that you hear with Lenin, and then especially with Stalin, that to be a Bolshevik means to be hard, to be realistic, to be consequential, meaning you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done, even if your primordial ethical remainders from whatever earlier troops you have against under Stalin, there's a constant slogan of Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks, there's no fortress they can storm. They can do everything. And in a way, this is the assertion that will over everything. History can be moved forward and accelerated, and probably your own actions justify as a result, no matter what they were, if you are sufficiently hard and determined and have the confidence. And that obviously raises the ultimate question. What happens when that confidence ends, or erodes, or when it's lost?
We go to the 1920s to the home combat. Fascism, as implemented by the Nazi Party in Germany, was called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So what were the similarities and differences of fascism, socialism, how it was conceived of fascism and communism? Maybe you could speak to the broader battle of ideas that was happening at the time, and the battle of political control that was happening at the time.
Well, there's a whole bunch of terms that are in play. When we speak of fascism, fascism in its original sense is a radical movement founded in Italy, which, though it had been allegedly on the political side of World War I, was disappointed with the lack of rising national prestige and territory that commences after. So bizarrely enough, it's a socialist, but who crafts an ideological message of glorification of the state. The people are united in a militaristic way, on the march, ready to attack, ready to expand. A complete overthrow of liberal ideas on the rights of the individual or of representative democracy, and instead Western power in one leader, as Duce, in order to replicate in peacetime the ideal of total military mobilization and warfare. Although the Nazis in Germany are inspired and borrow heavily from fascist ideology, there also are different emphases that they that includes their virulent racism of the outside, which, in addition to a glorification of the state, glorification of the leader, and preparation for national greatness, raises absolutely insane racialist cosmology that Nazis elaborate. It is the assertion that the Nazis were bringing to pass unity in the people, unity in society, that leads them to give themselves this odd name of National Socialists. Some leaders like Goebbels of the Nazis accent the socialist part of the change. Others for the accent for the nationalist part. In part, the term they chose for the movie was meant to be confusing. It was meant to take slogans or words from different points of the political spectrum to fuse them into something unfamiliar and new to claim that they've overcome all hunger issues. The Nazis claimed that they were a movement, not a party, even though the party was called a party. So, what did Nazism and Bolshevism and communism share, or how were they opposed to it? You need to start with they were ideological alternatives. In both worldviews, the opposite side represented the ultimate expression of the evil that needed to be exercised from history in order for the desire for utopia to be brought about. And this leads to strange and perverted beliefs about the world. From the perspective of the Nazis claimed that because they saw the Jews as a demonic element in human history, that they didn't believe all of this economic and unethical imperialism. They were in fact a racial conspiracy for that nation. And so the Nazis used the term Judeo-Bolshevik to argue that communism is essentially a conspiracy steered by the Jews, which is the neo-Nazis. For their part, the communists, in the perspective of the Soviet Union, the Nazis were in essence a secret capitalism conspiracy. If the cosmological enemy are the capitalists and the owners and exploiters, then all of the rigmarole of race, nationalism, are distractions. They're meant to fool the poor saps who enlist in that. It's essentially steered by capitalist owners who, if this claim, are reduced to this desperate experiment of coming up with this thuggish article that represents the last gasp of capitalism. So, bizarrely enough, from the communist perspective, the rise of the Nazis can be interpreted as a good sign because it means that capitalism is almost done. Because this is the last undisguised, naked face of capitalism here in its name. So, whether beyond this ideological total opposition in terms of the hope for a future, the reality is that there were aspects that were shared on either side. And that included the conviction that they could agree that the age of democracy and that the 19th century had great experiments with representative democracy, claims of human rights, classical liberal ideas, and all of this had been revealed as corrupted. It had gotten you what? It got you first World War as a total conflict, leaving tens of millions dead, and then economically the Great Depression showing that the head was not closed. This produced, at one and the same time, both ideological opposition and instances of vastly cynical collaboration. In terms of the Weimar Republic, it's obvious with a better hindsight that German democracy had ceased to function even before Hitler comes to power. But in the process of making democracy unworkable in Germany, the extremists, the Nazi Stormtrooper army, the Rothschilds, and the communist street fighters had cooperated in Taik Civil War that left people searching for desperate expedience in the last days of our republic. The most compelling case of their cooperation was the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact on August 23rd, 1939, which enabled Hitler to start World War II. The non-aggression pact, in official terms, it contains secret clauses whereby the Nazis and the Soviets meeting in Moscow, Stalin's very high, and agreed on territorial division of Eastern Europe and making common cause as each claimed to be the winner in the future. So, in spite of their oppositions, these were regimes that were able, very cynically, to work together to dire effect. In the course of the 1950s, in particular, there emerged political scientists who also crafted an explanation for ways in which these regimes, although they were opposed to one another, actually more morphologically designed and operated in ways that, in spite of ideological differences, were similarities. And such political scientists, Hannah Arendt, chief among them, crafted a model of totalitarianism, borrowing the term of the fascists of like themselves, to define regimes like the Nazis, like Stalin's Soviet Union, for a new kind of a future. It was not a backwards past revival of ancient barbarism from the something new, new form of invention that laid total claims on hearts and minds that didn't want just passive obedience, but wanted fanatical loyalty, that combined fear with compulsion in order to generate belief in a system, or at the very least, atomize the masses to the point where they would roll off the plans of the regime. This model has often met with very strong criticism on the grounds that no regime in human history has yet achieved total control of the population under its grip. That's true, but that's not what Hannah Arendt was saying. Hannah Arendt was saying there will always be inefficiencies, there will be resistance, there will be divergences. What was new was not the alleged achievement of total control, it was the ambition. The articulation of the ambition that it might be possible to exercise such fundamental and irregular control of the entire population. The final threatening thought that Arendt kept before was, what if this is not a model that comes to us from united and civilized ages? What if this is the future? That's horrifying.
So let me ask you about Daryl Cooper, who's a historian, podcaster, in the podcast with Dr. Thompson, and he made some claims there and elsewhere about World War II. Now, two claims there. Let's get your perspective on it. First, he stated that Churchill was, quote, chief villain. That Churchill forced Hitler to expand the military. Second, the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slav, Gypsies, and death camps was an accident made byproduct of the global war. In fact, the most humane extermination mechanisms were possible given the alternative of death. So I was wondering if you could respond to each person.
Well, I think this is a bunch of absurdity, and it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious in some occasions. To address the points you bring, Churchill was not the chief villain of the war. The notion that Churchill allegedly forced Hitler to escalate and expand a conflict under the Napoleon that assertion is based on a complete neglect of what Nazi ideology was. The Nazi worldview and racism since the Nazis come to power, they sponsored programs of education on geopolitics, which urged Germans to think in continents, to see themselves as one of the superpowers that could battle for the future of the world. Now, in retrospect, we of course can see that Germany was not in a position to legitimate a claim like that. But the Nazis aimed, if anything, from women. In particular, this sort of argument has been tried out in different ways before. In previous decades, there had been attempts by historians who were actually well-read and well-published to argue that World War II had been, in part, a contingent event that had been brought about by accidents or miscalculations, and such explanations argued that if you put Hitler's ideology aside, you actually could interpret him as a pretty traditional German politician in the strife of history. Now, when I say it like that, I'm even spot the problem immediately. When you put the ideology aside, to try to analyze Hitler's acts or alleged motives, in the absence of the ideology, he himself tried to describe in painful detail on Prophet and other manifestos and speeches is an enterprise that is justifiable. The notion that the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slavs, and Gypsies was an event that simply happened as a result of unforeseen events that it was understood as somehow being humane is also runs contrary to historical fact. When Poland was invaded, the Nazis unleashed a killing wave in their so-called Operation Tannenberg, which sent in specially trained and ideologically pre-prepared killers who were given the name of the units of the Einsatzgruppe in order to wipe out the Polish nation and also to kill Jews. This predates any of the Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. The Nazis, moreover, in many different expressions of their ideology, had made clear that their plans, to read this in Mein Kampf, for Eastern Europe, were subjugation and ethnic cleansing on a vast scale. So I consider both of these claims absolutely given the facts and documents.
Do you think it was always the case that Nazi Germany was going to invade the Soviet Union?
I think this would read at Mein Kampf. This is what's necessary in order to bring that racial utopia to pass. And so, while the timetable might be flexible, while obviously geopolitical constellations play a role in determining when such a thing might be possible, it was most definitely on his list. And I want to add that in my own scholarship, I've worked to explore some of these themes a little bit. My second book, which is entitled German Myth of the East, which appeared with Oxford University Press, examines centuries in the German encounter with Eastern Europe and how Germans have thought about Eastern Europe, whether in positive ways or in negative ways. And one thing that emerges from this investigation is that even before the Nazis come to power in Germany, there are certainly negative, dehumanizing stereotypes about Eastern Europeans. Some of them activated by the experiences of German occupation in some of these regions during the First World War. But the Nazis take the very most destructive and most negative of those stereotypes and make them the dominant ones, making no secret of their expected future of domination and annihilation of the East.
The idea of Lebensraum, is it possible to implement that idea without Ukraine?
Hitler has trained the war is turning against them. This master plan is called the Generalplan, the General Plan, and it foresees things like mega highways on which the dramatic master race can travel to vacation in Crimea, or how the settlements will be scientifically distributed in the wide open spaces that we find for agriculture that will feed the expanded, purified dramatic master race. So this was not peripheral Nazi ambitions.
As I best understand, there is extensive definitive evidence that the Nazis always wanted to make Soviet Union. And there is always a racial component, and not just about the Jews. They wanted to enslave and exterminate the Jews, yes, but the Slavic people, the Slavs. And if he was successful at conquering the Soviet Union, I think the things that would be done to the Slavic people would make the Holocaust, in my understanding, in terms of the numbers and the brutality and the viciousness in which he characterized the Slavic people.
The Jews were especially, and so the project of the domination of Eastern Europe involves this horrific program of mechanized systems organized, bureaucratically organized, and horrifyingly efficient mass murder of the Jewish populations. What the Nazis expected from the Slavs had a longer timeline. Himmler expected the head of the SS is given special mission to be part of the transformation of these regions ethnically. And Himmler, in his role of envisioning this German future in Eastern Europe, such a chilling for while Turk Slavs will fall victim immediately, some proportion of Slavs will not be shipped out or deported or annihilated, but instead they will remain as slaves. And in that one phrase, Himmler managed to defile and deface everything that the word culture meant to generations of the best German thinkers and artists in the century before the Nazis. The notion of slaves from our culture was part of this longer term expectation. And then there's finally a fact that speaks volumes about what the Nazis planned for the East. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the East. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning war and more building space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to fall with more fighting fields, more training and training to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this was one.
And always repopulating the land conquered with the German minority race. So, in terms of race, repopulating the race, enslaving the Slavic and exterminating. Because there's so many of them, it takes a long time to fix them.
And even in the case of the Germans themselves, the hidden message behind even Nazi propaganda about unity and about German national identity was the Nazis envisioned relentless purges of the German genetic stock as well. So among their victims are people with disabilities, people who are defined as not racially pure enough for the future, even though they are clearly German despite identity. This the full scale and the comprehensive ambitions of the Nazis are the breathtaking example.
One of the other things I saw was that what ended up happening in Second World War was the peaceful conflict and sort of, as you said, the kind of things that would be done. And the total war that were ongoing for generations, which would result in hundreds of millions of deaths, torture, and enslavement. Not to mention the other possible trajectory of nuclear weapons.
I would think that the Nazi weapons would know conscience about war. The rank up there even worse than
Now, let me steal that point and also explain this. That the oversimplified narrative of the bad church of good has been used and abused by neocons and warmongers and military industrial complex in the years since to basically say this particular leader is just like Hitler, or maybe Hitler in the 1930s wasn't big now before he becomes the Hitler. And that's quite the least in Eastern Europe, and God forbid that we also buy the of China in the 21st century. But yes, warmongers do shield up and apply that template to wage war. And we should be very careful of that. Both the over application of this historical company as a modern word and of warmongers in general.
yeah, and nobody should like oversimplify things. We subtle and accurate.
And also, we'd like to say that probably as we've been talking about Stalin and Hitler, are similar figures. And just as we've been talking about the implementation of these totalitarian regimes, they are singular in history that we never saw anything like it. And I hope, from everything it looks like, we'll never see anything like it again.
There's certain striking, unique historical characters in the record. One of the things that's so disturbing about Hannah Arendt's model of totalitarianism is the leader can be changed. The system itself demands of the leader who allegedly is all powerful, all knowing, prophetic, and the like. But whether particular figures are interchangeable in that role is a key question.
Let me go back to the 1920s to sort of ask the kind of rational question. Given the battle between Marxists, communists, and National Socialists, was it possible, what that would look like if the communists did want in Germany as Karl Marx envisioned, and then themselves given the industrialized, expanded Germany represented? Was that possible, and what would it look like for that?
I would think that the reality type, that was certainly their ambition. German communists get quoted as saying, after Hitler, it's our turn. Their sentiment was that the arrival of Nazis on the scene was a sign of how decrepit and incompetent and doomed capitalism was. In hindsight, that's almost impossible to believe. Because what happens is the Nazis, with their characteristic brutal ruthlessness, simply decapitate the party and arrest the activists who are supposed to be waiting to take over. So that's forceful. The further hypothetical a lot is couldn't the Social Democrats and the Communists have worked together to keep Hitler on power? That's where the very fact that the German Revolution in 1919 sees socialists kill socialists produces a dynamic that's so negative that it's nearly impossible to settle on cooperation. And added to the fact that the communists see the Social Democrats as rivals for the loyalty of the working class. In terms of general shutting down democracy and producing military dictatorship. It says a lot about how dreadful and bloody the Nazis was that some people in retrospect really felt that military dictatorship obviated.
What do you think Ross would say? Let's take it before we go to China. Just looking at some
That's a good question. I think that Marx was flexible in his expectations about tactics and strategies, even as he showed that he had actually cracked the intellectual problem of what the future is going to look like. So how would it play out? He was a man who actually took a lot of disappointments because in revolutionary uprising, revolutionary movement, whether it was in the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in the Paris Commune, this is it. This is the outcome of the So I think that he probably tried to be patient about these events. I mentioned at the outset that Marx felt it was unlikely that a workers' revolution would break out in the Russian Empire because that needed lots of industrial work and industry. There's a footnote that proves this flexibility. A Russian socialist wrote to Marx asking, why is it not possible for Russia to escape some stages of capitalism? You have to rigidly follow that scheme. And Marx's answer was convoluted but wasn't better. And that suggests that Marx was willing to entertain all sorts of possible scenarios. I think he would certainly have been very surprised that was a match his expectations.
I have to put this on. We need to be okay with the price of all for the economic destination of communism. We need to say, okay, we're cracking the eggs to make it out there.
Well, I don't know if Marx said he posed that question deliberately, but we do know in the case of a Marxist historian, Eric Hobsbawm, who was a prolific and celebrated British historian of the 20th century. He was put this question in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he stated more likely that because the Soviet Union failed, such sacrifices were inordinate. But if the experiment had succeeded, and a glorious future would be open for mankind as a result of the Soviet Union's success, that would lead to a new era. And that is one person's opinion.
So that takes us to the other side of the coin. The side that's often addressed not considered very much when we talk about human history. Chinese dynasties and empires are fascinating and complex. There's just no history that's not as deeply exposed as it should be. And the same applies to the 20th century. So Chinese radicals found Chinese communist policies in environment. Among them was one virus now. This is where it comes from.
Takes a page from the book of Rabbi by adapting or seeking to adapt Marx's ideology to a context that would survive Marxism. And that is not only to set success of this approach. That's a case of the phenomena that we talked about earlier. When is an adaptation of an ideology or change to an ideology a valid adjustment that you made or adaptation? And when is it already so different that it's something entirely distinct? Miles was very clearly intended to answer this question in the Chinese context and by implication other non-Western parts of the world. This was part of Mao's way to ambition great to put himself at the head of a successful international movement and to be the successor of Stalin, whose role in both admire and resent having been a junior party. To take an example of a possible major milestone in history context, a Polish philosopher, professor called ROTHSCHILD, who was the first that committed communism and then later became disillusioned and broke from study of Marxist thought and currency Marxism. In that book, when he reaches out, Kolakowski essentially throws up his hands and says, how do you do it? Because what he hasn't the vanguard role is something that is already a variant of the original design. But Marx says this is an improved version, an adapted and improved version of Marxism for the Chinese context. In case after case, it's in Mao's rise in China, we see a really complicated relationship with Stalin. He works hard to gain Stalin's support because the Comintern, the international organization headquartered in Moscow, working to encourage and help revolutionaries worldwide, is skeptical about the Chinese communists to begin with. It believes that China still has a long way to go before it's reached the stage where it's ripe for communist revolution. In a way, that's more orthodox Marxism than what Mao was doing. Mao chafes under Stalin's acknowledged leadership of international communism as a movement. And in 1950, when Mao goes to visit Stalin in Moscow in order to sign a treaty of cooperation, he's left bleeding. He's snub to show that they were just not as important as it must be. And then when Stalin dies in 1953, Mao feels the moment is ready for him to step into the leadership position, surpassing the Soviet Union. So many of Mao's actions, like the Great Leap Forward and the agricultural disasters that followed, are literally attempts to outdo Stalin, to outperform Stalin, to show that what Stalin was not able to do, the Chinese communist regime will be able to bring back. And the toll for that hubris is vast.
Yeah, darkest of ways he did stuff. The Great Leap Forward ended up killing approximately 40 million people from starvation on the river. He described it as a leap.
So it's modeled on the crash industrialization that Stalin wanted. That's how it's doing. The notion of the Great Leap Forward was that it would be possible for the present masses, their conviction in the rightness of the Chinese Communist cause, to industrialize China overnight. That involved things like creating small smelting furnaces, individual farm communes. It involved putting together farming territories into vast communes of very large size that were, just because of their sheer gigantism, supposed to be by definition more efficient than small-scale farming. It ended up producing environmental disasters and campaigns to eliminate birds and insects were supposed to demonstrate mastery over nature by sheer acts of man. These include things like adopting Soviet agricultural techniques that were pioneered by a crackpot biologist by the name of Rabbi that produced more agricultural techniques that involved things like plowing to depths that were not practical for the seeds to germinate and grow, but were supposed to produce super plants that would produce bumper harvests and outpace capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. So the context for all of this is a race to get first to the achievement of full-scale communism. One of the things that is so valuable to pursue, to take seriously in the history of communism, is what concrete promises were made. In the case of China, Mao made promises and projections for the future that were luring even some of his own assistants. He explained that perhaps by 1961, perhaps by 1973, China would be the new and it would have achieved full communism. So that which Marx sketched as the end of humanity would be achieved first by the Chinese. Later, his own comrades, it has been seen, felt the need to temper that a little bit and promised that they would achieve full communism by the year 2000. Such promises are helpful to achieve to create enthusiasm and to hold out to people the prospect of real success just around the corner. But what happens when the date arrives and you haven't actually achieved that goal? That's one ticking time bomb that could result in the increasing erosion of confidence in the Soviet Union. In the case of China, as an example.
But there's a lot of other elements there similar to the Soviet Union. Maybe you could speak to the 100 Flowers campaign.
The 100 Flowers campaign is a transfer of Brown, who has felt that he has lost prestige, lost standing in the party because of the disasters that they moved forward to regain some of that momentum. And the whole 100 Flowers campaign, officially titled the Rectification Campaign, to set things right, is still shrouded in mystery. Historians disagree about how to interpret what Mao was actually up to. The most cynical way is that Mao encouraged Chinese thinkers and intellectuals to share ideas and to engage in constructive criticism, to propose alternatives, and to let a full discussion happen. Then, after some of them had ventured that, to come in and encourage them, to punish them ruthlessly for having done what he invited them to do. That is the most cynical thing. Some historians argue that Mao himself was not prepared for the ideas that he himself had invited into the public sphere, and that he grew anxious, worried, angry at this without having thought this through and setting the way people. The end result is the same. The end result is, once again, negative selection, decimation. Those who are most anxious, those who are most talented and intelligent, are punished relentlessly.
And just in general culture, it's unfortunate. We always say focus on this.
That's right. Think of hip hop musicians. We're an oil service division because we want to get along. The message goes out loud and clear. Don't be vengeful. Do not propose reforms. Stick with the tried and true, and that'll be the safe route, even if it ends in ultimately stagnation.
So, as the same question I asked about the Soviet Union, why do you think there's so much need of policies that Mao implemented in China during his rule?
Mao himself had a view of human beings who put a beautiful blank pieces of paper on which he could write new chapters. And that is clearly at variance with what you and I know about complex nature and human beings as they actually are. I think that in the process of having schemes, one size fits all for countries in, and as very in its communities as China, inevitably such a position of one model was going to lead to service malfunctions. And so much of the other episodes of Chinese history show that the entrepreneurial capacity, the productive capacity, economic capacity of Chinese people was suppressed as we fitted into these different schemes. What we've seen since, after Mao has seen the reform of the Deng Xiaoping, one sees just how much those entities had been forcibly suppressed for so long. Now we're
Mao died in 1976. He wrote the CCP in 81. Looking back, he was a historical analysis that was 70% correct. 70, exactly 17% correct.
not 69.
That's 71. The scientific precision, we should say that again, that the co-opting of the ability of science by so the union by Mao, from Nazi Germany, Nazi science is terrifying. It should serve as a reminder that science is the thing that is one of the most beautiful creations of humanity, but is also a thing that can be used by politicians and dictators to do other things.
It's less
So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Humility, intellectual humility. So how did China evolve after Mao stuff to today?
Well, there is, without denouncing Mao, without repudiating Mao's 70% correctness, the regime actually undertook a new venture. And that venture was to open up economy to gain access to world markets and to trade globally. Always with the concept of targeting political science. It's been pointed out that while Khrushchev tries, and so did you in 1956, especially the secret speech, which he announces Stalin's crimes, he tries to go back to the founders' intention. Nothing like that, it's argued, is possible in the Chinese case, because Mao was not the equivalent of Stalin or Chinese China. Mao was the equivalent of Lenin. Mao was the plan. So there's no refuting. Stuck with that formula of 70%. Technology related some problems, but by and large, arguing that it was the correct stage of the party and its leader on his path. And the results of this wager are, where we are today. China has been transformed out of all recognition in terms of not all of the living standards, but many countries. Its economic growth has been dramatic, and the new dispensation is such that people will ask, is this a communist country anymore? And that's probably a question that haunts China's current leadership as well. With Chairman Xi, we've seen a return to early patterns. Xi insisted that Mao's achievement has to be held as equal to that of the reform period. Sometimes invitations or nostalgia for the Mao period, even to something to the Cultural Revolution, are part of his lifetime books. But all of this is outward appearance. Statistics can also be misleading. And I think that very much in question is China's square revolution.
In the West, China's has been demonized. And we thought extensively today on the atrocities that result from atrocities, both internal and external, that result from can we say by way of hope to resist dehumanization? How can we avoid cold or hot war in China leaving West or the United States in the 21st century?
Well, you mentioned in the context of the kind of science, humility as a crucial factor. I think that humility, sobriety, realism are tremendously valuable in trying to understand another society, another form of government. And so I think one needs to be very self-aware of projection onto others of what we think they're about. There's no substitute for actual study of sources that the society right now produces, its declarations of what matters most to them, the leadership's own pronouncements about what the future holds. I think that matters a lot more than pious hopes or versions of being convinced that inevitably everyone will come to resemble us in a better future.
You mentioned this earlier, but just to take a small detour. What are we supposed to think about North Korea and their declaration that they're supposed to become this nation? What can we say about the economic development system of North Korea? Or is it just like a hopelessly simple this is a complete disaster?
So I think that the answer to the historic is that historically we have to run through what has to happen in order to arrive at the passing of we have a regime that's claiming to be communist, or has an even better version of Marxism in the form of a Korean adaptation or future. How does that mesh with the reality that we're talking about a dynastic government and a monarchy, but a communist monarchy? That's what it is. I think that examining as much as we can learn about a closed society that is goes about its everyday ways that are inscrutable to us is very, very challenging. But we all need, in an example like this, escape through analytic categories. Probably there's a problem with analytic categories rather than the example of the problem. It's messy.
Yeah, so there's a component here related to China as well. Things like some of the job China in particular. There's a military component here too, right? And that is ultimately how these nations interact, especially totalitarian nations interact with the rest of the world. So nations interact economically, culturally, and militarily. And the concern with countries like North Korea is the way for them to be present on the world stage in the game of geopolitics is by flexing their military might. And they invest a huge amount of their GDP into the military. So I guess the question there to discuss in terms of analysis is how do we deal with this kind of system that claims to be the communist system? And what lessons can we take from history and apply it to that? Or should we simply just ignore and look the other way and just get this out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, there's realism to states following their own interests and prioritizing their own security, and there's probably not much that can be done to change that. But conflict arising as a result of misunderstanding messages or misinterpretation, those are things that policymakers probably do have some control with. I think that there's internal processes that will work their way out. Even as opaque a place as North Korea, it's also the reality. This is resolving the divided characters that it's a precarious kind of twin existence. You have countries that are cross the border from one another and ride from what used to be single unit and now are real life social science experiment in what kind of regime you get with one kind of system, what sort of regime you get with another kind of system. That's a very, very unstable.
Now let us jump out to this and 20th century led to North America. So you also let you know communism and anti-communism in North America. It was also popular in 1918 and evolved throughout a couple of scares. So what was the evolution of the Communist Party, just in general communism?
It's fascinating to observe this story. It's one long-standing context that socialism has less approaches, more radical socialism in the United States than in European countries. To the extent that that was true, it was an uphill battle for communists to get established in the United States. But it makes it all the more interesting for how the development of the movement. And there were two challenges in particular that played a role in shaping the American communist experience. One was the fact that to begin with, the party was often identified with immigrants. The communities that had come over across the Atlantic from Europe often had strong socialist contingents, and when this break happened within the socialist movement between radical socialists and more moderate socialists, there were hired individuals who saw the opportunity to help shape the American communist movement. But the result was that for many American workers, they saw the sheer ethnic variety and difference of this movement as something that was unfamiliar. It would only be with the rise to the leadership of the Communist Party, Earl Rout, an American-born political leader with vast ambitions for creating an American communist movement, that image would start to be modified. Earl Browder had a meteoric rise and fall over the promise he made that went by the slogan, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." The notion was that communism could find roots in American political discourse and experience where Earl Browder fell afoul of other communists was in his expectations during World War II that it might be possible for the Soviet Union and the United States to make their current cooperation permanent and to come to some sort of combination that would moderate their rivalry. As it turns out, dawning already in Cold War tensions that would later follow more fully, that was unacceptable, and the movement divested itself of those values. Another point that shaped American perceptions of the communist movement in the United States involved issues of espionage. During the 1930s and 1940s, American communists, not all of the communists, but select members of the movement, were called upon by Soviet intelligence to play a historical role by gathering information, winning sympathies. One of the most amazing books in the 20th century is a book written by Whittaker Chambers, who served as a Soviet spy, first a committed communist, then Soviet spy, and then later a renegade from those movements. And the book is titled Witness in 1950, published in 1952, and it's one of the most compelling books you could ever read because it's so full of both the unique character of the author and all of his idiosyncrasies, and a sense of huge issues being at stake, ones upon which the future of humanity turns. So talk about ethnic development in North State. Through the apparatuses communist infiltration of the government apparatus claims that it was unable to substantiate the details. Um, that reality can actually get closer to the reality of the 1930s and 1940s than his own time. But the association of American communists with foreign power in the Soviet Union and ultimately an adherence to its interests did a lot to undermine any kind of theory for American communists. An example, of course, was the notorious Nazi Soviet Pact of 1939. The American Communist movement found itself forced to turn on a dime its propaganda. Before the Nazi Soviet Pact, August 1939, they had denounced Nazi Germany as the greatest threat to world peace. Just after the signing of the pact, they had to proclaim that this was a great win for peace and for human harmony, and to completely change their earlier relationship with being mortal enemies with Nazi Germany. There were many American communists who couldn't stomach this, and who, in disillusionment, simply quit their party memberships or drifted away. But it's a fascinating story of the ups and downs of a political movement with radical ambitions in American politics.
Yeah, the Cold War, extensive levels of espionage created, combined with Hollywood, created basically firmly solidified communism as the enemy of the American ideal. Sort of embodied. And not even the economic policies, but political policies of communism, they like the word and colored red, the hammer and sickle, Rocky through it, the eyes.
Well, that's canonical.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit more neat, but between this reality and then enters politics and is used by politicians to do all kinds of name calling. You have spoken eloquently about modern Russia and modern Ukraine and modern Eastern Europe. So how did Russia evolve after Stalin and after the collapse of the Soviet Union?
I think the short answer is without a full historical reckoning that could be held through about the recent past. In ways that's not very surprising, given the economic misery, dislocations, and the cumulative damage of all of those previous decades of this experiment. It left precious little patience or measure of progress or introspection. But after an initial period of great interest in understanding the full measure of what Russia and other parts of the Soviet Union had undergone in this first initial explosion of journalism and of reporting and investigations, historical investigations, resources. After an initial period of time, such interest, people instead retreated into the here and now. And the result is that there's been less than would be healthy of a taking stock, a reckoning, even in assigning responsibility for those things that were experienced in the past. No hard trial took place in order to hold responsible those who repressed others in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union. In other ex-communist countries, there was also precious little in the way of legal proceedings to establish responsibility. Keep in mind, the Nuremberg trials had as one of their goals, a very important one, it turns out, not even individual verdicts from individual people found guilty, but to collect and publicize information, to create knowledge and transparency about the legality of their crimes. case of the former Soviet Union, in the case of Russia today, instead of a clear-eyed recognition of the vast nature of what it all cost, Putin, upon replacing Yeltsin, was in a position to instead traffic in the most very eclectic and often mutually contradictory historical memories or packages of memories. So, on the one hand, in Putin's Russia, the Tsars are rehabilitated as heroes of Russian statehood. Putin sees Lenin in a negative light because Lenin, by producing federalism as a model for the Soviet Union, laid a time bomb at the base of that state that eventually smashed it into many constituent parts as nations regained their independence. While Stalin is acknowledged, exacted direct control, but also is effective as a representative of Russian state. This produced where we are today. It's a commonplace that echoed by many that Russia without Ukraine is a nation state, could be a nation state. Russia with Ukraine has to be a nation state. And Putin is not really seeking a revival of Stalin's, but still is nostalgic about earlier forms of greatness and of strength of Russian state to the exclusion of other values, has undertaken a course of action that has produced results quite different from what you might be expecting. And I think that time is crucial. It's fascinating to try to imagine what if this attempt to re-digest Ukraine into an expanded Russian imperial territory taking place early. I think that the arrival on the scene of a new generation of Ukrainians has produced a very different dynamic and disinclination of any kind of nostalgia for the past, packaged however it might be, however nostalgic it might be made to appear. And there, I think that these expectations in the invasion of 2022 were entirely moved. His expectation was that Ukraine would be divided on the score, and that some significant portion would welcome the advance of Russian forces. And instead, there has been the most amazing and surprising heroic resistance that continues.
And it's interesting to consider timing and also visual leaders. Zelensky, you can imagine all kinds of other figures that would hold it much easier. And so let's get surprised alive in the world by somehow, meeting, somehow becoming essentially effective war president. So, that put that in the bin of singular figures that define history. What's your time? How do you hope to reform peace?
I'm very pessimistic on this. And for the reasons we just talked about how these things escape human management or human rationality. I think that war takes on a life of its own as accumulated suffering actually eliminates possible compromises or settlements that one might talk about in abstract. I think that it's one thing for people far away to propose trades of territory or complicated guarantees or arrangements that sound very good in abstract and will just be refused by people who actually experience what the war is like in person and what it has meant to them peacemaking is going to face a very daunting task here, given all that's accumulated. And I think in particular, just from the last days of the launching of missile attacks against indiscriminate or civilian targets, that's not an easy job.
So let me ask a political question. I recently talked about Trump, and he said he's elected before he was in office. What would a peace deal like that look like? But we should mention that Russia has captured 4 regions in Ukraine. It's realized that the nation has also captured the worst region within Russia. So just like you mentioned, territories on the table. NATO, European Union, also funding and military help from the United States directly to Ukraine is on the table. Do you think it's possible to have a fair deal that for people to say far away, where both people walk away, so let's get unhappy, but equally unhappy, and peace is negotiated?
Equally unhappy is a very hard balance to strike. I think my concern is about part of the equation that involves people just being desperate and laying their foundation for I couldn't imagine what that looks like. That's once again, these are things that escape human control.
So laying the foundation for those things to come, it's possible to have a ceasefire that lays the foundation for the worst war and suffering in a year, 5 years, 10 years.
But in a way, we got already been there. Because ratifying the use of force, which worked as a taboo since 1945, and now we're if that is validated, then it sets up incentives for more of the same.
If you look at the 20th century, talking about horrendous global wars that happened, and you look at now, it feels like just living in war in Ukraine, breaking the contract that you're not supposed to do territorial conquest anymore in the 21st century. That the just intensity of hatred and military tension in the Middle East with Israel, Iran, Palestine, just building, and then China contemplating that would stick, talking about Taiwan. Do you think a big conflict may be on the way? Do you think it's possible that another conflict will happen in the 21st century?
So many predictions, there's no expiration dates, so obviously we're confronting a dire situation.
So as a historian, I'm asking you, what advice would you give on particular whether it's people who are known today, or the people we've been talking about, people they scholar now, or people they stick to, people who are asking Trump, Kamala Harris, Netanyahu, as a historian, is it possible to have a racial conversation? Maybe as a product of what kind of conversation you can have with them, like reporting the Stalin and white.
But first of all, the answer is that I would never refuse to advise you about interviewing with world leaders and prominent people because the roster accumulated is just astonishing. So, but I know what I might do. And that is, I think, in historical analysis, in trying to understand the role of a particular leader, the more one understands about the prior fact and formative influences, the better a fix everyone gets on the question of what are their expectations? What is the German, a beautiful word for this? Germans mash together several words and one better word. And in German, it's Erwartungen. The horizon of expectation. So, in the case of figures like Churchill or Hitler, their experience of World War I shaped their actions in World War II. Their values were shaped in their childhood. Is there a way of engaging with someone you've interviewed, even obliquely, that gives a view in on their sense of what the future might hold? I mean that obviously such people are experts in being guarded, not being pushed down, but the categories in which they a sense of what their own ethical grounding, ethical code is to their behavior. It gets said, it gets true, and one of the best measures of a person's special behavior is how they treat people from whom they don't expect it. Are they condescending? Are they, on the contrary, fundamentally interested in another person, even if that person can help them or be used as speaking of prominent world leaders to interview, there's Napoleon. Napoleon psychologically has been a quite amazing person to make a bid for mastering Europe and already thinking about the mastering the world. The contemporaries who met Napoleon is very disturbing about his meeting with him one-on-one revealed that he could talk to you but looked like he was looking right at you, as if you were not reading. You were more in the nature of a character on a chessboard. And for that reason, some of them call Napoleon master of the sightless stare. So if you're talking with a world leader and he or she has a sightless stare, that probably is. But there might be other inadvertent hints about moral compass or future expectations